Tick, tick. I was sleeping soundly, dreaming that my new book had launched with 1,000,000 reads. Huh, is it leaking? I opened my eyes to find 3 tree branches crossed above my head, water dripping down through the gaps. Through the leaves, the sky was a gloomy gray. What the hell? I bolted upright and looked around. Endless green grassland stretched out in every direction, dotted here and there with a few trees and piles of rocks. No cattle, no horses, no houses. Beneath me lay 3 branches, each about 2 meters long. No protection from the wind, none from the rain either. My clothes were already soaked through. Kidnapped? I had no money. Nobody in my family had money. A prank? Out here in the middle of nowhere. Who could pull that off? A kilometer behind me stretched an endless forest. Just as I was racking my brain for answers, an emotionless voice exploded in my mind. Ding dong. Humans of Blue Star, welcome to the Killing Continent. I am the incarnation of the heavenly Tao. The edge of the universe is under invasion by the heaven demons, and the rift has already appeared. All intelligent species will be transported here. You have only 1 year. The strongest among you will be granted titles and lead their species to survive. Children under 15 will be randomly transported to the side of one parent. Remember the following points. Your life depends on them. First, there is a 7-day newbie protection period. Centered on your shelter, within a radius of 100 meters, the barrier is invincible. Second, work to upgrade your shelter's level. It is your only lifeline. Third, nighttime is extremely dangerous. If you're not afraid to die, feel free to go out. Fourth, after the protection period, a natural disaster will descend every 7 days. First round, extreme cold. Fifth, 100,000 people per zone. On the 1st of next month, the regional killing competition begins. Sixth, the bracelet on your left hand can store items, communicate, and trade. Inside the storage space are basic supplies and a talent stone. Each person may use only one, so awaken your power as soon as possible. The information flooded into my mind, and my first reaction was, I'm done for. My novel's going on hiatus. Those dozen-odd loyal readers of mine will never see another update. My name is Xiao Tian. I graduated from a third-rate university, got beaten down by society for a few years, couldn't cut it, and moved back home to freeload off my parents while scraping by as a writer. My monthly royalties weren't even enough to qualify for welfare. Watching me, their main account, crash and burn, my parents suddenly decided to roll a new character, giving me a 4-year-old sister named Xiao Linlin. These past few days they'd taken her on a trip, leaving me home alone to fend for myself. Last night, I stayed up finishing 2 chapters and collapsed into bed, exhausted. When I woke up, I was here. The problem is, yesterday, heading downstairs to buy breakfast, I missed a step and took a fall, fracturing my left foot. Right now, the cast was still on it. Survival? Survive with what? You could have at least sent my crutches along too. Gritting my teeth, I propped myself up on one foot. Body, looking around, nothing. I shook my head and pushed the thoughts away. Complaining wouldn't change anything. Better to survive than waste time. That was a lesson I'd learned during my roughest years. I remembered the shelter the heavenly Tao had mentioned, so I searched carefully. After looking for a while, all I saw were a few trees and a pile of rocks. Nothing that looked remotely like shelter. Did the heavenly Tao forget to give me one? My eyes landed on 3 branches leaning together, and my face went blank with disbelief. This counted as a shelter? You wouldn't even need to push it. One gust of wind would knock it over. It might as well have just let me die outright. But no, it had to toss me 3 branches as a token gesture. Whatever. Things had already started off catastrophically. How much worse could they get? I raised my hand and looked at the wristband. A semi-transparent virtual window materialized before my eyes. Ooh, pretty high-tech. The interface was identical to the one in the game. Weather, time, shelter, personal info, storage, space chat, channel, trade, channel, friends. I reached out to tap it, but my finger passed right through. I switched to using my mind instead, and the window opened in response. ID 009527 Xiaotian. Level 0 EXP 0/100. Combat power 28. Average 50. Stamina 60/100. Below 50. Condition deteriorates. Below 10. Unconsciousness. Talent unawakened. Aptitude ordinary. Status injured. Evaluation An injured human from Blue Star. Terrible physical condition, feeble strength, the trash of all trash. Reading that last line, my face turned livid, and 10,000 alpacas stampeded through my mind. Next, I opened the storage space. A glittering golden stone, a stone axe, a 500 milliliter bottle of water, and a piece of bread. I gave a silent command, and the stone appeared in my palm. Reminder, awaken quickly, and I'll lend you a hand. So smart, it even sends reminders. I muttered. Talent stone randomly awakens one talent. Awaken now. Awaken. Awakening successful. Congratulations on obtaining the SSS rank unique talent. Enhance all things. Enhance all things can upgrade the quality of any item. Enhances at least one tier, with a 50% chance of 2 tiers and a 10% chance of 3 tiers, up to mythic rank. The same item cannot be used twice. Unlimited uses. Quality tiers: common, fine, rare, superior, epic, legendary, mythic. There it was. Now I was back on my feet. No, I was soaring. My heart raced. I'd been wrong. This wasn't a catastrophic start at all. This was practically, just as I was basking in the ecstasy, the heavenly Tao's merciless voice rang out once more. Insolence, remnant soul of Blue Star. You won't fall in line with the killing continent, and now you dare to interfere with the rules. My mind went blank with a deafening crash. Before my eyes, a mass of blue light seemed to shatter and scatter, leaving only a single, nearly invisible speck of blue clinging to my chest. A column of light poured down. Talent downgrade in progress. Downgrade complete. Reduced to C rank, SSS, talent. Message, don't worry, I'm still here. Even a C rank can be an SSS. I couldn't be bothered with that broken, stuttering message. I frantically pulled up my personal info. Talent, C rank. Enhance all things, upgradable. Enhance 100 out of 100 times or upgrade a relevant treasure to B rank. Enhances at least one level, with a 0.1% chance of 2 levels and a 0.001% chance of 3 levels, up to mythic level. The same item can't be used twice. Limited to 5 uses per day. I was stunned. You get my pants off and this is what you show me? In an instant, I'd plunged from heaven straight back to hell. Furious, I jabbed a finger at the sky and let loose. Heaven, all times times your times. Boom. Several bolts of lightning struck out of nowhere, toppling every tree nearby. My face went pale. The curses died in my throat, and I plastered on a fawning grin. Heaven, oh great and merciful one. You knew I was hurt and couldn't walk, so you knocked those trees down just for me. Thank you so much. I wanted to cry but couldn't. All I could do was drag my injured leg and hop, one bounce at a time, toward the pile of fallen trees, hoping to gather up the wood. A few hops in, there was a thud underfoot, and something tripped me flat on my face. Who's the jerk that buried a box out here? Cursing, I sat up, clutching my injured leg and wincing in pain. Great. Was the bone going to shift out of place? I looked up. The thing that tripped me was an iron chest, half buried in the dirt, with only one pointed corner sticking out. Black iron treasure chest discovered. Open it. Chest ranks: wood, black iron, bronze, silver, gold, diamond, mythic. Open. Wait, don't open it. My fingertip hovered in midair as it suddenly hit me. My talent. Using talent, enhance all things. Enhancement successful. Obtained silver treasure chest. A flash of bright light, and the black iron chest transformed into a silver one. Yes, I'm still a genius. My voice trembled with excitement. According to my wristband, a silver treasure chest guaranteed at least one item of exceptional quality. Open. Silver light spilled out from the chest. I stared hard, terrified my prize might slip away. As the glow faded, 5 items lay quietly at the bottom of the chest. Collect. Collect. Nongfu Spring, 500 milliliters times 12. Good enough. Toilet paper blueprint times permanent. You must upgrade the cabin before you can produce items at the crafting table. Not bad. Summon token. Rare summons a human or creature of rare quality to serve you. Could be a farmer, could be a warrior, or maybe a cat girl. Jackpot. Rare quality, definitely something good. Iron axe, fine. Combat power plus 12. Tree felling efficiency plus 10%. Durability 35/100. Nice feel. Too bad only one of my legs works, so it's useless to me. And the durability's already been knocked down. Black Gold Divine Crossbow. Superb. Combat power plus 120. Auto-generates bolts when drawn. Attack speed 1 bolt/SEC. Range 1000 meters. Comes with the skill Arrow Rain. Rains down 100 arrows over a 10-meter diameter around the target. 30-minute cooldown. Auto-restores durability. Plus 1 per minute. Durability 100/100. The Black Gold Divine Crossbow was deep and dark all over, its surface shimmering with a faint golden glow, mysterious patterns carved into the grip. Now that's badass. Heaven finally smiled on me and handed me a super long-range weapon. I raised the crossbow and swept it around in every direction, but sadly there wasn't even the shadow of an animal in sight. I put the weapon away. I'd meant to go grab some wood, but remembering that fall I just took, I decided against it. I opened Weather Time. Continent of Slaughter, Year 1, January 1st, 10:25. Daylight remaining, 7 hours, 35 minutes. Temperature 15 to 24 degrees Celsius. Light rained. The rain wouldn't let up, and there were only a little over 7 hours of daylight. I hopped over to the shelter. Shelter, ramshackle thatched hut. A single gust of wind could knock it over. If you don't fix it soon, you'll have no home left. Upgrade requirements. Wood times 10, thatch times 20, straw rope times 10. I looked at the dead grass covering the ground and bent down with great effort, only to find I couldn't put any strength into it. So I just plopped down on my butt and yanked out the thatch around me handful by handful. A big fistful in my hand showed thatch times 2. The scraggly weeds under half a meter tall stayed where they were. Guess I'd have to sort them. Thatch is easy enough, but how am I supposed to make straw rope? I don't even know how to weave. I took out the thatch, and a window popped up. Thatch, common material. 2 units can be combined into 1 unit of straw rope. I see. Getting the thatched hut fixed today shouldn't be a problem. As I got up to move to a new spot, I stumbled again and fell to the ground, nearly hurting my foot once more. Only then did it hit me just how hard the things a normal person does with ease had become for me now. Suddenly, I remembered that summon token and quickly took it out. I activated my talent. This item cannot be enhanced again. Note, the chest has already been enhanced, so items inside cannot be enhanced further. However, equipment carried by summon talents can be enhanced. Trying to pull an infinite nesting doll trick? Huh. The heavenly way really is a sly one. Use it. Summon token, rare, used successfully. Obtained, warrior, rare, times 1. A flash of white light burst forth. Faintly, a figure appeared, stroking his beard with his left hand, gripping a great blade in his right. Could it be goo? Never mind. I'm overthinking it. As the white light faded, a grizzled veteran stood before me. Roughly 50 years old, with a rust-covered blade, worn leather armor, disheveled hair, and a weathered face. This humble soldier, Guan Dao, greets his lord. He dropped to one knee, his voice booming like a bell. I open my panel. Guan Dao rare. Affiliation, Shao Tian. Level, 0 EXP, 0/100. Loyalty, 80. At 100, dies loyal and never betrays. Below 60, slacks off. Below 40, may rebel at any time. Combat power, 300. Skill 1/, charge and unleash. Attack plus 100%, cooldown 30 minutes. Equipment, rusty great blade, common. Combat plus 1/ worn leather armor, common. Combat plus 1. Evaluation, an old soldier who won't die, battle-hardened and experienced, capable of commanding 100 men. I silently compared this to my own trash among trash stats and had to admit the evaluation was fair and accurate. Guan Dao's stats damn near blinded me. Truly a rare talent. My sense of security instantly maxed out. I quickly reached out to help him up, wobbling on one foot. The moment Guan Dao saw this, he sprang to his feet and steadied me. Sorry you had to see that, Uncle Guan. My foot hasn't healed yet, so I might have to lean on you from here on out. I'm honored, but I don't deserve such a title from you, my lord. Just call me Dao. As he spoke, he moved to kneel again, but I held him back. No need. We're in this together now. You're my elder. Uncle suits you just fine. Guan Yidao's loyalty +5. Something stirred in his eyes, as if moved. Uncle Guan, go drag that lumber over there first. I'll gather the thatch. Yes, sir. Guan Yidao took off at a sprint to haul the wood, while I slowly sat down and pulled up the dried grass one blade at a time. Thatch +1, thatch +1. My lord, I've dragged it all back. Break down materials. Break them down. Lightning struck wood, rare, ×5, wood ×8. 18 bundles of thatch, 8 units of wood. But where did all the scraps go? Did the system just eat them? Still a bit short on wood. I took out the iron axe and handed it to him. Uncle Guan, go chop down a few more trees. Be careful once you're outside the barrier. If there's any danger, come straight back. The barrier was easy to spot, a layer of translucent blue light covering the shelter within a 100-meter radius. Understood. Without another word, Guan Yidao set off. Maybe it was a habit from his years in the army, but he never dragged his feet. I hurried to finish gathering the grass. I'd been soaked in the rain for hours. If I didn't get inside soon, a body like mine would spike a fever at any moment. By the time when I received 40 units of thatch, Guan Yidao came back with an iron axe tucked in his belt, dragging 4 huge trees behind him. He'd even snapped off a handy branch to use as a walking stick for me. After breaking them down, I got another 18 units of wood. I crafted 10 units of grass rope and clicked repair. Repair complete. 8th person in this region to repair a shelter. Reward: 1 wood chest. With Uncle Guan's help, I'm not slow at all. Shelter, thatched hut, area 4 square meters. Upgrade to log cabin requires log cabin blueprint. Wood ×100, thatch ×100, grass rope ×20. Rating: breezy on all 4 sides, fresh-aired. Crude as it was, at least it kept the rain out. Guan Yidao helped me inside, where the wooden floor was nice and dry. I peeled off my soaked clothes and pants and sat down on the floor. Achoo! I sneezed. I was feeling a little cold. Guan Yidao's expression tightened. My lord, I'll go chop more wood. Wild beasts can't get near me anyway. I'll gather the upgrade materials as fast as I can. Thanks for all your hard work, Uncle Guan. He shook his head and said nothing. This time I didn't forget my talent, so I pulled out the reward chest. Enhancement successful. Obtained a black iron chest. Just as I thought, a 1-tier upgrade was the norm. Black iron chest opened. Log cabin blueprint ×1, bread ×3, raincoat ×2, leather armor, fine, ×1, stove ×1. Talk about perfect timing. I got the blueprint way faster than expected. I was just worrying about where to find one. I took out some bread and water and handed them over. Uncle Guan, eat something first. Thank you, my lord. The 2 of us ate side by side, then rested for a bit. When Guan Yidao stood up to leave, I called out to stop him. Put on this leather armor and throw the raincoat over it too. Don't get sick. Guan Yidao loyalty +1. I opened weather time again. Year 1, January 1st, 12:35. 5 hours 25 minutes of daylight remaining. Light rain. A little over 5 hours left. Let's try to get one more upgrade in today. All right, I haven't checked the chat channel yet. I opened the chat channel. Regional population 99,995/100,000. I could understand 100,000 people, but why were there 5 fewer? On the screen, dozens of messages flashed by, making my head spin. I slowed down the scroll speed and finally caught what they said. 002345. Dad, where are you? It's me, Wangi. 013456. Son, it's your dad. Hurry up and call me dad. 002345. Get lost. 098557. Anyone got food? I'll trade 100 grand cash for it. 045878. What a moron up there. Cash is worthless these days. Too stiff to even wipe your ass with. 000001. Everyone listen to me. I'm number 1. Send all your resources to me, and I'll distribute them. To survive with everyone. 096110. Anti-scam warning. The person above is a scammer. Be careful. 000998. What the heck? I just spent 998 points booking a masseuse and stripped down, then got teleported here. Now I'm sitting here bare-assed. 006767. I'm the masseuse you booked. You've ruined me. I'm naked too now. 100000. Hey masseuse honey, Snap a pic and show us. Big bro will give you a like. I could only shake my head. Even in a situation like this, people still had the nerve to joke around. No wonder I managed to fix up my thatched hut and land in 8th place. Seeing so many people posting messages looking for family, I sent out a few of my own to find my parents. But deep down, I had no hope. With 100,000 people flooding the screen at once, hundreds of messages per second, it all looked like scrambled gibberish. No point wasting time. I threw on my raincoat, grabbed a branch for support, and headed out to keep gathering grass. Just as I was buried in work, suddenly, EXP plus 1 EXP plus 1 EXP plus 1. 8 points in a row. I shot to my feet and looked toward Guani Dao. Somehow, he'd already stepped outside the protective barrier and reached the edge of the forest. My heart clenched. Leaning on my cane, I hurried over. It took me several minutes to cover less than 200 meters, and just then I saw Guan Yidao dragging something back, a wolf. Uncle Guan, are you okay? Guan Yidao loyalty plus 1. Don't worry, my lord. A few wild wolves tried to ambush me, so I killed them all. Wait right here. I'll go drag them back. I tapped the corpse on the ground to break it down. Obtained. Wolf pelt times 4, wolf fong times 8, raw meat times 16. Guan Yidao hauled back 4 wolf carcasses and a big load of wood, one batch after another. Breaking them all down, I got another 16 chunks of raw meat, more wolf pelts and fangs, plus 38 units of wood. Uncle Guan, cut wood for 2 more hours and then head back. It's getting dark soon. I returned to the area near my thatched hut and kept pulling up grass. Time flew by in the middle of all the work. Before nightfall, Guan Yidao made it back and added another 40 units of wood. Back inside, I took inventory of my storage space. 78 units of thatch, 94 units of wood, 32 chunks of raw meat, 2 loaves of bread, 11 bottles of mineral water. I did the math. Crafting grass rope would eat up 40 units of thatch, and I was still a good way off from leveling up. So I opened the trade channel. Notice, up to 10 slots can be listed at once. Identical items stack up to 99. The goods were all over the place, and the prices were pure chaos. It took me a while to sort through it all before I finally got a feel for the market. I listed 5 portions of raw meat, 1 portion for 20 units of thatch. Then I listed 5 more portions of raw meat, 1 portion for 10 units of wood. After that, I started hunting for bargains. 2 chunks of raw meat got me 100 grams of fine salt. 2 chunks of raw meat plus a bottle of mineral water got me a lighter. I spotted a fine-grade healing medicine. The seller wanted a fine-grade weapon in exchange. I immediately thought of the old weapon and leather armor Guan Yidao had set aside. I grabbed them and activated my talent. Enhancement complete. Obtain broadsword, fine. Combat power plus 15. Enhancement complete. Obtain leather armor, fine. Combat power plus 10. Just as I was about to trade the broadsword, Guan Yidao spoke up. My lord, the iron axe is almost out of durability, and honestly, I'm more comfortable with a broadsword. I picked up the iron axe and checked it. After a full day of hacking, it only had 22 durability left. The leather armor it is, then. I sent the seller a friend request, and to my surprise, it went through instantly. Me. Hey, I'd like to trade for the healing medicine. I only have fine-grade leather armor. Would that work? I sent over the stats. It took a while before they replied. Li Weiwei. Sorry about that. So many people were messaging me just now. Armor's worth more than a weapon, so I'm not losing out here. Me. Thanks, I'll set up the trade now. I listed the leather armor. They confirmed everything checked out and clicked to complete the deal. Li Weiwei. Pleasure doing business. Hit me up next time I've got good stuff. Me, you got it. More friends, more ways to survive. In a world like this, someone you can trade with is worth more than any single piece of gear. I pulled out the healing medicine and used my last enhancement attempt of the day. Enhancement complete. Obtained body strengthening bone forging pill, exceptional. I stared at the pill in my palm, unable to keep the grin off my face. 2 triggers of a 1 in 1,000 success rate in a single day. Me, Xiao Tian, my luck was straight up insane. Body strengthening bone forging pill, exceptional. Boosts physical constitution while providing healing effects. Extremely high chance of directly advancing to first rank. Never mind the description, just swallow it first and see what happens. The moment the pill went down my throat, A wave of heat exploded from my stomach, surging through my limbs. It was warm, so comfortable I nearly moaned out loud. Too bad the bliss lasted less than 3 seconds. The heat rushed to my left leg and slammed into it like a brick wall. Then the warmth throughout my entire body, as if refusing to back down, came flooding all at once toward that broken leg. Ah, it itches. It itches so bad. I gritted my teeth, clenched my fist, and started pounding the cast. Guan Yidao rushed over in a panic, but had no idea what to do, his hands hovering in midair. Uncle Guan, quick, help me break the cast off. He immediately balled up his fist and started tapping, bit by bit, careful and gentle. The cast cracked apart, the bandages peeled away, and then he grabbed a wet cloth, wiped my left foot clean, and began kneading it for me. The pain and itching slowly faded. Uncle Guan, it's fine now. My foot, I can move it. Help me up. He steadied me, and I tried putting weight on it. Just a light step. No pain. I pressed down harder and took another step. Not only was it normal, it felt even stronger than before, like there was raw power flowing into my foot. If it weren't still raining outside, I'd have wanted to run a couple of laps. Uncle Guan, look. I'm completely healed. Guan Yidao grinned from ear to ear. Congratulations, my lord. You're the picture of health now. You'll cut down anything in your path. A rush of warmth hit me as I pulled up my personal panel. Xiaotian. Level 0 EXP. 8/100. Combat power 208. 88 plus 120. Stamina 100/100. Talent. Grade C, enhance all things. Upgradable. Enhance 5 100ths times or upgrade a treasure to grade B. Equipment. Black Gold Divine Crossbow. Superb. Combat power plus 120. Aptitude. Ordinary. Status. Normal. Assessment. A human from Blue Star. Your body far surpasses that of ordinary people and is about to touch the limits of mortals. Congratulations, you've shed the label of trash. Just 12 more points of combat power and my aptitude would climb into refined territory. Too bad that broken leg ate up most of the energy. Otherwise, my combat power could have shot up another notch tonight. Ding, ding. My wristband chimed again and again. Every last cut of wolf meat I'd put up for sale had sold. Acquired. Thatch times 100, wood times 50. I glanced over my supplies. Thatch 178, wood 144, wolf hide 8, wolf fangs 16, raw meat 18, bread 2, bottled water 10, lighter 1, stove 1, plus 1 cabin blueprint. I had enough materials. I combined 40 thatch into 20 rope, stepped out of the thatch hut, and tapped upgrade. Shelter upgrade successful. Congratulations on being the first in this region to upgrade to a cabin. Reward. Bronze treasure chest times 1. Reputation plus 10. Region-wide announcement. Golden light flared, and the chat window popped open on its own. Congratulations to 009527, the first to upgrade a shelter into a cabin. Reward. Bronze treasure chest times 1. Reputation plus 10. It broadcast 3 times in a row, blinding the entire region. The chat instantly blew up. 000001. 009527. This is number 1. Hand over your resources to me, and I'll distribute them to whoever needs them. I shot at a glance and sneered. Why the hell would I? Friend requests blew past 99 plus in the blink of an eye. Every one of them either looking to freeload or trying to threaten me. I blacklisted them all. I closed the channel and pulled up the shelter panel. Shelter, cabin, low tier, area, 16 square meters. Upgrade requirements. Mid-tier wood times 300, thatch times 300, rope times 50. Assessment. Blocks wind and rain but offers no warmth. Cannot withstand attacks from wild beasts. I walked inside. It was a lot more spacious now. Sturdy wooden floors, for wooden walls, a roof layered with thatch. 1 door, 2 windows, and a small wooden table tucked in the corner. Bone dry, not a single drop of rain had gotten in. It was just a little too cold. I took out the stove and set it dead center. A copper pipe poked out through the window, and the stovetop looked like a flat skillet. Now I could light a fire and cook. I stuffed in some wood and thatch, flicked the lighter, and the room instantly. The warmth spread through the air. I pulled out 2 pounds of raw meat and the salt I'd just traded for, and handed them to Guan Yidao. Uncle Guan, roast this meat. We're having meat tonight. I'm going to work on something else. You got it, boss. Without another word, he sliced the meat and tossed it in the pot. I walked over to the wooden table, and a display popped up. Crafting Station LV.1 EXP 0100s. Can craft. Common. Fine items. Stone axe. Stone knife. Stone pickaxe. I placed the scroll blueprint on it. Toilet paper crafting blueprint permanent. Add it. Add it. Toilet paper materials. Wood times 1. Thatch times 2. Crafting time. 10 seconds. I hit craft. A flash of white light, and 10 fresh rolls of toilet paper appeared on the table. One batch of materials, 10 rolls. I stared at them, already running the numbers in my head. I picked one up. It felt almost exactly like the modern stuff. One batch yields 10 rolls. That profit margin was just too sweet. I opened the trading channel and browsed around. Toilet paper was scattered and scarce, and dirt cheap it was not. People were charging a fortune. I immediately listed all 9 rolls, priced at 1 roll for 1 wood or 2 thatch. Just as I finished setting it up, Guanidao's meat was ready. I sat down, grabbed a chunk of wolf meat, and was about to dig in when, ding, 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 it just kept going. I looked, all 9 rolls sold out. My friends list was blinking. My only friend had sent me a message. Li Weiwei, Xiao Tian, do you still have toilet paper? I need 10 rolls. Xiao Tian, I do. What do you need that many for? Li Weiwei, it's that time of the month, and I'm out of pads. You're the only one selling paper in bulk. Xiao Tian, got it. Hang on, I'll send it right over. I checked my inventory. Adding what I'd just traded for, I had 47 wood and 46 thatch left. Might as well throw it all in. I churned out 230 rolls in one go. 3 minutes and 50 seconds later, toilet paper piled up on the table like snowflakes. I sent 10 rolls to Li Weiwei and listed the remaining 220, same price as before. I hadn't even finished my meat when my wristband blew up again. By the time I swallowed my last bite and looked, all sold out. My resources had climbed to 320 thatch and 94 wood. In just over 10 minutes, my resources had multiplied several times over. I didn't even bother finishing my food. I just kept crafting, listing, and crafting again like a madman. Half an hour later, over 1,000 rolls of toilet paper had flooded the trading market. My thatch was tapped out, and I had only 10 batches of wood left. Ding! Crafting station upgraded. LV.2, EXP 26/1000. Can now produce rare tier items. Production speed plus 10%. I slumped down, panting, while my wristband kept buzzing nonstop. Uncle Guan, I've been mass-producing paper with the blueprint and selling it. 5 times the profit. We're raking it in. Once these 1,000 rolls clear out, we can upgrade the shelter another level. Guan Yidao didn't quite follow, but those 2 words, 5 times. He understood the word and gave me a thumbs up. Nice one, boss. But the good times didn't last. The pings gradually died down. I opened the shop and saw that out of 1,000 rolls, fewer than 300 had sold. Over 600 were just sitting there, and it took forever to close a single sale. I frowned and pulled up the chat channel again. Regional population, 99,973/100,000. That first number had dropped by another dozen or so. 058846, stomachache. Bit the bullet and bought a roll. Got half left, anybody want it? Just gimme some straw. 015899, forget it. My thatched hut isn't even finished. I'd rather use my hand. It's raining anyway, I'll just rinse off. 077007, you guys notice? 27 people are already dead. Weren't the first 7 days supposed to be a protection period? So why are people still dying? 000998. What's so weird about that? I stood butt naked in the rain all day, and I'm freezing, about to catch a cold. If I don't build my thatched hut soon, I'm gonna freeze solid. I stared at the screen, my heart sinking. Turns out the toilet paper wasn't a necessity at all. What people were really desperate for right now was straw and wood, the roof that would keep the wind and rain out. It's only when you're backed into a corner that you see clearly what really matters. Some people wait for handouts until the day they die, yet won't bend down to pick up the straw lying right at their feet. I pulled up the weather panel. Slaughter Continent, Year 1, Jan 1st, 1955. Time until dawn, 12 hours 5 minutes. Temp, 15 to 24 degrees Celsius. Light rained. The night was long. I still had 428 straw and 92 wood clutched in my hands. I needed a way to trade these resources for something truly valuable. I posted a message in the channel. 009527. Buying blueprints at top prices. DM me if interested. The friend requests hit 99 plus again. I filtered through them one by one, keeping only 6 who had the real goods and were serious about trading. The first. Wang Chu, hey there. I've got a wooden bed blueprint, permanent. Want to trade for 50 straw, 10 wood, and 1 food. Maybe it wasn't a top-tier blueprint, but that word permanent was just too tempting. That last toilet paper blueprint had already made me a fortune. I agreed without hesitation. Acquired, wooden bed blueprint, permanent. Xiao Tian, pleasure doing business, brother. Right after that, Li Weiwei sent over a bedding set blueprint, single use. Exactly what I wanted. I traded 100 straw for it. No way I was parting with any wood. The next friend's item made my eyes light up. Ning Yuango, brother Xiao, how much do you think this is worth? Farmland, fine. I stared at those 2 words, my heart skipping a beat. Now this was the real deal. You could farm with it, which meant never having to worry about food again. A treasure like this. How could he bear to part with it? Xiao Tian, brother, something this good. West, why don't you keep it for yourself? Ning Yuango, I'm still short a whole pile of materials to upgrade my cabin, and I don't know the first thing about farming. Xiao Tian, fine then, I'll take it. Name your price. Ning Yuango, I still need 80 thatch, 50 wood, and 15 grass rope. Just those. Deal? A pie falling from the sky. How could I pass that up? Xiao Tian, deal. Swap the grass rope for 30 thatch and craft it yourself. Ning Yuango, got it. Thanks, big brother. After that, I traded for the fence blueprint permanent, table chair blueprint permanent, fish pond, and 4-piece dinnerware set, one after another. My resources were scraped clean, and I even threw in 3 chunks of raw meat and 4 bottles of water. The rolls of paper I'd put up for sale still had 624 sitting there unsold. First, I pulled out the wooden bed blueprint, permanent. Each bed cost 10 units of lumber. I cranked out 2 in one go. When the white light faded, 2 wooden beds took shape, each 4 feet wide and 6.5 feet long. Uncle Guan and I set them into the corners on either side, fitting them in snug and tight. Next came the bed 4-piece set. It cost 6 wolf pelts and 2 thatch. The sheet was a single layer, the blanket double-layered, and the 2 pillows were wolf hide stuffed with thatch. They felt soft and comfortable, without the slightest odd smell. I gave 1 pillow and the sheet to Uncle Guan. With limited supplies, all he could do was use the sheet as a blanket. Once we'd finished all that, we were both dead on our feet, and we crashed the moment we hit the beds. Maybe I was just that exhausted, or maybe the wolf pelt blanket was that cozy. Either way, I drifted off fast. When I opened my eyes again, Uncle Guan was gone. Outside, it was still dark. Slaughter Continent, Year 1, January 2nd, 7:30 a.m., 30 minutes until daybreak. Temperature 14 to 22 degrees Celsius, overcast. My chest tightened. I rolled out of bed and rushed outside. Toward the forest, in the faint blue glow at the edge of the protective barrier, Guan Yidao was dragging something. It wasn't until I got closer that I could make it out. 4 wolf carcasses. Uncle Guan, what happened here? He grinned. I got up early and came out to patrol the area, and I ran into a pack of wolves roaming nearby. I hugged the barrier and lured them over one by one to put them down. Just a moment, my lord. I'll drag these back. Wait for me. I'll come with you. Don't haul them all by yourself. Decomposition successful. Wolf pelt times 4, wolf fong times 8, raw meat times 16. Once I'd broken them down, I grabbed my black gold arm crossbow and headed toward the forest's edge alongside him. Wolf carcasses lay scattered every which way across the ground. I decomposed them one by one, gaining another 52 raw meat, plus a big haul of wolf pelts and fangs. I woke up to 17 free experience points and all these supplies. Uncle Guan's early morning diligence was worth more than any elixir. The sky was now fully bright. Yesterday my leg wound hadn't healed, so I couldn't get a good look around. Today I decided to bring Uncle Guan along and give the areas surrounding the shelter a thorough once-over. What I found first was a small stream flowing out from the edge of the forest, cutting across the flatland and running down the slope. It was less than 2 meters wide. I measured it with a branch, not even 60 centimeters deep. The water was crystal clear, with tiny fish and shrimp darting about. I dipped my hand in, and it was bone-chillingly cold, 4 or 5 degrees at most. Mountain spring water, excellent quality. Drinkable once boiled. Those with strong stomachs can drink it straight. Uncle Guan, good news. This water's clean. Boil it, and we can drink it. I walked another loop around the shelter, and the more I saw, the more thrilled I got. There was nearly a 10-meter drop between the forest's edge and the grassland below. My shelter sat right on a raised patch of flat ground, level with the forest, with the other 3 sides facing steep slopes of almost 70 degrees. The flatland covered about 40,000 square meters, a full 6 soccer fields worth. Easy to defend, hard to attack, and plenty of room to grow. By the time I finished my loop, I already had a rough plan sketched out in my head. Back inside, Uncle Guan was busy again lighting a fire to cook, so I finally had a moment to check my wristband. I'd set it to silent before bed last night, so I had no idea how the toilet paper had sold. Acquired. Thatch times 552, wood times 180. I frowned. Selling all night long, and I still had 168 rolls left. Most of what I'd earned came from thatch trades. Looked like the toilet paper market had pretty much peaked. Taking inventory of my space, 625 thatch, 215 wood, 17 wolf pelts, 50 wolf fangs, 82 raw meat, 6 bottled water, 1 bronze treasure chest, 1 quality farmland, 1 fish pond, plus a few blueprints. Getting rich off selling paper was a dead end. But even a mosquito's got some meat on it. So I made another 80 rolls, put all 800 up for sale, and used up every blueprint except the fish pond. I opened the chat channel. Regional population, 93, 255/100, 000. I sucked in a cold breath. Overnight, another 6,000 plus people were gone. 077007. Everybody was screaming about the cold all night, and by morning this many were dead. Guess some folks never got their thatch huts fixed up. 100000 don't deserve any pity. Every one of them just sat around waiting for handouts, too lazy to go gather anything themselves. Serves them right. I had mine built in a few hours. 005151. I'm an 18-year-old girl, and I got mine done in a day. I don't get these people. They'd rather wait to die than lift a finger. 000998. Not all of them failed to build one. I finished mine last night, but I stood there naked all day in the rain and froze all night. Caught a cold. Anyone kind enough to spare me some medicine? I closed the channel and didn't read any further. Same rain, same 12 hours. Some curled up and complained. Others put their heads down and gathered. Come daybreak, the ones who survived were never the luckiest. They were the ones who acted first. The world may be vast, but you can only rely on yourself. Biggest of all, staying alive. That's the only rule that matters on this continent. I switched over to the trading channel and used what resources I had to pick up an iron pot, a 10-liter water tank, and a few basic blueprints. Then, one blueprint suddenly caught my eye. Arrow tower, fine. Combat power, 100 range. 200 fires once per second. Arrows auto-generate durability, 100. The seller hadn't listed a price. All it said was, DM me. Without hesitation, I sent a friend request. My finger hovered over the screen, and a slow smile crept across my face. The first real weapon to hold this high ground. It might be right in front of me. This basic summoning order, is it worth buying? I stared at the price in the trade window. 100 units of thatch, 10 units of wood. Non-negotiable. Not bad. Sure, basic materials were in high demand right now, but I had my talent. Whatever I summoned would be elite tier at worst. Food was one thing I had plenty of, and one more helper meant one more boost to my growth. Population is the foundation of prosperity. With people, you can build anything. I stopped hesitating and bought it outright. Right on cue, the Arrow Tower seller accepted my friend request. Zhao Tailin, whoa, it's you, boss. What's up? Me. Wanna buy your Arrow Tower. Can we talk? A while passed. No reply. He was clearly running the numbers. Zhao Tailin, 200 units of thatch, 50 units of wood, 20 units of raw meat. Fine tier, you won't regret it. I sucked in a sharp breath. That price blew past my budget. But meat? Meat was the one thing I had in spades. Just as I was about to reply, another message came through. Zhao Tailin, I'll be straight with you. I've got 2 fine arrow tower blueprints. If you want them, the second one's half off. He was desperate to trade for supplies too, worried I'd walk away. Me, deal. 2 arrow towers, double the value. Once the protection period ended, my home base would be rock solid. I initiated the trade immediately, exchanged a few pleasantries, and wrapped it up. Acquired, arrow tower, fine, times 2. My resources were more than half gone, but my haul was packed to the brim. My lord, the meat's ready. Guani Dao called out. I picked up a piece of grilled meat and bit down. The taste was terrible, tough, and stringy. But thinking about the countless people out there who couldn't even get a bite like this, I swallowed it down in big mouthfuls. After eating, we stepped outside. Guan Dao grabbed his broadsword, ready to get to work, but I stopped him. Hold on, Uncle Guan. Let me round up some help first. I pulled out the bronze chest and activated my talent. Enhancement successful. Acquired, silver chest times 1. Only up 1 tier. Standard result, no disappointment there. I opened it without a second thought. Acquired, wood times 100, stone times 100, summoning order, rare, times 1, blood-sucking Thor. Thorn seed, superior, times 1. I curiously took out the seed. Blood-drinking thorn seed, superior. Feeds on flesh and blood to grow. Can climb and attach to buildings, automatically distinguishing friend from foe. The spikes actively attack any enemy that dares approach, inflicting paralysis and draining blood. Anything below rare rank dies from a single spike. A must-have for home defense. With this, no visitor is a threat. Good stuff, perfect for my fence. I pulled out the ordinary summoning order I just traded for, along with that fine-grade farmland, and fed them both into my talent. Only leveled up once. Got a fine summoning order and a rare farmland in return. Field, rare. 64 square meters of fertile soil. Plant growth speed plus 100%. I held up the 2 summoning orders. Summon successful. Obtained farmer, fine, times 1. Shield warrior, rare, times 1. 2 bursts of white light exploded. A rough-looking man in his 30s, dark-skinned and dressed in coarse linen, and a burly warrior nearly 2 meters tall, wielding a saber in his right hand and an iron shield in his left, appeared before me. We greet you, my lord. They both dropped to 1 knee in unison. I quickly helped them up and told them there was no need to kneel from now on. My gaze landed on the shield warrior, and my eyes lit up. I've always lived by one motto: play it safe. Rolling a shield warrior was just perfect. I made up my mind on the spot. From now on, he'd be my personal bodyguard. Except for sleeping and using the bathroom, he wouldn't leave my side. The farmer was great too. My steady supply of food would depend on him. I opened up the stat panel. Unnamed, fine. Class, farmer level, 0, 0, 100ths. Loyalty, 80 combat power, 105. Specialties, planting, gathering, chopping, digging, breeding. Fine trait, work efficiency plus 10%. Stamina, 100/100. Note, not skilled in combat, but can hold his own with a weapon in hand. Unnamed, rare. Class, warrior level, 0, 0 out of 100. Loyalty, 80 combat power, 253, 250 plus 3. Stamina, 100/100. Skill, guardian, defense plus 50%. Lasts 1 minute, 60-minute cooldown. Equipment, saber, common, +1, iron armor, common, +1, iron shield, common, +1. Assessment, elite shield bearer. Sacrifices offense for ultimate defense. Looking at those defensive stats, I was practically drooling. Weak attack didn't matter one bit. Being able to hold the line was what I valued most. I also noticed that neither of them had a name. But Guani Dao did. Was it a difference in quality? Or was it because the shield warrior had a class, while Guani Dao's assessment said he can command 100 soldiers? I'd set that aside for now. You too, from now on. One would be called Nong Yi, the other Dun Shan. Right now we've got no seeds to plant and no trees to chop, I said. Nong Yi, you stay inside the protective dome and gather thatch. Dun Shan, from now on you come with me whenever I head out. Your job is to keep me safe. Yes, sir. Nong Yi took the order and got straight to work, while Dun Shan quietly took up position behind me. I'd meant to get the fields, fish pond, and fencing all set up, but daylight was precious. So I grabbed Guani Dao and Dun Shan and headed for the forest. Lead the way? Not in a million years. I sent Guan Yidao out front, kept the divine crossbow raised, and stuck close to Dun Shan. I was still thinking, if I could get one more guy on my left, this would be perfect. The moment we entered the forest, the light dropped away. Only a few stray beams filtered through the thick canopy overhead, just enough to make out maybe 50 meters. The undergrowth was dense, nearly impossible to push through. Guan Yidao had to hack away at the brush just to inch forward. Suddenly, a flash of light darted across the front left. Uncle Guan, 20 meters to your front left? Something's there. Guan Yidao turned and moved toward it. Just as he leaned in to look, his expression snapped, and the big blade in his hand came slashing down. Huh. A black shape shot out, struck the blade edge in a burst of sparks, and bounced back. I immediately raised my hand to appraise it. Black-tailed snake, rare, LV5. Combat power, 485. Skill, deadly venom. Injects poison on bite, weakening the target with ongoing deterioration. Status, critically wounded, combat power halved. Assessment, venomous attacks, extremely fast, poor defense. Whoa, insane speed, and venomous too. One bite, and I probably wouldn't survive a single round. The outside world really was full of blades. First step out the door, and we run into a rare monster. Instinctively, I edged a little closer to Dun Shan. I looked back at the snake. Its head had nearly been split in two, blood still dripping down. So this was what critically wounded meant. Hit a vital spot, triggered a critical strike. Looks like damage isn't just a fixed number. This was a real world. Combat power was only a rough guide. Dun Shan, get in front of me. That black-tailed snake was over 3 meters long, thicker than my arm. I wasn't about to push my luck. I shrank behind Dun Shan, raised the crossbow, took aim, and loosed a bolt. At a dozen meters or so, it didn't miss. Powered by the black gold divine crossbow, my attack was even stronger than Guan Yidao's. The moment the bolt struck, the snake lunged straight at me. But it couldn't get past Guan Yidao. One slash sent it back, and I was free to let loose. I missed now and then, but caught in the crossfire, it soon breathed its last. 2 bursts of light exploded beside me. EXP plus 20. Loot dropped. I stepped up to collect it. Mysterious fruit, fine. ×1. Combat power plus 5 when eaten. Seed pack, fine. ×1. Open to receive 100 random vegetable seeds. My eyes lit up. Both were good stuff. Anything that boosted stats, over on the trading channel. I haven't even seen it in the game before. Plus a premium seed. Now Farmer 1's got work to do. Decomposition successful. Snake skin, rare, ×1. Snake fong, rare, ×2. Snake gallbladder, rare, ×1. Raw meat, rare, ×4. I'll check the details later. I had Shield Mountain take point and head toward the spot that had been glowing earlier. Turned out to be a black iron treasure chest. Enhancements are limited, so I stashed it away to decide what to upgrade once we got back. Guan Yidao kept clearing the path. Less than 50 meters in, the brush gradually thinned out and the ground opened up. Finally, no more slogging through every step. Guan Yidao, who'd been hacking away the whole time, was burning through his stamina fast. Hold up. A familiar-looking plant at the edge of the brush made me call him to a stop. Lance-shaped leaves, hairless, no stalk, about a meter tall. It was ginger. I'd seen it at my grandpa's place. I pulled one up. Obtained ginger ×1. Good stuff. Uncle Guan, Shield Mountain, help me pull up this whole patch. The 3 of us bent down and stripped the ground clean of ginger. Obtained ginger ×22. Obtained ginger, premium, ×1. Huh? A little bonus, too. I did the math. Everyone's coming down with colds right now, scrambling for medicine everywhere. If I brew this in a ginger soup back home, I might just turn a nice profit. While other people were still worrying about food and shelter, I had 2 heavyweight generals at my side. I could gather supplies without holding back. No way was I going to waste the opportunity. Come on, keep searching. We moved and stopped, and the little surprises kept coming. Obtained wood ear mushroom ×5. Obtained mushroom ×6. Untouched virgin territory really is something else. Resources everywhere. Sure enough, I spotted another wooden chest. Picking stuff up as I went, I drifted farther and farther. Before I knew it, I'd wandered out of Shield Mountain's guard range. Yikes, A wild beast shot out of the grass, charged straight at my backside, and sent me flying more than a meter. I hit the ground face first, eating dirt. My lord, look out! Shield Mountain rushed over in an instant, ramming his shield into the beast. Thud, a dull impact. The two of them were evenly matched, neither budged an inch. Guan Yidao snapped out of it and hurried back. I scrambled to my feet, rubbing my sore backside, spat out the grass and dirt in my mouth, and raised my hand to appraise it. Honey Badger, Premium, Level 6. Combat Power, 318. Skill: Iron Head, Head Defense plus 20%, Strength plus 20%, cooldown 1 minute. So it was the legendary Honey Badger. Flat-topped head, thick hide, sharp claws, recognizable at a glance. This thing will pick a fight with a lion. Shield Mountain, block it. Uncle Guan, attack. I hit in the back and snuck in an arrow now and then. With Shield Mountain tanking, the Honey Badger couldn't break through. No matter how hard its head was, it wasn't harder than Shield Mountain. The thing was single-minded, fixated on ramming Shield Mountain, completely ignoring Guan Yidao hacking away at its back like crazy. It didn't. In just a few strikes, it went cold. A ball of white light rose up beside me. EXP plus 10. Obtained, Outhouse, Shelter Component, ×1. Waste is automatically converted into fertilizer. Dismantled and obtained, Honey Badger Hide, Fine, ×1. Raw Meat, Fine, ×4. Not a bad haul. It solved the bathroom problem and produced fertilizer to boot, killing 2 birds with 1 stone. I pulled up my panel. EXP 55 out of 100. Same as Guan Yidao. But Dunshan only had 15. So the experience was split by contribution. Dunshan only defended and never attacked, so he got half as much. My lord, there's something over here. Guan Yidao checked the spot where the Honey Badger had darted out. I walked over and it all clicked. No wonder it attacked me. I'd barged right into its territory and stolen its food. Parting the waist-high grass, we found a patch of bright red berries, absolutely mouth-watering. All 3 of us got to work immediately. Obtain berries ×108. Obtain nuts ×55. The Honey Badger's den had a stash of nuts hidden inside, too. The fruits were only thumb-sized, but enough to feed us for a day or 2. This time I learned my lesson. Guan Yidao took point. Dunshan brought up the rear, and I stayed sandwiched in the middle. I'd rather move slow than take another hit. We walked for a good while without finding anything new, though we did pick up 28 units of scattered stone, a nice little surprise. Suddenly, Guan Yidao stopped up ahead and turned back, lowering his voice. My lord, there are a lot of tracks up ahead, wolves. You two hide here. I'll go take a look. I quickly pulled Dunshan down with me behind a big tree, peering out at our surroundings through the gaps between his arms. Only a few minutes passed, but it felt like years. Just as I couldn't hold back any longer and was about to go find Guan Yidao, a burst of commotion reached us. EXP plus 1. EXP plus 5. Dunshan, what do you see? I stuck my head out but couldn't spot Guan Yidao anywhere. My lord, I see him. About 100 meters ahead, Uncle Guan is tangled up with a wolf pack, more than 30 of them. He's falling back this way. I got anxious, but charging in, I really didn't have the guts. I scanned around. That big tree behind us had a thick branch about 3 meters up. An idea formed in my head. Dunshan, boost me up there. I'll shoot arrows from the tree. You go back him up and get Uncle Guan to fall back over here. Got it. Without a word, Dunshan crouched down, gave me a lift, and hoisted me up with ease. Then he took off toward Guan Yidao. By now Guan Yidao had already retreated more than 50 meters. He was almost close enough to join us. I held up my black gold divine crossbow, aiming for the longest time, but not daring to fire. For one, it was too far, and I wasn't confident. For another, the wolves were too fast, and I was afraid of hitting Uncle Guan by mistake. EXP plus 2. The seconds ticked by. Wolves kept dropping one after another. Soon Dunshan arrived, and having him there made all the difference. He blocked the front and slowly backed up. That pack was only common and elite tier. There was no way they could break through his defense. It blinked back to 20 meters away. My wristband finally flashed the info. Forest Wolf, Common, Level 2, Combat Power, 56. Assessment, Mediocre attacks, cunning and vicious, excels at pack fighting. Forest Wolf, Superior, Level 3, Combat Power, 148. Assessment, Ferocious attacks, the the backbone of the pack. 20-some common forest wolves, 7 superior grade, mostly level 2 or 3. But I didn't see the alpha. A pack this big couldn't possibly be without a wolf king. 20 meters. With those 2-meter-plus bodies, I could hit a forest wolf with my eyes closed. With Shield Mountain holding the front line and me backing him up, Guan Yidao could finally cut loose. EXP plus 3. EXP plus 6. Another one down. So satisfying. I stood in the tree, unloading arrows without restraint. Common grade wolves went down in a single shot, and the superior ones dropped just the same once I hit a vital spot. Guan Yidao swung his broadsword like a whirlwind, dropping one wolf per strike without a single pause. Suddenly, a white light flashed above both our heads. We'd leveled up. Guan Yidao, rare, level 1, 2 300ths. Loyalty, 87. Combat power, 423. 298 plus 100 plus 25. Stamina, 78. Skill, 1 blade. Charge and burst, attack plus 100%, cooldown 30 minutes. Equipment, broadsword, superior, plus 15, leather armor, superior, plus 10. Assessment, an old soldier never dies, seasoned and experienced, capable of commanding 100 men. ID, 009527, Xiaotian level, 1, 2 out of 100. Combat power, 218, 88 plus 10 plus 120. Stamina, 90/100. Talent, C grade, enhance all things, upgradable. Aptitude, common. Equipment, black gold divine crossbow, exceptional, plus 120. Assessment, a human from Blue Star, on the verge of reaching the mortal limit. That's a pretty big gap. I level up once and gain 10 combat power. Uncle Guan levels up and gains 100. Staring at the two panels, I felt like total trash. My attacks barely changed, but Guan Yidao was completely reborn, faster, deadlier. The common forest wolves were cleared out in no time, leaving just 5 superior grade. A woo. A wolf howl rang out in the distance. A giant wolf over 2 meters tall came tearing through the air, closing to within 50 meters in the blink of an eye. Arrow rain. I triggered my skill just in time. A crossbow bolt shot out with a whoosh, splitting into 100 arrows right in front of the giant wolf. It had nowhere to dodge and took over a dozen arrows. Yet it didn't fall, still charging like mad. Guard. Shield Mountain activated his skill just before it pounced, slamming his iron shield into the ground and conjuring a shield projection nearly 2 meters tall. BM, a massive impact exploded out, knocking Shield Mountain back more than a meter. Luckily, he was tanky enough to come away without a scratch. Only then did I catch a glimpse of the giant wolf's panel. Forest Wolf, Wolf King, Rare, LV2. Take this. Before I could even finish reading the stats, Guan Yidao let out a thunderous roar. His massive blade flared with light and came crashing down. The Wolf King was cleaved clean in half, its head rolling across the ground. Okay then. Way too fast. I hadn't even finished checking its attributes, and the Wolf King was already dead. The moment the Wolf King fell, the remaining forest wolves lost all their nerve and scattered in every direction. I only managed to shoot one down. Guan Yidao cut down 2 more, and the last 2 got away. As for counting on Shan, forget it. At his speed, he probably couldn't even catch an ordinary forest wolf. Battle over. Time to collect the spoils. I leaped down from the tree trunk, and the 3 of us piled up all the carcasses and drops, breaking them down one by one. Haul. 6 portions of rare raw meat, 24 portions of fine raw meat, 104 portions of common raw meat, a huge pile of wolf pelts and fangs, and 8 drop orbs. I was grinning so hard my face nearly cramped. My storage space could barely hold it all. At this point, Guan Yidao was down to 40 stamina, covered in small cuts, and his leather armor had only 15 durability left. Shan was unharmed, still at 50 stamina, but his shield was nearly wrecked. I'd barely lifted a finger, so I still had 77 stamina left. I pulled up weather time. Slaughter Continent, Year 1, January 2nd, 12:45. Time until nightfall, 5 hours 15 minutes. Temperature 14 to 22 degrees Celsius. Overcast, turning to light rain. Before I knew it, it was already noon, and it looked like rain was coming. So I gathered the 2 of them and headed back to the shelter. Sure enough, after a 40-minute run home, the rain started coming down in a soft drizzle just as we stepped through the door. I quickly waved Nong-E inside to get out of the rain. The moment I walked in, a huge heap of thatch caught my eye. Looked like Nong-E hadn't slacked off one bit. Obtained thatch times 118. By now, everyone's stomach was pressed flat against their spine from hunger. I took out 4 cuts of rare raw meat and handed them to Guanidao. Today we're switching to the rare meat. Let's try something new and see what the difference is. Guanidao loyalty +5. The words had barely left my mouth when all 3 of their loyalty jumped 5 points, their eyes filled with disbelief. It had never occurred to them that I'd actually be willing to share the rare meat with everyone. Why are you all looking at me like that? It's just a few pieces of meat. I laughed. From now on, we'll be eating rare meat every single meal. Thank you, my lord, the 3 of them said in unison. Guanidao explained, my lord may not be aware. Fine-grade meat restores stamina quickly, but meat of rare grade and above can strengthen the body and boost combat power. It's incredibly precious. I waved a hand. Precious or not, it's nothing compared to you 3. People are what matter most. There'll only be more and more rare meat from here on out. Plenty to go around. You'll eat until you're sick of it. Now go get it ready. You're all starving. My lord, let me handle it. I'm the better cook. Let Brother Guan rest. Nong-E spoke up. Someone was fighting for the job. With him handling the cooking, I was more than happy to take it easy. That's when I remembered the water barrel was still empty, so I sent Shield Mountain to go fetch some. While he was gone, I started taking stock of today's haul. I set the black iron chest aside for now. I only had 2 enhancement chances left today, so I needed to finish counting everything before deciding where to use them. 164 portions of common raw meat, plus a good amount of the fine-grade stuff, 1 outhouse component, 1 seed pack, 1 mystery fruit, and a whole pile of ginger, berries, mushrooms, and nuts, along with a staggering quantity of hides and teeth. The common meat was for trading supplies. Demand was sky-high right now. The fine and rare cuts, I'd keep for us to eat. Now for the main event. 8 drops. 3 of them were gifts from the Wolf King. I stared at the storage locker panel, and my heart skipped a beat. Storage locker, 100 slots, each stacking up to 999, time frozen inside. Items never rot or decay. Good stuff. The real deal. I scanned through the rewards one by one. 10 portions of wood, 20 iron ingots, 1 4-piece clothing blueprint, 3 repair stones, each restoring 50 durability, 1 common Tang Saber blueprint, 1 fine-grade shield adding 20 combat power, and 1 mystery fruit worth 5 combat power. Another mystery fruit. I pushed the storage locker into the corner and stuffed all the beast materials I didn't need for now inside. My wristband space instantly cleared out by more than half, and I felt lighter all over. The trade channel brought in more earnings too, 158 portions of thatch, 26 of wood. The toilet paper was selling slow. Only 105 rolls moved all morning, with over 800 still listed. But the thatch had already piled up past 600 portions, and the wood was at 291, just 1 push away from upgrading the cabin. For grown men crammed into this tiny wooden shack, bumping shoulders every time someone turned around. And we still had to sleep here tonight. I made up my mind. Right after lunch, I'd trade for wood and upgrade. The aroma drifted into my nose, and every worry scattered. Shield Mountain got back with the water just in time, so I pulled out the last 6 bottles and passed them around. Once we finished eating, we could boil water, no more worrying about running dry. Looking at those 6 bottles, something suddenly clicked in my head. If I boiled the water and sold it, would anyone want it? I'd give it a shot later. Whether it was Farmer One's cooking skills or just how rare the meat was, all 4 of us ate with our heads down. A warm current spread from my stomach out to my limbs, and I could practically watch my stamina climbing. Blade 1 and Shield Mountain each gained a point of combat power. Farmer 1 gained 2, and I gained the most, 5. Once I'd rested enough, I pulled out the seed pack and used 1 enhancement chance. Enhancement successful. Obtained seed pack, rare, ×1. No superb grade, no surprise there. I opened it. 20 wheat, 5 potato, 25 cabbage, 10 chili, 10 tomato, rice, level 30, prime quality across the board. Staples and vegetables, all set. I shoved the seeds and a chunk of premium-grade ginger into Farmer One's hands, threw on a raincoat, and led him around to the back of the house. The moment I placed the rare farmland, white light exploded outward, and a stretch of freshly tilled black soil, complete with fencing, dropped out of thin air 50 meters away. Farmer 1, it's all yours. Plant a little of everything to start. I paused. That ginger's worth its weight in gold. It could buy us a real fortune. Plant as much of it as you can. Got it. Farmer 1's eyes lit up. Don't you worry, my lord. The bonuses on this farmland are no joke. I'd bet it won't be long before we're harvesting. He ducked into the rain and got to work in the blink of an eye. I'd meant to fence off the perimeter myself, but one look at the cost stopped me cold. 1 length of wood and 1 length of grass row per meter. Way too steep. I let it go. Back inside, Shield Mountain came up to meet me. My lord, the water's boiled. What now? No small containers to bottle it in, so there was no selling it. I told him to pour it into the water barrel for now and boil another pot, then went to dig through the trade channel myself. First, a look at the chat channel to check the mood. Chat channel regional population, 93, 125/100, 000. One morning, and another 100+ people gone. And that's just one region. Mom, Dad, my little sister, how are they doing right now? I shoved the thought down. Go soft, and you lose your grip. Survive first. Everything else you can earn the right to think about later. The screen was pure chaos. Anyone got cold medicine? Sell me 1 pill, please. It's freezing. I'm dying here. 100 grand cash for a single cold pill. I'm number 1. Anyone with medicine, send it to me and I'll handle distribution. Get lost. How are you not dead yet? One line caught my eye. So many people gone already, and look how many are running fevers on just day 2. What are we gonna do when the deep freeze hits in 5 days? It hit me like a jolt. I snapped awake. Hides make clothes. Ginger makes ginger tea. This wasn't a business opportunity. This was a matter of life and death. I opened the trade channel and searched, found someone selling bamboo cups, and added them as a friend. Hey, I want 100 cups. What's your price? A moment later, they replied, 50 wood or 10 meat. I almost laughed out loud. Highway robbery. Take another look at what you just said. 10 wood or 2 meat. Deal or no deal. Come on, man, that's way too low. I made every one of these by hand. My fingers are rubbed raw. Cut it out. If those didn't come off a crafting station, I'll wash my hair standing on my head. 100 cups doesn't burn through more than a few stalks of bamboo. Deal or no deal. Because I'll find someone else. Deal, deal, deal. Trading now. Trade successful. Obtain bamboo cup times 100. I'll want more later. Keep them coming. I pulled out the cups and handed all the ginger over to 1/Guan. Guan, you two get some ginger tea going. This piece of ginger's just about 1 pound. Half a pot at a time, then pour it into cups when it's done. I'll put it up for sale in a bit. Remember to send Gnome E a cup too. Don't let him catch a cold. Then I spotted something good on the trade channel. A basic stove, single use. Cooking over an open fire was such a pain. Buy it. Just as I was about to set it down, I realized there was no room in the house at all. I'd have to swap out some wood first. When I turned back to look, Guan Yi Dao and the others had already filled about 50 cups and were getting ready to boil the second pot. I picked up a cup, and the info popped up. Ginger soup, common, 200 ml wards off cold and warms the body, antibacterial and anti-inflammatory, relieves menstrual cramps. I raised an eyebrow. It can even relieve cramps. I rubbed my hands together. As an upstanding young man like myself, I simply have to care about women's health. In weather like this, I really can't stand to see the ladies suffer, so I've got to sell more. No, trade more. I'm not interested in supplies. I just want to help more girls go through a little less pain. I scrolled through the trade channel, and to my surprise, nobody was selling ginger soup. I was the only one. I set the price. 1 cup, 200 milliliters, for 10 bundles of thatch, or 5 loads of wood. 50 cups, all listed. Then I ran over to the chat channel to advertise. Once everything was up, I posted a few messages in the chat channel. Now selling large quantities of ginger soup. Wards off cold and warms the body. Antibacterial and anti-inflammatory. Relieves menstrual cramps. Grab yours while you can. The comments blew up instantly. Scammer, there's nothing for sale. Thanks, man, brought me back to life. So warm and cozy, feels amazing. Sob, I've been in pain all day, finally getting some relief. My poor 5 loads of wood. Bro, more please. Too slow, couldn't grab any. One more sip, or I'm gonna go meet my great-grandma. Some thanked me, some cursed me for price gouging, and others jumped out yelling, "Why isn't this free?" The whole spectrum of humanity, all on one screen. Friend requests piled up to 99 plus, all people trying to freeload. I blocked every single one. Hold on, still boiling. Restocking soon. Obtained thatch times 260, wood times 120. Seeing how hot the ginger soup was selling, I immediately hit up the bamboo cup seller. How many cups have you got saved up? Let's trade, quick. I've got 200 now. I want wood in exchange. Could you throw in 2 more cups of ginger soup too? Sure. But what do you need 2 for? If you're not feeling well, 1's enough. Haha, I've got myself a girl. She caught a cold, so I've got to bring her one. I was speechless for a moment. His life wasn't even secured yet, and he'd already started a romance. Whatever, none of my business. I just want the cups. 10 loads of wood and 2 cups of ginger soup got me 202 bamboo cups. Oh, nice touch. You even threw in the cups to hold the soup. The words had barely left my mouth when my wristband went ding. Brother Xiao, sell me a cup of ginger soup? I couldn't grab one, and I've been out in the rain all day. Ugh, my stomach's killing me. Signed, Li Weiwei. I didn't sell it. I just shipped one over for free. It's on the house. Next time you've got something good, come trade with me. I held off on stockpiling the ginger soup for now. I combined 100 bundles of thatch into 50 coils of rope and hit upgrade. Shelter upgrade successful. Wooden cabin, intermediate, 36 square meters next level. Wooden cabin, advanced, requirements. Wood 1000, thatch 1000, rope 100 rating. Windproof and rainproof, 1 bedroom and 1 living room. Can withstand attacks from ordinary animals. 36 square meters, with a 10 square meter room partitioned off. The living room was bright and open, and all 4 windows now had coverings, propped up by 2 wooden sticks. I was pretty pleased. It was these upgrade requirements, though. The materials had more than doubled. What the heck was the advanced level hiding? At least tonight, I wouldn't have to worry about finding a place to sleep. I walked over to the corner of the living room and tapped the stove. Cabin component stove. Use it. Smarter than I'd expected, it merged straight into the cabin's components. Use it. A flash of white light, and a stone and clay stove rose up in the corner. Its surface was smooth, with 2 burners that could hold 2 pots at once, and a molded clay chimney stretching outside. Divine craftsmanship, you couldn't fault it on looks or function. I spent 35 bundles of thatch and 5 units of wood to stock up on pots, pans, bowls, and dishes from the trade channel. All set. For the remaining 47 cups of ginger soup, this time I only took wood as payment. 1 shout in the chat channel, and they were gone in seconds. Obtain wood times 235. Bro, that's not cool. I toughed it out and went to pull 10 bundles of thatch. Why'd you switch to only taking wood? Chill, I'll put up more in a bit. A lot of people were like him. They'd only stocked up on thatch, couldn't make the trade, and the complaints came pouring in. Dunshan, boil another pot. Here's 200 cups. You 2 get started, holler when it's ready. I'm gonna take a look around. Got it, my lord. Out in the rain, Nomi was still hard at work. Most of the fields were already planted, and it looked like he was almost done. I set down the fish pond first. About 20-some square meters, less than a meter deep. Fish pond, ordinary, can hold up to 100 units of aquatic life. Generates water automatically. Water is not drinkable. Not much use. I'd been hoping to channel the creek water in to make hauling water easier, but it looked like I'd still have to dig a separate ditch and build a reservoir. Building a fence around the protective dome would cost at least 600 wood and 600 rope, by my calculations. I couldn't afford to blow that much, and I didn't want to fence it into a circle anyway. So I just ran a 200-meter fence along the east side facing the forest, 100 meters from the cabin, walling off this patch of flat ground from the woods. I left a 3-meter-wide gap in the middle. 200 rope and 200 wood. The fence was only 1.5 meters tall. An ordinary forest wolf could clear it in 1 leap. But I still had an ace up my sleeve, the blood-sucking. The thorn seed, exceptional grade. I dug a pit beside the gap in the fence and dropped the seed in. Skipped the water. Instead, I tossed in a chunk of raw meat. The seed burst through the soil instantly, its sprout diving headfirst into the meat. The chunk visibly shrank and vanished. while the vines shot up like crazy, climbing out in every direction. By the time that piece of wolf meat was gone, it had already pushed out one main branch and two side branches, a good 3 feet long. This thing had a mind of its own. It knew exactly who its master was. The main branch reached over and gently coiled around my leg, rubbing against it like it was nuzzling for attention. "Quite the appetite you've got," I laughed. "A whole chunk of meat, and you only grow 3 feet. I was going to trade this meat for supplies, but we're not short anymore, so it's all yours. Just guard this gap for me. Let it open when our own people head out." "Got it." It understood. The main branch nodded right in front of my eyes, its leaves trembling with excitement. I kept tossing wolf meat into the pit. The thorns grew faster and faster, the entire main branch buried in the pile of meat, every spike drinking it in. In the blink of an eye, it shot out 2 more side branches, tearing along both sides of the fence. The main branch wove back and forth across the gap, forming an archway with countless thin tendrils hanging down like a curtain. I had 162 portions of ordinary raw meat. I fed it 140 and kept 22 in reserve for emergencies. The thorns had already crawled out nearly 150 meters. We were still under the protection period anyway. As long as I got the entire perimeter fence covered before it ended, we'd be fine. Guard it well. Ordinary animals come by. Eat whatever you want. Just leave the pelts. Anything fine grade or above, remember to save it for me. I stroked the main branch, and it wrapped around my arm like a snake, as if it didn't want me to leave. Next, I pulled out an arrow tower and slammed my last upgrade chance onto it. Upgrade successful. Obtained arrow tower, rare, ×1 combat power 200, range 250 meters, 1 arrow per second, arrows auto-replenish. Durability 100, skill A, rapid fire. Instantly fires 10 arrows, plus 20% attack, 10-minute cooldown. Combat power went up, range got longer, and I scored a free skill on top of it. I'd have another upgrade tomorrow, so naturally, I wasn't going to pile everything in one spot. I walked 50 meters to the left of the gap and set the tower down. As the white light faded, a stone tower 10 meters tall and 2 meters wide rose from the ground, with a wooden ladder up the back. Climbing to the 8-meter mark, there was a walkway 90 centimeters wide ringed with a wooden railing. Turns out the arrow tower wasn't just a weapon, it doubled as a watchtower, with room for a few people to stand guard. Standing up there, the view opened up wide. I could see for miles. Once the second arrow tower went up tomorrow, there wouldn't be a single blind spot within hundreds of meters of the cabin. The creek was less than 30 meters out front. Dig a moat in front of the fence, and the shelter would be even more secure. Once I finished, I headed back to the cabin. Farmer 1 was done planting too. I went over to take a look. My lord, this soil is rich as can be. The only thing is, not enough space. Tomatoes and peppers can be harvested over and over, so they take up a lot of room. 5 plants each, and there goes a third of the plot. I cut the fine ginger into 10 pieces and got them in the ground. Planted some cabbage and potatoes too. No room for the wheat and rice, so I set those aside for now. Nice work. The sprouts had already broken through. The panel showed, rare crops mature in 3 days, fine ginger in just 24 hours. Perfect. Once the deep freeze hits, I'll have an endless supply of ginger soup to sell. The only problem is that farming might not be possible in extreme cold. I'll need to figure out a solution ahead of time. Come on, let's head back inside. I'm soaked through. It's miserable. Back in the house, Guan Dao and the other one were hard at work. They'd already filled over 100 cups, both pots steaming away. Nong Yi, never one to sit still, jumped right in to help. I remembered I still had that outhouse blueprint and pulled it up. Cabin component, outhouse. Use now. Use it. Again, it merged straight into the cabin. After the flash, a new door appeared on the left side of the living room. I pushed it open, a 2-square-meter bathroom, complete with a wooden toilet and a drain. It could double as a shower room too. Good thing the door opened on the left. If it had been next to the bedroom, I'd have gotten an earful of smells every night while trying to sleep. My lord, we're out of cups. Should we keep boiling? Guan Dao asked. Keep boiling. Make as much as you can. We're not going anywhere this afternoon. This is the one thing we're doing. I put the 200 cups of ginger soup up for sale, gathered up all the thatch and wood, and traded the bamboo cup seller for another 200 cups. No need to advertise. People were already watching the trade channel. Less than a minute after I listed them, sold out. Acquired thatch times 1400, wood times 300. Sweet. One serving of ginger makes 100 cups, and I can still boil another 1300. It'd be hard not to get rich. Hey man, pick up the pace. I need cups in bulk over here. Xiao the quantity's no problem. But I've been chopping bamboo in the rain this whole time. It's brutal. Any chance you could bump up the price? I thought about it. He had a point. If you want the ox to pull, you've got to keep it fed. And frankly, I couldn't care less about a bit of extra material at this point. Tell you what, for every 100 cups, I'll throw in an extra 10 thatch. He hesitated for a good while on the other end, wanting to push for more, but afraid I'd just go find someone else, since anyone could do this job. All right, deal. We'll do it your way. I opened the chat channel. Buying blueprints, summoning orders, and unusual items in bulk. DM me if interested. A message popped up right below. 9527. You bloodsucker. All you know how to do is exploit your own people. Why won't you hand your resources over to me to distribute? Do you have any idea how many people you've killed? That number one guy again. A wave of anger flared up inside me. I was about to let him have it. But before I could, several people had already beaten me to it. Hey, you giant moron upstairs. Did your brain spring a leak? Why don't you hand over your resources? Out here just trying to freeload off everyone all day. Yeah, I'm hungry. Why don't you share some of your food with me? I bet this guy's mentally challenged. Don't let him off the hook, everyone. Boo-hoo. He scammed me out of several batches of materials. Promised we'd split everything, and I never got a single one back. I didn't say a word. My friends opened fire first, then countless others piled on, and even a few of his scam victims crawled out of the woodwork, roasting number one until he nearly went silent. Watching all this unfold, I suddenly understood something. Real, dependable order never gets built just because someone steps up and shouts, "I'll handle the distribution." It has to grow bit by bit, through trade after trade, through keeping your word time after time. Just like that fence, one log, one strand of grass rope, slowly linking together into a wall. Humph. Number one was still talking tough. Every last one of you is too stupid to know what's good for you. You'd rather protect this blood-sucking capitalist. Fine, I'll show you his true colors right now. Number one was practically coughing up blood. He'd just produced a batch of toilet paper, planning to ride my coattails and make a quick profit. Now, instead, he was dead set on going to war with me. He cranked out 100 rolls in one go, emptied out every last bit of his materials, and dumped them all on the market. 0.00001. Today I'll show you the ugly face of a capitalist. I'm listing 1,000 rolls of toilet paper at half the price of 9,527. I opened the trade channel. My toilet paper had barely sold. I still had over 900 rolls left. I pulled the listing and reposted it. 5 rolls for just 1 unit of thatch. I'd stopped wanting this stuff a long time ago. Better to trade it for a good reputation. 0.09527. Blowout sale. 5 rolls of toilet paper for just 1 unit of thatch. 0.44444. Now that's class. This is what a real boss looks like. Thanks for the giveaway. The toilet paper vanished in an instant, and the channel filled with people singing my praises. Number one, on the other hand, hadn't sold a single roll. He'd lost everything. Didn't even have firewood left to burn. A little while later, Lucy sent me a trade. 400 bamboo cups came in, and I turned right around and handed them off to Guanidao. Only then did I have time to check those 99 friend messages. Cutting out the freeloaders, quite a few people had traded with me this time. I added them all as friends and went through them one by one. The first was my old friend, Li Weiwei. Li Weiwei, 1 bedding 3-piece set blueprint permanent, 5 repair stones, and 1 vegetable greenhouse, fine. Xiao, how much do you think these 3 are worth? Was this woman secretly the Heavenly Wei's illegitimate daughter? She had a never-ending supply of blueprints every single day. I obviously wanted the first 2, and they'd be easy to price. But that vegetable greenhouse was a rare item. Once the protection period ended, it'd be nothing but bitter cold out there. How could she bear to part with it? Xiao Tian, the extreme cold is coming next, so this vegetable greenhouse will be a huge help. And that bedding blueprint, why wouldn't you keep it for yourself? Li Weiwei, I've got cracked open 2 blueprints. Got a rare tier vegetable greenhouse. Wouldn't even bother with a fine tier 1. I like to wander around, Snag a treasure chest here and there. I was speechless for a second. Did she even hear herself? It took me 2 whole days to find 3 treasure chests, and there she was, casually picking one up here and there. Xiao Tian. 8,000 units of thatch, sound good? I didn't want to take advantage of her. This stuff was exactly what I desperately needed. The price wasn't cheap, but some things you just can't buy no matter how much you want them. Li Weiwei. Doing business with you is a breeze. Deal. Not like some of those scumbags who try to screw me over every single day. From now on, I'll only trade the good stuff with you. Trade complete. I kept scrolling. Wang Chu. 1 basement, common. 1 farmland, fine. 1M? Xiao Tian. Bro, you're online. Yeah, I'll take both. What do you want in return? A good while passed before he replied with just 2 characters. Wang Chu. 200. 200 wood? That I could live with. Xiao Tian. 200 wood, right? No problem. Let's trade. I listed 200 wood. Trade complete. I read through them one by one. Plenty of good stuff. By the time I hit the last message, I'd blown through all my thatch and wood. Here's what I walked away with. 3 common farmlands, 1 common summoning order, 1 common mysterious fruit, 1 permanent leather armor crafting blueprint, 20 units of iron, 1 kerosene lamp, and 1 common tier space expansion scroll. It wasn't that this was all there was. Some folks just quoted outrageous prices, and I wasn't about to play the sucker. 1 message left. I opened it and froze right where I sat. What stunned me wasn't just the item itself, it was the price the seller was asking. Lin Ming, Kin-seeking ring, rare, special one-time item. Interested? For 1,000 units of thatch, for 1,000 units of wood. Kin-seeking ring, rare, special one-time item. Detects the location of your closest kin within a given area. Once found, you can add them as a friend and trade 1 type of resource daily, up to a limit of 99. Common tier scans 500 kilometers, fine tier 5,000 kilometers. Rare tier scans the entire area. Superior tier scans 100 areas within a mid-region. Epic tier scans 100 mid-regions within a major region. And legendary tier scans the entire killing continent. Note: extremely rare. It's nearly impossible for a second rare tier to appear in the same area within a short span of time. Miss it and don't come crying. An item made specifically for finding family. One-time use. I was floored, and even more floored by the string of info that followed. So 1 major region held 100 mid-regions, and each mid-region held 100,000 person areas like mine. And there were who knew how many major regions above that. Going by Blue Star's population of nearly 10 billion, there had to be at least 10 major regions. It'd be a lie to say I wasn't tempted. With my talent, at the very least. If I can upgrade it to excellent grade, the odds of finding mom and dad go way up. As for searching in this district, I gave up on that long ago. I've sent out countless messages, and every one of them sank like a stone. On top of that hint, I made up my mind. No matter the cost, I'm getting this thing. Oh wait, the prompt is back. Are you there? Are you there? Let me ask you. What was the deal with giving me a talent and then downgrading it? That's when it hit me. The mysterious prompt had popped up again, and I hurried to press it for answers. Prompt: severely wounded, energy insufficient, unable to appear frequently. Don't worry, once my energy is restored, even a C grade can perform like an SSS grade. To conserve energy, I won't respond again unless absolutely necessary. Meanwhile, in another region, a middle-aged woman held a little girl in her arms, sitting helplessly in a thatched hut with rain leaking through the roof. The girl's face was flushed red, and the woman herself was burning up with fever too. She raised a weak hand, straining to shield the child in her arms from the falling rain. Lin, wake up, don't scare mommy. Xiong, Tian, where are you? For some reason, my heart suddenly clenched with an inexplicable panic. I wanted that ring, but this price was clearly meant to rip me off, so of course I had to haggle. Xiao Tian, not bad. Cut the price in half, and it's a deal. 2,000 units of thatch and 2,000 units of wood would already be enough to upgrade to an advanced log cabin. Even though I've got no trouble selling ginger soup right now, that still stings. Ding. A message. I thought smugly that I'd be able to reach mom and dad by tomorrow. Then I read it and lost it. Lin Meng, in your dreams. That's not the price anymore. 5,000 units of thatch for 1,000 units of wood. Take it or leave it. Wait any longer, and it goes up again. A wave of fury shot straight to my head. Did this guy really think he had me over a barrel? On the other end, Lin Ming stood in his thatched hut, sneering, his face twisted and vicious, a scar running from the corner of his eye down to his jaw. Chilling to look at. He was a death row inmate, multiple counts of home invasion robbery and murder. He'd been caught not long ago, his execution a done deal, only to stumble into a transmigration and escape his fate. With a reckless, death-defying streak, he actually lived pretty comfortably here. He'd killed a few wild wolves and even cracked open a silver treasure chest, scoring a rare broadsword and this family reunion ring. He hadn't used the ring to find his own wife. He had his sights set on me. All he wanted was to squeeze me for everything he could. Little punk, you think I can't reel you in? Reply to my message and I'll jack up the price again. Haha. Xiao Tian, dream on. This is the price. Take the deal or forget it. Keep it and let it rot. Ding. Lin Ming heard his wristband chime and grinned from ear to ear. Here we go. He opened it and froze. Then a thought crossed his mind. Something's off. This kid has the most resources in the whole district. For him to receive a family reunion. Here's the English translation. Rong's reply proved he must have someone lined up to buy. I almost fell for his bluff. Lin Ming, no way. 5,000 thatch, for 1,000 wood. Take it or leave it. Someone's already contacted me. I won't sell for less than that price. He swallowed hard, feeling uneasy inside, terrified he'd priced it too high and scared off the buyer. Bam! I slammed my fist onto the crafting table with a dull, ear-ringing thud. Damn it! My lord, what happened? Guan Dao and the others rushed over. I told them about the mysterious prompt. This ring is too important. If the prompt says that, it's probably hinting that my family's in danger. Whether the deal goes through or not, let's sell the ginger soup first. Cover both bases. Understood. We'll brew the ginger soup as fast as we can. The three of them immediately split up the work and stoked the fire. After calming down for a moment, I actually cleared my head. I had to get the item, but I couldn't rush it. Let it sit for a while. I wouldn't reply. A little while later, Lin Ming sent another message. Lin Ming, you sure you don't want it? Then I'm selling. Zhao Tianlin's offering good terms. Heh. I sneered and ignored him. Lin Ming. Kid, if I weren't in such a hurry to upgrade my shelter, I'd trade it straight to Zhao Tianlin. That's an excellent grade summoning order we're talking about. Last chance. Don't regret it. After he sent that, half an hour passed. I didn't reply a single word. Lin Ming panicked. Had this kid gotten smart, or did he really not want it? An hour passed. I timed it perfectly before finally typing. Xiao Tian. I don't believe there's anyone else in this district who can afford it. On the other end, Lin Ming lost it. He kicked the table across the room, cursing up a storm. Lin Ming, no way. This is my price. Otherwise, I'd rather trade the item to someone else. He knew perfectly well, nobody but me could afford it. But selling at this price stuck in his craw. And the prompt had said a second ring would be extremely hard to come by. So I wanted to gamble too. After all, one step slow means always a step behind. Stalemate. 2 hours passed, and neither of us said a word. Guan Dao and the others watched me with worried faces. I nearly sent a message several times, but forced myself to hold back. Ding. Lin Ming. I'll knock off 1,000 thatch, tops. Take it or leave it. On the other end, Lin Ming's palms were sweating, his clothes soaked through, wringing his hands back and forth. Clearly he'd been struggling for a long time. Those few hours of back and forth made it crystal clear. This guy was no pushover. I could cough up the materials, and if I lost them, I could earn them back any time, a day at most to break even. But I refused to let him call the shots. Doing business is like being a person. The one who panics names the price first. I closed the chat window. I'll leave you hanging. Bet you'll drop the price yet. I pulled up Lucy. Xiao Tian. Lucy, I need another 1,300 bamboo cups. Fast as you can. On the other end, Lucy froze for a long moment. Lucy. Bro, you're my brother from another mother. 1,300 bamboo cups. I'd have to chop over 100 bamboo stalks. With this stone axe of mine, that'd take forever. Without a word, I mailed over my fine quality iron axe, which had only 22 durability left. Xiao Tian, it's yours. Just find a repair stone before the durability runs out. Get the bamboo cups to me before dark. Lucy stared at the iron axe in his hands, practically drooling. Lucy, from this day on, you're my big bro. I'll get the job done, guaranteed. I put the 100+ cups of ginger tea I'd just made up for sale, then went back and forth with Lin Meng for a good while. Exhausting. I stepped out of the little cabin to catch some air. Outside, it was already pouring. Slaughter Continent, Year 1, Jan 2nd, 1636. 1 hour 24 minutes until nightfall. Temp 14-22 degrees C. Heavy rain turning to downpour. The rain came down harder and harder. Mist filled the air and visibility was terrible. I could barely make out the shadow of the fence. Dunshan grabbed the big pot to go fetch water, but I stopped him. Catch some rainwater. Let me take a look. I pulled up the panel. Rainwater, no contamination, perfectly clean, safe to drink directly. Perfect, cleaner than the creek water. Just collect the rain. I searched containers in the trade channel and found someone selling wooden barrels, quite a lot of them. Looks like plenty of lucky folks had unlocked the blueprint too. A single barrel cost just 2 units of wood. Cheap. I spent all my remaining 16 units of wood on 8 10-liter barrels and lined them all up under the eaves to catch water. With that, my thatch and wood were tapped out. Food wasn't an issue, though, and I was still sitting on a pile of useless items. Now it all came down to how Lin Meng would respond. Since I decided to leave him hanging, I just ignored him and turned to take inventory of my items. Space Expansion Scroll, common. Used to gain plus 10 storage slots. Good stuff, but using it now would be a waste. I'll save it to upgrade tomorrow. Basement, common. Used to generate a 2-meter tall, 9 square meter underground space. Too small. Considering the extreme cold after the protection period ends, I have to upgrade it. Who knows, it might end up being a lifesaver. Vegetable greenhouse, fine. Deploy to cover 100 square meters of farmland. Keeps interior 15 degrees warmer than outside. A must-have for the extreme cold. If I can grow a large supply of food, that's where the real profit is. Upgrade, definitely upgrade. After going through everything, I wanted to upgrade all of it, and there was still a black iron treasure chest waiting in line. I could only start by using up the ones that didn't need upgrading. Kerosene lamp, common, lights up 25 meters. 1 unit of fuel lasts 12 hours. Practical. No more relying on the faint glow of the furnace at night. Too bad the built-in fuel only lasts 12 hours. Then, at the crafting table, I used the 4-piece clothing set and 3-piece bedding set blueprints. 4-piece clothing set can be produced with leather, cloth, or silk. Each piece costs 1 unit material. Now that's a bit of a ripoff. 1 unit each for the shirt and pants, fine. A pair of shoes, I can live with that. But why does underwear need a whole unit too? What is this, 10-ply? 8-ply? Afraid I'm gonna stink it up or something. Out of curiosity, I burned through 4 units of leather and hit craft. Men's or women's? One size fits all, adjusts automatically once worn. Seems like it's not quite what I had in mind. Men's. 2 minutes later, a flash of white light, and the 4-piece set appeared on the platform. Turns out I was pleasantly surprised. The shirt and pants each came in a summer and winter version, and there were 2 pairs of shoes too, with soles as thick and soft as a stack of cushions. And the underwear I'd been griping about? Not 1 piece, 3 of them. Only the color stayed the same. Whatever color the fur was, that's the color of the finished product. So, all told, for units of leather got me 2 full outfits for winter and summer, 2 pairs of shoes, and 3 pairs of underwear. Yeah, I was being shallow. I headed back to the bedroom and changed out of my soaked clothes. It was warm inside, so I just threw on the summer set. Good fit, breathable, comfortable. Good things aren't meant to be hoarded. I used the leftover leather to make 3 more sets and handed them out to the others. The scraps were just enough for 3 sets of bedding and pillows. Only I was short on straw, so I'd have to make those along with the beds later. Uncle Guan, come change your clothes. You're all soaked. Working like that's gotta be miserable. The 3 of them put on the new outfits and perked right up. After a short break, they buried themselves in work again. On my end, the ginger soup kept rolling out. Over at Lucy's, the bamboo cups kept coming. And Guan Yidao and the other 2 churned out ginger soup nonstop. Finally, at 6 in the evening, right before dark, everything sold out. Outside, the rain came down in torrents. Plenty of people were still crammed into the thatched huts. The ginger soup was a hit, and buyers kept coming, but sadly, the ginger had run dry. Lucy, bro, you still want bamboo cups? Xiao Tian, Yeah, make him. We'll trade tomorrow. Start with 1,000. Lucy, you got it, bro. 1,300 cups of ginger soup got me 6,000 units of straw and 3,500 units of wood. With the resources in hand, I really wanted to reach out to Lin Meng right then, but in the end, I held back. Wait a little longer. I can't let him lead me around by the nose. I'll buy, sure, but how much I spend is my call. The upper hand was mine, so I wasn't sweating it. As for that whole spiel from Lin Meng, I didn't believe a single word. An excellent grade summoning order? Yeah, tell it to someone who'll buy it. If anyone actually had one of those, who'd trade it away, just look at Guan Yidao's strength and you'd get it. With an excellent grade under your command, what resource couldn't you get your hands on? What I didn't know was that, at that very moment, Lin Meng was slumped on the ground, drenched in sweat, muttering to himself. I'm done for. Did I just blow it? How is this kid so damn sharp? Whether he was panicking or not was none of my concern. With the resources in hand, I was steady as a rock. I just didn't know when he'd cave, and even less about how my parents were doing right now. If things got dicey, looks like I'd better stock up on some emergency items. Once this ring is not easy, you can only mail one type of item per day. While I was mulling this over, Guan Yidao's voice came through. Boss, I'm done with the work. What's next? I glanced at the time. Half an hour until dark. The rain was letting up, and visibility was clearing. Uncle Guan, take these 2 repair stones. Fix up the weapons and leather armor, then head out for a patrol. Be back before nightfall. Nongyi, go check on the fields. It's been pouring all day. Don't let anything happen to the crops. Dunshan, we've only got 2 rain jackets, so you stay inside. Perfect timing. I'm going to make that new shield I just got. I walked over to the crafting table and pulled out the blueprint. Shield, fine, single-use blueprint. Consumes wood times 2, iron ingot times 5. Use it. Use it. A flash of white light, and a ball of light appeared on the table. I picked it up for a closer look. Iron Thorn Tower Shield, fine. Combat power plus 20, durability 100 100ths. 1.5 meters tall, 0.8 meters wide, 30 gene in weight. The surface is covered in iron thorns, granting extremely high defense, immune to fine-grade attacks. Offensive capability when used to bash die. The crafting table was surprisingly considerate. It didn't materialize the thing directly. Those densely packed iron spikes looked terrifying. Dunshan, catch. See how it feels in your hands. I tossed the ball of light over, and Dunshan tapped it open. A massive iron shield bristling with thorns appeared in his hands. He gave it a light swing, clearly satisfied with the heft. Thank you, boss. This weight is just right. With this, I can protect you even better. Glad it works. Set it aside for now. I'm going to make the beds and blankets. You can get things organized. There was nothing else I could use at the moment, so I had no choice but to sell off some of my food. Otherwise, I couldn't even make a few wooden beds, and there'd be no upgrading the shelter today. Besides, I wanted to see what other special goodies were hidden away in the trading channel. I opened the trading channel and listed all 22 remaining portions of common-grade raw meat at once, 1 unit for 5 units of wood. Then I dropped a message in the chat channel. 009527. Raw meat, fine. Trading for blueprints and items only. Limited quantity. 1 stone, 1,000 ripples. Other people didn't have a single bite to eat, and here I was already selling fine-grade meat. 006767. Boss, I'll do a dance. Videos already sent. Send me a piece. 005151. Back off. The boss is mine. Big bro, let me be your girlfriend. 098557. A boss is a boss. I'm still down here licking ants off the ground, and you've got rare grade meat to spare. 052095. Big bro, this little sis will trade a pair of plain black stockings for a piece. Pics already sent. My friend messages kept blowing up. I couldn't even be bothered to glance at them. The rules stayed the same. First, screening out the freeloaders. The first one I clicked was 052095. No extra words, just a single image. Out of curiosity, I opened it. These black stockings, so pale and plump. I quietly hit save, then tapped decline. The second was a video from that masseuse sis, charging $9.98. On instinct, I opened it too. SSSS. That stripper pole is really something sexy. No, I can't keep watching. It'll shake my resolve. I closed the video. On the other end of the screen, someone was probably grinding their teeth in frustration. Selling a little something for supplies is also just a way to survive. But with me, they hit a wall every single time. Passerby, 3 units of rare-grade fertilizer for 10 units of your fine-grade meat. The first offer already left me speechless. Xiaotian, you dreaming? 3 units. Take it or leave it. Passerby, come on. This is rare-grade fertilizer brewed from the dung of a rare tiger. 6 units minimum. Xiaotian, then keep it and eat it slowly. Passerby, boss, throw in a little more. 3 units is too little. Xiaotian, I'll add 100 bundles of thatch grass. Take it or leave it. After a few rounds, the other side caved. Fertilizer, rare, each unit affects 1 square meter of farmland, accelerating growth by 12 hours. Struck gold. With this, the ginger would be ready by tomorrow morning. A plan to help my parents was slowly taking shape in my mind. Li Weiwei, summoning order, fine. Big bro Xiao want it? I froze for a second. This Li Weiwei, how does she keep pulling one good item after another? Xiaotian, your luck. A summoning order's so precious, why not use it yourself? Li Weiwei, I did use one. Opened 2 chests this afternoon and used a rare one too. Summoned a gorgeous lady, super strong, 1 long spear, took down a huge wild boar in 2 strikes. I'm not short on people, and I've got enough food. It's just weird. Aside from treasure chests, the fine and rare-grade beasts bolt the moment they spot me from a distance. I'm desperate for fine-grade food, want to trade some. Can't keep chatting anymore, and I'll spiral into depression. Grinding all day, and it's still worse than someone else's luck from a casual stroll outside. Xiaotian, how much you trading? Li Weiwei, is 4 units okay? Sis is great in every way, she just eats a lot. She puts away 3 pounds of ordinary raw meat in one sitting. Worried anything less won't be enough. Below my target price. Done deal, no hesitation. The next one actually caught me off guard. Wu Ming, black iron treasure chest, bro, want it? Chests can be traded too. It was like a door to a whole new world had been pushed open for me. An idea immediately popped into my head, one I planned to try soon. Xiaotian, naked bro, why don't you open it yourself? Wu Ming, my name's Wu Ming, not naked bro. I don't want to trade it either, but I'm dead broke, not even. I don't even have a full set of clothes. I finally upgraded to a log cabin, but if I don't swap for some food soon, I'll starve to death tonight. I don't dare to gamble. If I open something worthless, I won't make it through the night. Xiaotian, 2 units. Wu Ming, deal. At least I've got a meal lined up for tomorrow. Whether a person, starving, would rather gamble their life or play it safe. This world forces everyone to reconsider what it really means to be able to afford the bet. Next, I traded 11 units of fine raw meat for 1 fine-grade farm plot, 1 ordinary breeding farm, 1 ordinary vegetable greenhouse, 1 fine-grade slaughterhouse, and 1 ordinary mill. I was a little puzzled. Plants and animals can be decomposed directly, so why would I need a slaughterhouse and a mill? A hunch crept in. Going forward, I'd probably have to do a lot of things by hand. With the remaining 8 portions of fine raw meat, I ran an experiment based on my own thinking. 2 portions traded for 1 black iron treasure chest. 4 portions traded for 1 bronze treasure chest. If it paid off, my odds of scoring good stuff down the road would be much higher. As for the wooden chests, I couldn't be bothered with those. 009527 posted fine raw meat for treasure chests on the trade channel. First come, first served. Once it was up, I let it be. By then, the ordinary meat was cleared out too, and 110 units of wood were in hand. First, I stashed the items I didn't need for now into the storage box, then crafted 3 wooden beds and 3 sets of bedding at the workbench. I told Shield Mountain to set them up and headed for the farm while there was still a little daylight left. Farmhand 1. Use these 3 portions of fertilizer on the ginger first. Remember to harvest first thing tomorrow morning and come back to cook once you're done. With that, I turned toward the fence and made my way over to the blood-sucking bramble. It sensed my presence, and its main vine slithered over like a snake, coiling affectionately around my arm. In just one afternoon, its side vines had grown several more meters. Suddenly, one of the side vines surged toward me, as if wrapping something up. Only when I got closer did I see what it was: a rabbit, and some strange creature I'd never seen before. Big-eared rabbit, fine. Level, 1 EXP 6, 300's combat power, 115. Gluttonous, timid, suitable for raising. Status, unconscious. Treasure hunting rat, rare, tameable. Level, 2 EXP 12, 500's combat power, 215. Skilled at finding treasure chests, treasures, and/or deposits. Timid by nature, low combat ability. Status, unconscious. Without the info panel, I honestly couldn't have connected them to rabbit or rat. The big-eared rabbit weighed nearly 30 pounds, its two ears drooping a good 8 inches. The treasure-hunting rat had short forelimbs and long hind legs, standing upright almost like a human, with two big flared-out ears on top of its head, each bigger than my palm. The blood-sucking bramble was so clever, it really did only feed on ordinary-grade animals. And I'd just opened a breeding farm, perfect timing. I materialized it next to the fish pond. Farm. Common can raise common animals and select small refined-grade animals. It took up 2,000 square feet, half of it covered, the largest building in the shelter. Select small refined grade. I wasn't sure if the big-eared rabbit counted. I tossed it in. Schwip. The farm threw up an iron fence, sectioning off a 100-square-foot space and pinning the big-eared rabbit inside. It snapped awake instantly, then lay down obediently. Big-eared rabbit, refined, times 1 pregnant gives birth in 3 days tamed. Nice. This was even more advanced than modern tech. All I had to do was drop in food. Just then, Farmer 1 came back from the fields. Farmer 1, feed this rabbit a little every day. Start with fresh grass. My lord, I'm back. Before he'd finished speaking, Guan Dao appeared outside the fence with an animal carcass slung over his shoulder. Thud. My lord, I did my patrol, nothing unusual. On the way back, I found a horse bear dead on the ground, probably shot by the arrow tower. It was 200 meters out. I almost missed it. You can't see info on dead animals, so I broke it down directly. Obtained. Bear hide, rare, times 1, bear paw, rare, times 2, raw meat, rare, times 6. Whoa, the arrow tower was that powerful. Taking down even a rare-grade beast? Free meat. Huh. Uncle Guan. Good eyes on your part. This is rare grade. We're eating well again tonight. Both Guan Dao and Farmer 1 laughed. I picked up the treasure-hunting rat and headed back to the shelter with the two of them. Shield Mount had already made up the wooden beds, 3 of them lined against the wall, spaced a foot apart, all neat and tidy. You 3 sort out who sleeps where tonight. You'll finally get a good night's rest. Farmer 1, take these 4 pieces of rare meat. The mushrooms and wood ear are in the storage cabinet. Help yourself. Eat up and turn in early. Huh. Something moved in my palm. I looked down. The treasure-hunting rat had woken up and was struggling, suddenly craning its head to bite me. You little beast, how dare you? Guan Dao roared and clamped a hand around the rat's head. Wait, I shouted. A second slower and the rat's head would have been gone. Uncle Guan, this thing's a treasure. It can find ore, treasure, and treasure chests. I want to tame it. Work with me here. The treasure-hunting rat was trembling all over now, terrified its head would burst the next second. Little guy, will you submit? Do it, and I'll make sure you eat like a king every day. Squeak, squeak. The treasure-hunting rat submits to you. Tame it. Tame it. Taming successful. Treasure-hunting rat, rare, belongs to Xiao Tianzhong loyalty, 60 combat power, 215. Skills, echo positioning, detect movement within a 10 li radius, spirit scent, sniff out, or treasures and treasure chests within a 10 li radius. Evaluation, weak in combat, but an invaluable helper. Haha, what a treasure. Here, have some goodies. I grinned so wide my back teeth showed as I set it down on the ground and pulled out a handful of nuts to place in front of it. Squeak. It sniffed at them, then started gnawing away in pure delight, its long tail swishing back and forth. Anyone who didn't know better might have mistaken it for a dog. Treasure hunting rat loyalty +5. I combined 200 units of thatch into 100 hemp ropes, getting ready to upgrade the shelter. I was genuinely curious about what an advanced cabin would look like. Upgrade shelter? Cost. Thatch times 1,000. Wood times 1,000. Grass rope times 100. Upgrade. The ground shook beneath my feet. Everyone froze as if hit by a paralysis spell, the treasure-hunting rat still holding its nut-gnawing pose. The living room stretched outward. The roof rose higher and higher. Floorboards materialized overhead. A door sprang up on the right side, and a wooden staircase extended between the two rooms, climbing upward. Boom. Upgrade complete. Shelter, advanced cabin. Next level, stone house, low grade. Stone house blueprint, wood times 500, stone times 500, iron ingot times 100. Floor 1, 60 SQ meters, 2 bedrooms and 1 living room. Floor 2, 40 SQ meters, 1 bedroom and 1 living room. Rating, comfortable, spacious, fenced. Can repel invasions from beasts below rare grade. This transformation completely blew me away. It had actually become a 2-story cabin. The living room expanded to nearly 25 square meters, with 2 bedrooms at 15 square meters each, big enough for 2 people apiece. I headed up the wooden stairs. The small upstairs living room connected to a balcony, empty and waiting for its owner to furnish it. The master bedroom was a full 20 square meters, with windows facing both north and south for great airflow. The wooden walls were nearly twice as thick, and even the temperature felt a bit warmer. "My lord, dinner's ready. Please come down and eat." Farmer 1 called from downstairs. This meal was far more lavish. Wood ear mushrooms, regular mushrooms, and berry desserts to finish. The group devoured everything, leaving nothing behind. They practically licked the plates clean. It wasn't because they were hungry. It was because rare-grade meat was just too tempting. This time, Blade Guan only gained a little combat power, Shield Mountain got +2, and Farmer 1 and I each got +5. "My lord, my combat power has reached the peak of rare grade. Next time, ordinary food will do. No need to waste the good stuff," Blade Guan said. I pulled up his stats panel. Blade Guan, rare, belongs to Xiao Tian. Level 1 EXP, 42 300s loyalty, 93. Combat power, 425, 300 plus 100 plus 25. Note, breakthrough available. Stamina, 100 skills. Equipment. Before I even realized it, his loyalty had climbed to 93, and his combat power now showed breakthrough available. But it didn't say what was needed to break through. I just have to figure it out through trial and error. I opened the weather time panel. Continent of Slaughter, Year 1, January 2nd, 1955. 12 hours and 5 minutes until dawn. Temperature 12-18 degrees C. Weather, torrential rain. The nights were always long, with only 10 hours of daylight, and now a downpour hammering down. The temperature had plummeted. Looks like I'll need a fireplace. I'm on the 2nd floor. It'll only get colder up here. Once everyone's had their fill, clean up and take turns washing up. We've got plenty of water right now, so use as much as you want. Tonight, Uncle Guan gets a room downstairs, and Dunshan and Nomi share another. This is just temporary. We'll have more companions joining us down the road. Thank you, my lord. I pulled out my own wooden bed and bedding, packed it away, then carried it up to the 2nd floor and set it up in the room. I also made a few stools, placing some upstairs and some down, so there'd always be somewhere to sit. By the time all 4 of them finished washing up, it was already 9:30. Worn out after a full day, everyone turned in. I made a point of setting an alarm on my wristband for 8 the next morning. But that night, sleep didn't come easy. The rain pounded down all night long, and the racket kept me tossing and turning. Ding! The wristband chimed. My eyes shot open, and I bolted upright, thinking it was the alarm. It wasn't. It was a message from Lin Ming. "Lin Ming, Brother Xiao Tian, I thought about it all night, and I've come around. Let's both give a little, 3,000 thatch, 2,000 wood. This is the best I can offer, and I mean it. This." The price was pretty close to what I had in mind. I was about to agree, but part of me still itched to haggle a bit more. Notice, complete the trade now, or you'll regret it. What the hell? What's going on? Could my family be in danger? The moment I saw that line, panic hit me. I fired a message right back. "Xiao Tian, deal. You've shown me you're sincere, so I'm in. Go ahead and start the trade." Trade successful. Kinship ring acquired. Lin Ming was lightning fast. The words had barely left me before the deal went through. I quickly took out the kinship ring. "Buddha, Lord Lao, Jesus, Satan, give me your blessings. Oh, right, Spirit of Blue Star, bless me too." I activated my talent and leveled it up. I didn't notice it. That faint, almost invisible blue glow at my chest suddenly flared several times brighter, then dimmed back down. Enhancement successful. Kinship ring, epic, special item. Upgradable with space gem times 100. Skills. Teleport to a loved one's side and stay for 1 day, 7-day cooldown. Locate the nearest kin within one major region, and once found, create a group chat to trade one type of resource daily, up to 99. Search range. Common, 500 kilometers / fine, 5,000 kilometers / rare. Entire region / excellent. 100 mid-regions within a mid-region / epic. 100 mid-regions within one major region / legendary. The entire killing continent. Haha, jump 2 whole levels. And it turned into a permanent item. Distance no longer a factor. It can keep leveling up from here on out. One major region, conservatively, that's at least 1 billion people. As long as it was far-reaching enough, I was sure I could reach my parents with it. The moment I thought of mom and dad, nothing else mattered. I slipped the ring straight onto my finger. Kinship ring bind. Once bound. Cannot be dropped, cannot be traded, never wears out. I had to bind it too. Bind. Binding successful. I pulled up the interface. For now it had only one function, search. I pressed it. The panel started spinning like a radar. It took a good while before a prompt finally popped up. No relatives found in this area. Initiating cross-region search. Estimated time, 10 minutes. Helpless, I closed the interface. I glanced at the time, almost 8, and dawn was breaking. I got up and headed downstairs. As the first light broke, I hummed a little tune on my way down the wooden staircase. Just a few more minutes, and the search would be done. The thought that I'd soon be able to contact my parents filled me with a warm, clear feeling. My lord, what's got you in such a good mood? Guan Dao and the other two, already up and about, saw the smile at the corners of my mouth and asked. I told them about the kinship ring. Congratulations, my lord. You'll surely find your mother and father. You all go ahead and get to work. There's no rain right now, so Uncle Guan, take Dun Shan and patrol the territory. Nomi, go check whether the ginger's ready to harvest. Nomi, he had barely stepped outside before he started shouting. My lord, come take a look. Where'd this fence come from? I strode out the door. There, about 10 meters from the cabin, was a new wooden fence circling all the way around, enclosing the entire house. At the front stood a quaint bracket-set wooden gate, forming its own little courtyard. The eaves of the first floor now extended out a meter, creating a covered walkway. The storm last night had kept me inside, so I hadn't noticed. Turns out the upgraded cabin had this trick up its sleeve too. It's fine. It generated during last night's upgrade. Go on, get to work. I sent Nongi off and went back inside, first pulling up my wristband to check last night's transactions. Obtained, black iron chest ×2, bronze chest ×1. It actually worked. Heh. I've got no luck for finding chests myself, but I sure can buy em. Other people's big luck is my luck. I only got 5 enhancement attempts a day, and counting the ones from before, the 4 black iron chests would just have to sit in the corner gathering dust for now. I took out the bronze chest and activated my talent. Enhancement successful. Obtained, silver chest. Open. Obtained, iron ingot ×20, space gem ×5, well, rare, ×1, summoning order, superior, ×1. Looking at the superior grade summoning order in my hand, I grinned so wide you could see my back teeth. Keep in mind, Guan Dao and Dun Shan were only rare grade, and they could already strut around that forest like they owned it. A superior grade summon could probably carve a path clear from the east side straight through to the west. But first, I still had to reach my parents. If they were in danger, this summoning order would be the best protective charm there was. I reached for. Check the water well. Water well, rare. Produces 10 liters of water daily. Fine drink to relieve fatigue and restore stamina. Produces 1 liter of water daily. Rare long-term consumption improves physical constitution. Produces 1 drop of spirit dew every 7 days. Can be used to break through quality tiers. I stepped out of the house, found a spot in the corner of the yard, and released the well. A flash of white light, and a mini water well dropped onto the ground. It was tiny, no bigger than a wash basin, crystal clear to the bottom, and probably not even as deep as my arm was long. Just as I was about to tap to collect the well water, ding, the Kinfinder ring chimed. I quickly opened it. Looking at the information on it, my pupils shrank and my face filled with disbelief. Location successful. ID 0106-25000058. Leeway. Connection available. Only mom. What about dad? A billion people scattered across countless regions, impossible to gather together. I should have seen it coming. But when only a single name lit up, my heart still sank hard. I didn't dare think too deeply. I could only gamble that dad was in another region, alive and well. The space gems. I had to collect them all as fast as possible. Every day I was late finding him meant one more chance for something unpredictable to go wrong. I stared at mom's name on the screen, my fingers trembling as I tapped to start a video call. Time froze. Every passing second felt like crossing a century. Ding. The band chimed, and I snapped back to my senses. The instant the screen lit up, my eyes burned with tears. I had never seen Mom look so haggard. The background was still that rundown thatched hut. She was soaked to the bone, her face deathly pale, holding Lin tightly in her arms. Even through the screen, I could see the two of them shaking uncontrollably. Tian, how did you find us? Are you okay? My throat tightened. Mom, Lin, I'm fine. Just hold on, I'll send you some things right away. Don't worry, your son's made something of himself. I'll never let you two suffer. Nomi. I turned and shouted toward the house, then turned back and realized something was wrong. Mom, what's wrong with Lin? Why isn't she saying anything? Seeing me, Mom's frayed nerves finally eased a little. Fighting back her dizziness, she spoke. Right before we transmigrated, your sister and I had just caught the virus. We both had a slight fever. When we got to this godforsaken place, your sister's fever spiked, and I couldn't hold on either. Luckily, a gust of wind blew in some thatch and wood, so I managed to patch up the hut. But this downpour just won't let up, and I don't have an ounce of strength left. Lin's unconscious now. What do we do, Tian? Mom's helpless, half-conscious state, and my little sister's face burning with fever, they stabbed into my heart like needles. Thank God for that mysterious prompt that let me swap for the Kinfinder ring. Otherwise, I didn't even dare imagine the consequences. I'll translate this text into natural American English. Knowing he was taking forever to come back, so I bolted out the door. On my way, I fired off a message to Lucy, telling him to trade the bamboo cups. The moment I stepped outside, I ran right into Nongi. Is the ginger ready yet? My frantic expression startled him. He quickly answered, Master, it's all ready. 10 plants yielded 3 premium and 7 common. I've already replanted 1 premium and 1 common. Get a pot boiling and cook all the premium ones. Fill 99 cups as fast as you can. I grabbed him and rushed into the house. Master, what's the emergency? Guan Dao and Dun Shan happened to be hauling animal carcasses back, 2 apiece. Perfect timing. Drop those and come help. My mom and little sister have a high fever that won't break. It's critical. I need to send ginger soup over right now. The 2 of them dropped the carcasses without a word and dashed inside. In the middle of the chaos, I turned my eyes back to the video. Mom watched me rushing in and out, but didn't interrupt. From the fencing and the people flashing across the screen, she must have realized this shelter was no small operation. A faint, comforted smile even managed to break through on her pale face. Mom, hang in there a little longer. This ginger soup is premium grade. It's got medicinal properties. Drink it, and you'll feel better fast. I'm fine, I can hold on. You focus on what you're doing. A dozen or so minutes later, the 4 of us worked together and filled 100 cups of ginger soup. Ginger soup, premium, 200 milliliters. Rapidly dispels cold and warms the body. Antibacterial and anti-inflammatory. Highly effective against colds and fevers. Compared to ordinary ginger soup, it added the word rapidly, and it explicitly stated it could treat colds and fevers. Premium grade was basically medicine now. My heart leaped with joy. This was truly a lifesaver. Mom, I'm sending it over now. I can only send once a day, and up to 99 of the same item. Ginger soup is the most in demand. You and Lin each drink 1 cup first, then use the trade channel to exchange the rest for resources. You've run a business, so you know how to negotiate. Remember, each cup of ginger soup is worth at least 20 units of thatch or 10 units of wood. Are you listening? I sounded exactly like Mom back when she used to nag me, going over every instruction carefully. Only then did I hang up the video. To send things, you first had to disconnect. After a flurry of actions, The ginger soup was sent off. Phew. I let out a long breath. Thankfully, Mom hadn't had the chance to ask about Dad. Otherwise, I honestly wouldn't have known how to bring it up. Next, I took out the premium summoning order to enhance it. As for the exceptional grade 1, I planned to hold on to it for now. If nothing better came along tomorrow, I'd send it to Mom. An exceptional grade talent guarding 1 woman and 1 child would add a few more layers of security. Enhancement successful. Obtained summoning order, rare. Use. Summon successful. Obtained commoner, rare. Light. As the crowd dispersed, a girl in simple clothes appeared before us, around 20 years old, with delicate, pretty features. It was the first time a woman had shown up at the shelter, and all 4 men's eyes locked onto her at once. The girl opened her eyes, saw several men surrounding her, especially Dunshan's face, that mix of dopey and menacing, and scrambled backward in fright. Back off. Everyone, give her some space. Don't scare her. I waved the 3 of them back several yards, then softened my voice. Relax. You should have my information in your head. You know who I am. Unnamed, rare, civilian. Class, undetermined level, 0 loyalty. 80 combat power, 201. Skill, learning, can quickly master any skill just by observing. Assessment, a moldable talent, a blank slate, yet capable of rapid growth through observation. She seemed ordinary on the surface, but this gift was extraordinary. Whether in daily life or in combat, she could learn anything on the first try. Trained right, she'd be like a brick, ready to be placed wherever she was needed. Greetings, my lord. The girl snapped out of it and dropped to her knees. I reached out and helped her up. No need to kneel from now on. I don't stand on ceremony here. Just call me my lord. Same as the rest of them. I'd been about to casually name her Ping E, but then it hit me. She was a girl, and a moldable talent at that. Someday, she might become an indispensable pillar of my team. It'd be too careless. Let me give you a name first. Since fate summoned you here, you might as well take my surname. How about Shao-Chi? What do you think? The girl seemed pleased and smiled faintly. Shao-Chi. Thank you for the name, my lord. Come, let me introduce everyone. I pointed them out one by one. This one with the long beard is Guan Yi Dao, Uncle Guan, a powerful warrior. This one holding the iron shield is Dun Shan. Don't let the scary looks fool you. He's got the best temper, and he's a warrior too. This honest fellow is Nong Yi, skilled in all kinds of survival traits. You'll start by learning from Nong Yi. Work around the territory, but don't step outside the range of the light dome. Shao-Chi nodded in understanding. Slaughter Continent. Year 1, January 3rd, 8:25, 9 hours 35 minutes until nightfall. Temperature, 10 to 17 degrees Celsius overcast. Only then did I free up to go look at the corpses Guan Yi Dao and the others had brought back. Decomposition successful. Wolf hide, fine, times 2. Wolf fong, fine, times 4. Tiger hide, fine, times 1. Tiger fong, fine, times 2. Tiger whip, fine, times 1. Snake skin, fine, times 1. Snake fong, fine, times 2. Snake gallbladder, fine, times 1. Raw meat, fine, times 20. My lord, these were all killed by the blood thorns and the arrow towers. There's a whole pile of drained hides over by the fence. Dunshan and I will go haul them back, Guan Yi Dao said. I quietly counted myself lucky to have gotten the blood thorns. No need to leave home, and the resources came to me. I took the 2 units of rare leftovers from last night. There was meat, 4 units of premium meat, handed to Farmer 1. Take Shao-Chi to cook, and teach her while you're at it. It had been almost half an hour since I hung up with Mom, and there'd been no word since. My chest tightened. Seizing the quiet moment, I quickly placed another video call. It took a few minutes before she picked up. On the screen, the little cabin looked different. All 4 walls were now made of wood. Mom had successfully upgraded the shelter. She kept her head down, busy with her work, too occupied to talk. Suddenly, a rosy little face popped up in front of the camera, staring at me with big wide eyes. Linlin, you're better? My throat tightened again. Big brother missed you so much. Wow, big brother. Linlin can finally see you. The little girl laughed and spun around in place. I'm all better, and I missed you too. Shouty-on, we're both fine now. Mom leaned into view, drenched in sweat, looking like a completely different person from half an hour ago. That ginger soup you sent is selling like crazy. I'm about to have enough resources to upgrade to the mid-tier cabin. Can't chat. Honey, Mom's swamped. I made a point of telling her to trade for more special items, especially space gems, then hung up with a smile. Mother and daughter, both safe. The huge weight pressing on my chest finally lifted. Thud. A muffled sound came from outside. I stepped out to find Guan Yidao and another person hauling back a huge pile of corpses stripped down to nothing but hide. Bloodthirsty thorns, they really delivered. Decomposition successful. Wolf hide, common. Times 28. Wolf fong, common. Times 56. Rabbit hide, common. Times 16. Snake skin, common. Times 8. A windfall, enough to make several sets of clothes to sell. Oh right. I suddenly remembered I hadn't collected from the well yet. I walked over and gathered a bit of a haul. Obtained, water, premium, times 10 liters, water, rare, times 1 liter, spirit dew, superb, times 1. The items went straight into my storage space. I need a container to get them out. I fetched a bucket from the house, stored the 2 types of water separately, then turned to everyone. This bucket of premium water can relieve fatigue and restore stamina. From now on, this is what we drink. The rare-grade water is limited, so I won't hand that out to everyone just yet. My lord worries too much. Having premium water to drink is already a tremendous blessing. We wouldn't dare hope for rare-grade. Several of them said quickly. I waved them off. No need for that. Once we have more rare water down the road, everyone can drink it. Uncle Guan, I held out the drop of spirit dew. This is for you. It should help you break through. Spirit dew, superb, contains immense energy, can help those below the superb realm break through to a higher grade. My lord, this. Guan Yidao's voice actually trembled. Guan Yidao loyalty plus 7 diehard, will never betray. Drink it, I said. The stronger you are, the better you can protect me. When it comes to anything that can make you all stronger, I never hold back. Shield Mountain, loyalty plus 5. Hearing this, the other 3 saw their loyalty jump as well, and the look in their eyes changed completely. A person willing to share their best with you is someone worth trusting with your life. That truth works better than any oath. Guan Yidao solemnly sat down cross-legged and took the spirit dew. A gentle white glow rose from his body, his eyes shut tight. 10-odd minutes later, the light faded. He opened his eyes, excitement practically spilling out of them. He grinned. My lord, I did it. Uncle Guan, came Shield Mountain's muffled voice from behind him. I think the most important thing for you right now is to go take a bath first. Only then did Guan Yidao notice everyone was pinching their noses. He looked down. His hands and chest were caked in black grime, as if he hadn't touched water in months, and the stench was unbearable. His old face flushed bright red, though, of course, you could only tell through that layer of filth. He bolted out in a flash. The splash of him hitting the water could be heard tens of meters away. There was clearly a bath at home, yet he jumped straight into the creek. Shield Mountain, follow him. Don't let any animals ambush him. The creek was outside the light dome, so we had to be careful. Seeing breakfast still wasn't ready, I strolled back over to the edge of the farmland and manifested 1 fine-grade farm plot and 3 ordinary ones, one by one. It wasn't that I didn't want to enhance them. My number of uses was just limited, and common things like these had to wait. I took a lap around the territory. The crops were thriving, the fish pond was still empty, and the breeding farm housed only a big-eared rabbit and a treasure-hunting rat, 1 in each pen. The blood-sucking thorns had already crawled across 200 meters of fencing, with a dozen or so meters to spare, draping down onto the plain below the cliff. I took out my last arrow tower and activated the talent enhancement. Enhancement successful. Obtained, arrow tower, exceptional, times 1. Holy crap, I couldn't help but laugh out loud. Lady Lux blessed me twice today, 2 second-tier enhancements in a row. Arrow tower, exceptional. Combat power 320, range 350 meters, 1 arrow per second, arrows self-regenerate, durability 100. Skill, rapid fire, 2 arrows per second, attack plus 50%, lasts 1 minute, 10-minute cooldown. Strong, absurdly strong. 10 Guan Yidios charging from a distance would all get wiped out. Ultra-high attack, ultra-long range, and the deadliest part was that rapid fire once every 10 minutes. Even if dozens of enemies swarmed in, it could still turn them into pincushions. I was about to use it when my hand stopped. I already had one arrow tower, plus the blood-sucking thorns and several powerful generals. This tower would just be icing on the cake for me. But if I gave it to Mom, paired with that exceptional summoning order, one for offense, one for defense, the two of them, mother and daughter, could rest easy, and I'd never have to worry again. That settled it. I stored the arrow tower away in my storage space. Just then, Guan Yidao finished washing. Came back, with Dunshan following behind, still carrying a wooden bucket in his hand. Dunshan, what are you lugging that bucket around for? It's not like we're short on water at home. The moment Guan Yidao heard this, his weathered face flushed red again, and holding it in, he actually took on a bit of the look of the legendary General Guan. Dunshan grinned sheepishly. Uncle Guan scrubbed way too hard. A bunch of little fish and shrimp got stunned by the fumes and floated right up to the surface. I figured we shouldn't waste them, so I scooped them all up. Thought I'd toss them in the fish pond. I leaned over to take a look, and sure enough, at least 20 palm-sized fish and dozens of thumb-thick shrimp, enough to feed 5 people a full meal. Put them in the fish pond, then let's head back for breakfast. The fish pond had built-in filtration and oxygenation, so the moment the fish and shrimp went in, they perked right back up, splashing around lively as ever. My lord, it's ready to eat. No, he brought out breakfast. I just made a simple meat broth, threw in the last bit of that ginger soup and some mushrooms. We didn't have enough dishes to go around. Some people held bowls, others held basins, but everyone ate their fill. There were 2 chunks of rare meat in the soup, and afterward, everyone's combat power ticked up a bit. That's when it hit me that I still hadn't checked Guan Yidao's new stats. Guan Yidao, exceptional. Affiliation, Xiao Tian, diehard loyal, level 1 EXP, 42/300. Combat power, 503, 328 plus 150 plus 25. Skills, 1 slash, charge and burst, attack plus 100%, 30-minute cooldown. Command troops, lead up to 100 warriors. All units gain plus 10% attack and defense. Equipment, broadsword, fine, plus 15, leather armor, fine, plus 10. Assessment, a veteran transformed, showing early promise as a commander. At a glance, the numbers hadn't changed much, just an added troop command skill. But that final assessment snapped something into focus for me. A soldier and a commander are worlds apart. Commanding troops, maybe that was Guan Yidao's true trump card. Once I saw everyone had finished eating, I started handing out the day's assignments. Nong-yi, you're in charge of the shelter this morning. The new farmland's already set up, and I've added fish to the pond, so handle the feeding as you see fit. Come lunchtime, work with Xiao Qi to get the meal ready. The ingredients and seeds are all in the storage cabinet. Xiao Qi, spend the morning brewing ginger soup and use up all the ginger. With everything settled, I got my gear in order and set out with Guan Yidao and Dunshan to keep exploring the forest. Passing by the breeding pen, I brought the treasure hunting rat along too. After a full day of feeding, its loyalty had already hit 70. Given my nature, I'd rather not have gone out at all. But there was no choice. I was the only one with storage space. If I didn't come along, we'd have no way to haul back whatever we found. This time we didn't head straight ahead, but pushed forward along the left side of the forest. The 3-man squad kept the same old formation, Guan Yidao up front, Dunshan bringing up the rear, no more than a meter apart, keeping me locked tightly in the middle. We pushed through a patch of bushes, and the view suddenly opened up. The treasure-hunting rat abruptly darted off to the left and stopped on a strange-looking patch of grass. My lord, this grass doesn't seem ordinary. Come take a look. Guan Yidao, stop. He pointed at the ground by my feet. I crouched down for a closer look. The entire patch was a single species, 1 stalk, 1 leaf each, with a tiny round bead of water perched at the tip. When the sunlight hit them, they shimmered and sparkled. A gust of wind sent the whole patch swaying. It was quite a sight. I pulled one up. Life grass, common, heals internal and external injuries. Can be used in medicine. Healing medicine. Good stuff. My heart leaped with joy. Thank God for the treasure rat, or we would have missed this. Dunshan, keep watch. Uncle Guan, pull these with me. The 2 of us bent down and pulled them up one by one. Every now and then we'd hit a fully mature one. Its bead would split open, revealing a few seeds tucked inside. Dunshan stayed right behind us, eyes sweeping in every direction, guarding against ambush. Obtained, life grass, common, times 36, fine, times 8, life grass seeds, common, times 25, fine, times 3. I was in great spirits. I'd struck it rich barely out the door. Plenty of healing medicine meant I wouldn't have to fear getting hurt down the road, another layer of safety. And I'd been fretting about not having seeds. Now the farmland could finally get planted, too. I patted the treasure rat on the head and pulled out a strip of jerky to feed it. Great work. Keep it up. The three of us pressed on, pushing through the grass and squeezing past the shrubs. The forest after the rain was covered in food. In just 200 meters, we'd gathered several pounds of wood ear, mushrooms, and wild garlic, and picked up a few units of stone here and there. My lord, look over there. Guan Yidao suddenly pointed at a large withered tree. I followed his gaze, and my heart skipped a beat. On a dead tree up ahead grew a plant shaped like a lingji mushroom. It glowed red, with faint threads of gold drifting across its surface, a full half-meter in radius. Guan Yidao went up to inspect it, confirmed it was harmless, plucked the whole thing, and handed it to me. Red ji, rare a precious ingredient. Nourishes the body. Eating it boosts combat power. Can be used in medicine. The red ji was mine. Let's move. This forest is packed with treasures. Everybody look sharp. Don't miss a single thing. We continued on. The shrubs gradually thinned out, and the view opened up before us. Waist-high weeds blanketed the ground, but the walking got a lot easier. The abundant rain had nourished this land, and the forest was teeming with life. Before we'd gone 100 meters, more shrubs appeared ahead. Bright red berries dotted the branches, sweet and tart. They wouldn't fill your stomach, but they gave the body what it needed. The three of us spent 20 minutes picking them clean. 386 berries, less than 2 pounds in reality. That was the flaw with storage space. It counted by the piece, and the moment they went in, they ate up 4 slots. I grumbled to myself, wishing I had one of those storage items from the novels. It'd be so convenient to pack away lots of small things. Ding. Who's messaging me now? Wang Chu. Hey there, do you have any medicine for treating external injuries? I smiled. Xiao Tian, brother, I suspect you've been spying on me. Just picked up life grass, common, and life grass, fine. Are you hurt? How bad is it? At that moment, Wang Chu was slumped on the ground, her face twisted in pain. A gash over 10 centimeters long ran down her right leg, blood seeping out, her face deathly pale. She'd meant to head out and explore that morning. She'd barely stepped into the forest when she ran straight into a fine-grade tiger. The gap in strength was brutal. One swipe had nearly crippled her leg. She'd escaped death by a hair, diving into the protective barrier at the very last second. She ignored my joke completely. Wang Chu, the wound's bad. The common one probably won't cut it. Can you sell me the fine ones? All I've got right now is some basic supplies. The message had barely gone through when the 2 fine-grade life grasses landed in her hands. Xiao Tian, don't be a stranger, brother. I don't know how well they'll work either. Take one internally, use one externally, give it a shot. I've got more if it's not enough. For the first time, Wang Chu didn't reject the word brother. She was moved. She took out the life grass, swallowed one, and crushed the other over her wound. A cool sensation spread out from the cut. The bleeding stopped fast, and the wound closed up right before her eyes. The one she'd swallowed kicked in two. Her mind suddenly felt sharp and clear. Wang Chu. Thanks, brother. Worked great. I'm out of danger now. With that, she sent every last one of her supplies over without a second thought. Ding. I opened it up and took a look. Thatch 260, wood 185, stone 68, iron ingot 18, raw meat 16. This guy was the real deal. Odd numbers and all, she'd genuinely cleaned out everything she had. I declined it outright and wrote back. Xiao Tian. Brother, no offense, but if you give me everything, what are you gonna live on? Get back on your feet, and when you dig up something good, trade it to me then. Anyway, I'm out clearing land right now. Talk later. Brother. Once the cold, striking flower of a certain special forces unit, she now murmured that word, the corners of her lips lifting slightly. She thought of the comrades she'd fought shoulder to shoulder with in the army. I hadn't expected the life grass to be so miraculous. If I could grow it on a large scale, with ginger soup and life grass in hand, would I ever have to worry about trading for resources? After a brief delay, the three of us set out again. Whether today was lucky or unlucky was hard to say. We'd been out for almost an hour and hadn't run into a single beast. The treasure-hunting rat led the way. We crossed a stretch of grassland, and in the distance a pool of water came into view. The closer we got, the damper the ground beneath our feet became. Hold on. The plants on the ground looked familiar. I called everyone to a stop. Euplorum, common tender stems and leaves can be eaten as a wild vegetable, fresh, crisp, and fragrant. Also usable as medicine. Huh. I knew it looked familiar. Back when I was a kid in the countryside, Grandpa used to stir-fry this stuff, and dried out it could even treat a cold. Uncle Guan, Dunshan, get a good look at it. This is both food and medicine. Look close and gather it all up. As I spoke, I crouched down and started pulling. In no time I'd gathered 5 stalks. Then something suddenly hit me. I looked up and realized the 3 of them had scattered without my noticing, spread out several meters apart. Shield Mountain, get over here. Stand guard beside me and stop foraging. That one hit from the honey badger was still fresh in my mind. Just thinking about it made my backside ache. Never get caught alone, I muttered under my breath. There's still too few of us. I need to swap out for another summoning token when I get back. Shield Mountain dutifully planted himself behind me, scanning in every direction, grumbling inwardly. My lord's got everything going for him. He's just way too much of a coward. Huh? Isn't that knotweed? Without realizing it, I'd wandered over to the edge of the pool. In a patch of thick weeds, I spotted a plant with red-purple speckles along its stalks. I recognized it instantly. As a kid, I used to pull up the tender shoots and snack on them. I plucked one and checked its info. Knotweed. Tender shoots can be eaten raw, tart, fresh, and delicious, with abundant juice that quenches thirst and refreshes. Medicinal and also excellent fodder. Yep. I peeled back the outer skin and bit down. Juice burst in my mouth, faintly sour with a hint of sweetness, incredibly refreshing. I snapped off another stalk and handed it to Shield Mountain. Uncle Guan, come here. I've got something good. Shield Mountain munched away with real gusto. My back was to the grass. Guan Dao looked up at the sound. In that instant, his pupils shrank to pinpoints, his face twisting in alarm as he screamed hoarsely. My lord, look out! Before I could even react, Shield Mountain had already lunged instinctively, wrapping me up in his arms. Thud! A tremendous force slammed into Shield Mountain's back. He coughed up a mouthful of blood, still clutching me as we went flying, tumbling several times across the ground. You filthy beast, you're dead. The world spun around me. In my daze, I heard Guan Yidao's furious roar, along with the sharp clash of metal. My lord, are you all right? Shield Mountain let go of me, staring at me anxiously, a trickle of blood at the corner of his mouth. I scrambled up in a panic and grabbed him, checking him over head to toe. Shield Mountain, how bad is it? He gave a big, dopey grin and gestured a couple of times. It's nothing. Back's a little sore, but I'm fine. Without another word, I pulled out a stalk of premium life grass and stuffed it into his mouth. Only then did I remember Guan Dao was still locked in combat. I whipped my head around to look. Golden Armored Croc, Rare, LV.3. Combat Power, 460. Skill, Ambush, stalks in complete silence. Nearly impossible for prey to detect. Assessment, Rock-hard hide, immense strength. Holy crap, what a monster. The prehistoric giant crocs in the movies aren't even this big. The golden armored croc was nearly 8 meters long and over a meter tall, its entire body plated like armor, scales glinting in the sunlight. The fight was at a stalemate. Guan Dao relied on experience to dance around it, landing the occasional slash, but he couldn't so much as dent that hard armor. The clever treasure-hunting rat had long since vanished to who knows where. Shield Mountain, move up and cover him. Create an opening for Uncle Guan. I'm a coward, but I understood one thing clearly. If Shield Mountain didn't step in, Guan Dao was going to end up dead or crippled. All I could do was hang back at a distance and use my crossbow from the shadows too. Harassment. The black gold divine crossbow truly lived up to its exceptional grade. With the crocodile's front blocked by the 2 of them, I focused all my shots on its hindquarters. That massive body made every shot land true, punching through the armor with ease. Each bolt sank in nearly halfway. In just a few minutes, its tail and hind legs bristled with dozens of crossbow bolts. The gold-armored croc reared up in agony, then suddenly lunged to smash Shield Mountain aside and charge at me, the sneaky bastard picking it off from behind. Guard! Shield Mountain reacted like lightning. He planted his iron shield into the ground, angled it to cover his side, stepped his right foot forward with knee slightly bent, and pulled his left foot back to anchor his center of gravity, a rock-solid stance. He took the full charge head-on. Boom. A new shield really does make all the difference. Shield Mountain's body barely swayed, his feet sinking a few centimeters into the earth, but he didn't budge an inch. The gold-armored croc slammed its head into the iron thorns, splitting it open and drawing blood. Dizzied, it froze in place. One blade. Arrow rain. Guan One Blade seized the opening and unleashed his skill, and for once I found some courage too, charging forward to pour down a rain of arrows from just 5 meters away. Half the croc's neck was carved open, blood gushing like a fountain. Its forehead and spine were packed with over 100 crossbow bolts. Under the double assault, it teetered on the brink, limbs staggering. The three of us retreated in time, guarding against a dying frenzy. A few minutes later, the gold-armored croc crashed to the ground with a thunderous thud. When no experience notification came, I held the two of them back, raised my crossbow, and fired shot after shot to finish it off. After a dozen bolts, the chime finally sounded. Experience plus 28. A flash of light washed over Shield Mountain. He'd leveled up. Combat power, 338. 252 plus 65 plus 21. Only 65 points per level. Looks like potential varies even within the same grade. Back in the day, Guan One Blade gained a full 100 per level, and now at exceptional grade, it's 150. I glanced at my own pathetic combat power and let it go. No complaints. 65 points still beat my sorry stats by a mile. The gold-armored croc really delivered, dropping 4 orbs of light. Obtained, Tower of Light, refined, ×1, Space Gem ×3, Iron Block ×15, Stone House Blueprint ×1. Dismantling successful, Gold-armored croc hide, rare, ×3, Teeth, rare, ×18, Raw meat, rare, ×8, Flesh and blood essence, rare, ×2. One crocodile brought in this much loot. Never mind the Stone House Blueprint. There were several treasures I'd never seen before. Tower of Light, refined support type. Trait 1, Illumination, centered on the tower, dispels darkness within a 100-meter radius. Trait 2, Restoration, continuously restores stamina and heals wounds within a 100-meter radius. Note, perpetual. With it, night becomes as bright as day, and light wounds heal just by lying down. I grinned so wide you could see my back molars. Upgraded. It absolutely had to be upgraded. Wasn't this just a giant super light bulb plus a healing aura? Build one of these, and whoever dares come at me. I could take on 10 at once. Flesh and blood essence. Rare grade. Enhances aptitude. Breaks through rank tiers. Plus 10 combat power. Note, only effective on grades below rare. So there was a treasure like this. Once I got back and took it, I'd definitely be able to push myself up to refined grade. The tricky part was whether to enhance it or not. If I did, Shield Mountain could use it too. There were so many things I wanted to enhance, but so few chances to do it. I gathered everything up and spoke. Let's finish collecting all the Buplurum and knotweed first, then head back after we've scouted the pool. The three of them got busy. The treasure-hunting mouse stared at me, utterly baffled. There were obviously treasures up ahead that we weren't grabbing, and here we were pulling up useless weeds. Half an hour later, we'd harvested 85 Buplurum, common, 3 Buplurum, refined, 68 knotweed, and 5 knotweed, refined. Both plants could be propagated by root division, so I'd plant them the moment we got back and never have to worry about running short again. Come on, treasure mouse, lead the way. Let's see what else we can find. I made a point of positioning myself right between One Blade Guan and Shield Mountain. If Shield Mountain hadn't stepped in when he did earlier, I'd have been a goner by now. We pushed through a patch of waist-high grass and reached the edge of the pool. The first thing that caught my eye was a crude nest on the far bank, a few eggs lying inside it. with a silver treasure chest set beside them. This was the first silver treasure chest I'd ever seen out in the wild, which meant that after enhancement, it would be gold grade at the very least. Aside from a lucky devil like Li Wei, I doubt anyone had ever opened a gold chest. The water was incredibly deep, so we could only skirt around the slope and come down from the other side. Maybe it was because a rare-grade beast lived here, but there wasn't a single living creature to be found anywhere nearby. After a hard climb, we reached the crocodile nest. I stowed away the silver chest first, then went to examine the eggs. 5 in total, 3 common, 1 refined, all marked as unhatched, good only for eating. They were about the size of ostrich eggs, one enough to feed 2 people. The last one, golden armored crocodile egg, rare, tameable, already hatched, bound by blood, will break shell in 3 days. I'd seen firsthand just how formidable a golden armored croc was. If I could tame one, I'd be laughing in my dreams. And with my talent in hand, this one was destined to be exceptional grade at the very least. The treasure mouse made no further moves, so there was probably nothing else of value nearby. I checked the time. Weather time. Slaughter continent. Year 1, January 3rd, 11:55. 6 hours 5 minutes until nightfall. Temperature 10 to 17 degrees Celsius. Overcast, turning to light rain. Time really flew. We'd only walked a few miles, and it was already midday. The weather turned on a dime, and a fine drizzle began to fall. Uncle Guan, Shield Mountain, back at full speed. Looks like a heavy rain's coming. Treasure Mouse, keep up. The 3 of us fell into single file and made a beeline for the shelter. Since we'd strayed so far off course and pushed deep into the dense forest, the only way back was a straight line. The drizzle turned into a downpour, the spray kicking up a mist that clouded our vision. Half an hour in, we'd only covered half the distance. We only had 2 rain ponchos. One Blade Guan had the best constitution, so he volunteered to walk through the rain. We ran another dozen or so minutes. The bell tolled. We were almost out of the woods. Rower, rower. 2 thunderous roars came crashing in, accompanied by heavy, ground-shaking footsteps. The 3 of us instantly closed ranks and turned toward the source, to our left. My lord, this presence is wrong. Far beyond anything we can handle. Retreat now. Through the downpour, Guan Yidao had picked up on that strange aura in the distance. A presence so powerful it filled him with awe and dread, driving him to scream at me. I couldn't make out his words clearly, but the tension, no, the fear, on his face told me we were in deep trouble. I waved frantically, signaling to push forward. Guan Yidao took point, hacking a path open with everything he had, while Dunshan pressed his iron shield tight against my back, eyes darting warily in every direction. The tremors underfoot grew stronger by the second. We were less than 100 meters from the tree line now. Rower. The sound was like a dragon's cry, yet also like the bellow of a bull, bearing down on us from the rear left. I whipped my head around, and my face went pale. In the distance, trees were toppling to either side as some massive beast came charging straight at us. Wait, let me summon another warrior. I still have an exceptional summoning order. Panic set in, and I reached for the token. Guan Yidao and Dunshan exchanged a glance, their expressions grim. In the blink of an eye, they grabbed me from both sides and hauled me along at a run. Guan Yidao roared as he ran. My lord, that presence is at least 2 peak exceptional class beasts. Even I can't hold them off. Summoning takes time, and we don't have any. All we can do is run. Crack, crack. The sound of snapping trees closed in with the tremors. My face was ghostly white. I was the weakest of us, and that suffocating presence behind me pressed down so hard I could barely breathe. 20 meters, 10 meters, 5 meters. In the dim forest, I ran for my life. The edge of the woods drew closer and closer, and my heart soared with joy. The sanctuary was faintly visible now. Once I made it inside the protective barrier, I'd be safe. Just as I was about to step out of the forest, I heard the 2 of them behind me. Run, my lord. We'll hold it off. Yidao, guard. A hard shove sent me stumbling several meters forward. From the urgency in their shouts, I knew things had gone from bad to worse, and my feet moved even faster. The next instant, both of them activated their skills. Having just cleared the tree line, I suddenly heard Guan Yidao let out an agonized scream. Just as I started to turn, A dark shape flew past my side, blood spraying through the air. Af! I looked back to see that Dun Shan, skill still active, also cried out in agony, struck by something that lifted him clean off his feet and sent him flying in my direction. But Guan Dao was nowhere to be seen, and that's when I realized that dark shape from before had been him. Two colossal creatures loomed in the woods, but the light was too dim to make out their forms. Roar! The deafening roar was full of rage. Whether it was from the wounds the two of them had dealt, or something else, I couldn't say. Seeing signs that the beast was about to charge, I raised my crossbow mid-run and triggered my skill. Arrow rain. A volley of arrows shot out. Whether they'd do any good didn't matter. There was no way they'd kill it anyway. I holstered the crossbow and rushed to Dun Shan first, pulling him up. He was in okay shape. His iron shield had blocked the hit, and his own defense was high. He'd only coughed up a mouthful of blood and was a little dazed. When I yanked him up, he started running with me. Guan Dao was in bad shape. He'd gone toe-to-toe with the beast. No idea if he'd hurt it, but he'd broken several ribs himself, spat out a huge mouthful of blood, and his face was whiter than paper. He couldn't even stand steadily, drifting in and out of consciousness. Dun Shan and I had no choice but to prop him up and haul him toward the shelter. Behind us, the ground started trembling almost immediately. Heavy footsteps, one after another. We were still over 200 meters from the protective dome. It looked like we weren't going to make it. The beast was closing in fast, and maybe it was just my imagination. I could faintly smell the thick, rank stench blasting from its jaws. Nong Yi and Shao Qi had heard the commotion and come running out, climbing up the arrow tower and watching us anxiously. The second they saw the massive beast bearing down behind us, they froze in horror, not daring to make a sound, terrified they might throw us off. Nobody noticed the bloodthorn vines quietly splitting off a few tendrils, snaking toward us fast. The beast came into the arrow tower's range. The tower opened fire, but it was like scratching an itch to the thing. Even a rapid volley only stuck a few toothpicks in its hide, couldn't hold it back for even a second. By now we were about 150 meters from the dome, with less than 50 meters between us and the beast. Nong Yi, what do we do? Shao Qi was on the verge of tears, looking to Nong Yi helplessly. But Nong Yi was just a farmer who'd never fought a battle in his life. Watching those two beasts, he was already shaking like a leaf. He had no plan whatsoever. My lord, take Uncle Guan and go. I'll hold them off. 100 meters left. The beast was right on top of us. Dun Shan gritted his teeth, spun around, and raised his nearly shattered iron shield, taking a defensive stance once more. He knew in his heart there was no escaping this time. My lord, it's all my fault for being too weak. Goodbye. He said his silent farewell, closed his eyes, and threw every ounce of strength into holding up that shield, bracing himself to meet death. Dun Shan. I didn't stop. I screamed his name. In the short time we'd known each other, I'd already come to think of him as a friend. I'd never hated my own weakness so much. Watching Dun Shan throw himself into death for me without hesitation, there was nothing I could do. So this was it. When you didn't have enough power, even protecting the people beside you became a luxury. Bam! Huh? What just flew past? Just as I was drowning in grief, swearing to avenge Dun Shan, I saw that he'd already been sent flying dozens of meters by the beast, knocked out cold about 50-some meters from the dome. It's over. The time Dun Shan traded his life for only bought me 20 extra meters. I could feel the beast panting behind me, that overwhelming reek of blood. Despair welled up in my eyes, a storm of emotions churning inside me. No chance. I'd finally found my mom, only to end things right here. At least I transferred all my resources to her today. Mom's so smart. She'll find a way to keep going, right? My lord, I'll buy you time, run. Guan Dao could barely stand, yet he was still thinking about me, forcing out the words in broken gasps. I shook my head. The behemoth was right behind us. Even a fully unharmed Guan Dao couldn't withstand a single blow from it. This was the end. Grr! A low, rumbling growl came from deep in the beast's throat. It was clearly about to charge, but my eyes gradually calmed. Propping up Guan Dao, I inched us forward step by step, waiting for the final moment to arrive. You're really giving me hell right up to the end. Just as I was struggling to shuffle along with Guan Dao, something clamped down hard around my ankle. I hit the ground with a heavy thud, then got yanked violently, my body suddenly sliding fast across the terrain. Thinking the beast was about to toy with me, I opened my mouth to curse. I opened my eyes and saw I was rocketing toward the shelter. The damp, soft grass was slick as oil, and in just a few seconds, the fenced archway was right in front of me. I scrambled up, totally bewildered, only to find Guan Dao and Dun Shan right beside me. That's when I finally got a clear look at exactly what kind of monster had been chasing me this whole time. Dragon Rhino Beast, Exceptional, LV, 8. Combat Power, 1230. Skill, Berserk Charge, gathers all its strength to slam into an enemy at extreme speed. Attack plus 20%, speed plus 20%, lasts 1 minute, 20-minute cooldown. Assessment, carries a trace of dragon bloodline. Volatile and quick to rage, with unmatched strength and defense. Few can stand against it. My jaw dropped and stayed open for a long time. The two beasts before me looked like rhinos scaled up tenfold, except their heads were dragon heads, fangs bared, a pair of curved dragon horns jutting out menacingly. Their bodies were covered in hard scales that gave off a cold, metallic sheen in the light. Their tails were thick, long, and powerful, tipped with sharp, barbed spikes. Nearly 3 meters tall and 12 meters long. Just standing there, they made it hard to breathe. The first to snap out of it were Nong Yi and Xiao Qi, who quickly ran up behind me. "My lord, thank goodness, you're all okay. Do you two know what happened?" I was still dazed. I know. Xiao Qi jumped in. "The bloodthirsty bramble saved you. It used its branches to drag you all back." Only then did I notice the bloodthirsty bramble's main vine swaying back and forth in front of me, as if fishing for praise. I reached out and stroked it, still shaken. "Thanks, buddy. If it weren't for you, I'd be a goner." Astonishingly, it seemed to understand me. It extended its main vine and nuzzled my face gently, like a child craving affection. Roar! Having come back to its senses, the dragon rhino beast let out a furious roar. Its prey, right there for the taking. The meat got away, and it was about to explode with rage. The two giant beasts pawed at the ground with all 4 hooves, red lights surging across their bodies, eyes bloodshot as they came charging straight at me. It was a skill. "My lord, retreat." Xiao Qi and Nong Yi grabbed me anxiously. I just smiled. What's there to be afraid of? We're inside the protective barrier. Even a real dragon couldn't touch us in here. Hurry and carry Uncle Guan and Dun Shan back inside. These are life herbs. Feed 2 of the fine ones to each of them. And take these seeds to plant. Where I stood right now happened to be right in front of the archway woven from blood-sucking thorns, perfectly within the protective barrier. Only a dozen or so meters of the entire fence was exposed outside, and the dragon rhino beast's fangs couldn't reach a single hair on my body. "Closer. Let's see what you can do to me." A thought struck me, and I got a wild idea. Throwing my arms wide open, I shouted at the dragon rhino beasts, "Come and get me." Provoked by this, the two giant beasts went even more berserk, lowering their heads, their sharp horns locked dead on at me. 3, 2, 1. Bam! Bam! 2 thunderous crashes shook the heavens. Then came the dragon rhino beast's shrill, agonized screams. All 4 dragon horns snapped clean off at once, their heads smashed bloody, a truly pitiful sight. I raised my divine crossbow and fired arrow after arrow, aiming right at their wounded heads. In a matter of moments, I'd loosed a dozen or so, and one of them got incredibly lucky, hitting an eyeball dead on, creating a one-eyed dragon rhino beast right on the spot. Unfortunately, the arrow towers posed no threat to them whatsoever. No matter how much I shot, they couldn't even be bothered to lift an eyelid. I'd been planning to use the arrow towers and summoning orders I'd saved for my mother, but seeing this, I had no choice but to give up on the idea. The two beasts seemed to realize they couldn't do anything to me either. They split up, running toward both sides of the fence. They discovered they could destroy the fence at the edges, and within a few blows they'd smashed it to pieces. Thankfully, the blood-sucking thorns pulled their bodies back in time. I'd wanted to have the thorns strike back, but its spikes snapped after just a couple of tries. They couldn't pierce that scaly armor at all. I could only watch helplessly as they wrecked my stuff. Soon, the two dragon rhino beasts turned and ran toward the forest. Just as I was quietly rejoicing, who knew they'd stop right at the edge of the woods, lying down there without moving. You can't just play like that. My face went completely dead inside. So they were planning to wait me out. Now how was I supposed to leave? Just as I was about to turn back inside, I suddenly caught sight of those 4 broken horns on the ground. Good stuff. How could I let that go to waste? I quickly dashed out and picked them up one by one. Dragon Rhino Beast Horn, superb. Sharp and hard, an excellent material for crafting weapons. Haha. So what if you're tough? You still end up delivering materials to me like good little beasts and guarding my gate on the side, too. Having narrowly escaped death, I was in an especially good mood. I turned and went back inside to check on Guan Dao and Dun Shan. Inside the wooden cabin, Nong Yi and Xiao Qi were treating Dun Shan's wounds. His upper body was stripped bare, covered in blood and bruises all over, still unconscious. Guan Dao was nowhere to be found. How are they doing? Is it serious? Xiao Qi stood up and replied, My lord, Uncle Guan took 2 premium life herbs, and he's out of danger now. He just broke a few ribs, said he needs to rest for a couple of days, and went back to his room to sleep. Before he left, he checked on Dun Shan, several broken ribs, a cracked bone in his right shoulder, and damaged internal organs. His life's not in danger for now, but he'll need some time to recover. Then carry Dun Shan into Uncle Guan's room, so it'll be easier to look after them both. Is the food ready? I'm starving. Hearing that they were both okay, I let out a sigh of relief, but my chest still felt tight. A dragon rhino beast blocking the door out front, and 2 of my top generals badly wounded in the back. There was no getting out now. Smack. I slapped my palm against my forehead. This pea-brain of mine, don't I have the Tower of Light? I took out the Tower of Light, walked out to the courtyard, and activated my talent. Enhancement successful. Obtain Tower of Light, exceptional, ×1. 3 Tier 2 enhancements in a row today. Lady Luck was finally smiling on me. And who's going to complain about good luck? I only wished everyone could be Tier 3. I quickly checked it. Tower of Light, exceptional, support type. Trait 1, illumination, dispels darkness within a 150-meter radius, centered on the tower. Trait 2, restoration, rapidly restores stamina and heals injuries within a 150-meter radius. Trait 3, Hymn of Life, instantly heals all wounds on a designated creature. 72-hour cooldown. Note, with this around, night is as bright as day. As long as there's a single breath left, you won't die. 1 word, strong. 2 words, really strong. 3 words, incredibly strong. The radius only went up by 50 meters, but the healing had become rapid, and out of nowhere it had gained a game-breaking trait. One that could bring someone back from the brink in just 3 days. Since the range had expanded, there was no need to fuss over placement. Set it up beside the shelter, and it would cover the entire flatland, with dozens of meters to spare beyond that. From now on, I'd never have to fear a nighttime ambush again. The Tower of Light materialized. During the day, it didn't look like much. The tower was pure white all over, round, wide at the base and tapering to a point, standing a full 30 meters tall, with a ball of light faintly hovering at its tip. Arg! A scream came from inside the house. I rushed in immediately. What's wrong? Who's yelling? My lord, it's Uncle Guan. And something seems off with Dun Shan too. He's been frowning the whole time, Xiao Qi said. Oh no, could the life herbs have side effects? I sprinted to Guan Dao's room and shoved the door open. Uncle Guan, what's wrong? Guan Dao looked embarrassed, as if ashamed of the scream just now. My lord, I'm fine. I'd just fallen asleep when suddenly my wounds started itching like crazy. It felt like millions of ants crawling around where my ribs are broken. I couldn't hold it in and cried out. He paused. It felt exactly like when my leg was healing after it broke. Itched like crazy. He was thinking back to how I'd looked after swallowing that pill. He wasn't wrong. The moment I heard it, I understood. I grinned. Uncle Guan, it's fine. Remember that lighthouse of light? I enhanced and manifested it, and its trait turned into rapid recovery. Looks like it's working like a charm. Just rest easy, and we'll check how it's healing tonight. I explained the situation to Xiao Qi and Nong Yi as well, then walked over to the stove and shoveled down a few quick bites of rice. After eating, I looked at the ginger soup that was ready and got busy again. I couldn't get out the door, so my only bet was trading ginger soup for resources. Once Xiao Qi and the other one finished dressing their wounds, The three of us worked together and soon poured all the ginger soup into cups. 7 units of ginger, brewed into 700 cups. Harvest time again. The thatch was useless to me now, so I priced the ginger soup. 5 wood, or 3 stone, or 2 iron ingots each. Days of torrential rain had sent temperatures plummeting, so I wasn't the least bit worried about selling it. Next, I handed the buplurum and knotweed I'd gathered today to Gnome E and had him take Xiaoqi to plant them. I'd used up today's enhancement attempts. Thinking about how much stuff I still had to enhance, I just took out 4 black iron chests and cracked them all open at once. Obtained, bread times 6, cotton cloth, common, times 2, Nongfu spring water times 12, potato, common, times 4, Miao Dao saber, fine, times 1, leather armor, common, times 1, straw rain cape blueprint, permanent, repair stone times 8. Just as I thought, low-tier chests don't drop anything good. The bread's not bad, though, nice for a change of pace. I muttered as I gathered everything up. Wait, a straw rain cape. Why does that name sound so familiar? Straw rain cape blueprint, permanent. Ancient rain gear, woven from thatch. Excellent waterproofing. So that's what it was. I'd just been complaining about the thatch being useless, and now here came a pleasant surprise. I immediately walked over to the crafting table and used the blueprint. Straw rain cape, rain gear. Materials, thatch times 5, straw rope times 1. Crafting time, 10 seconds. 7 units total. I glanced at my storage space. I still had 2,678 units of thatch, enough to make 382 of them. In a zone with over 90,000 people, that quantity wasn't nearly enough to meet demand. Another moneymaker. First, I searched the trade channel. There were hardly any comparable products, just 1 or 2 listed here and there. So I dumped all my thatch into production and sat down on the stool to rest. I'd been busy all morning. It was about time I caught my breath. An hour later, all the rain capes were done. I listed them at 10 units of thatch and 2 units of wood apiece. Thin margins, but I'd make up for it in volume. It rained every day, so demand was booming. Ding! My wristband chimed. I figured something had sold, but when I opened it, it turned out to be a video call from my mom. My chest tightened, afraid something had happened to her. What's going on? I picked up right away. Linlin, why is it you? Where's Mom? Did something happen? There was only my little sister's face on the screen, no sign of Mom. My chest tightened instantly. Linlin grinned. Mommy's working. I missed you, big brother, so I made her turn on the video. Oh, thank God. I finally let out a breath. The two of us talked for a solid hour, Linlin's laughter bubbling up every now and then. She'd come to this continent with Mom, gone through so much hardship, nearly lost her life, and at just 4 years old, she'd grown up way too fast, picking up all kinds of things a kid her age never should have had to learn. Linlin, are you getting enough to eat? How many rooms does the house have? She was only 4. Asking what level the shelter was would go right over her head, so all I could do was ask about the number of rooms to gauge it. She thought hard for a while before answering. Mommy saved up a lot. There's just 1 room. It gets a little cold when we sleep. My heart clenched. I was about to say something when Mom appeared on the screen. Hair and clothes soaked through, clearly worn out, but looking a lot healthier than before. Shouty on, Mom traded for some seeds and a plot of farmland. I've got to go plant them, so I need to hang up. We'll talk tonight once I'm done. Don't worry about us. With your ginger soup, the two of us have plenty to get by on. Just be careful out there, okay? I used to find her nagging annoying. During those years I was back home living off my parents, I never once had a decent conversation with them. Every time ended in a fight. Now, looking at the wrinkles that had crept into the corners of her eyes at some point, I cursed myself out, hard. Mom, I'm doing great. I've got several strong fighters under me. With the resources I have, I'm actually near the top in this whole area. Go to your work. Just remember to stockpile supplies and upgrade the shelter. Whatever you do, don't go out and take risks. I've got a surprise for you tomorrow. Bye now, Linlin, bye-bye. I hung up with a smile, never knowing that on the other side of the screen, the smile on Li Yui's face slowly faded, sorrow welling up in her eyes. Mommy, where's Daddy? Why hasn't he come to find us yet? Linlin looked up and asked. A bitter look crossed Li Yui's lips. This was the question she'd been avoiding all along. Every time she saw Xiaotian, the words rose to her tongue, and she swallowed them back down. If Xiaodian could track them down across regions but hadn't said a single word about their father, she didn't dare let herself think any further. She forced a smile back onto her face and lovingly stroked her daughter's head. "Sweetheart, Daddy's far away and we can't reach him yet. He'll find us before long. Mommy's going out to work. You wait here at home and don't go anywhere, understand?" "Okay," Lean's the best behaved. Once she'd settled her daughter, she turned and walked away, unable to hold back the tears any longer. On my end, I closed out the video and, for a moment, didn't know what to do with myself. Just as I was about to sort through my inventory, Xiao Qi's voice came from outside the door. "My lord, it's bad." Xiao Qi, in a panic. Zhang Di rushed in, his face tight with panic. "Take it easy. What happened?" I couldn't figure it out. As long as nobody left the protective dome, what could possibly go wrong? "My lord, Farmer 1 says the new ginger is almost ready. We need to prep the water ahead of time, so we can boil ginger soup the moment it's ripe this afternoon. We just used up the last of the stored rainwater at noon, and there's no rain right now." I grabbed a bucket to fetch water from the creek, but the second I stepped out, 2 rhino dragons came charging at me and scared me right back inside. I frowned. That's a problem. But doesn't ginger take 12 hours to mature? That's the premium grade with fertilizer. Farmer 1 planted regular ginger. With fertilizer, it only takes 6 hours. Then let's go take a look. I was stumped for the moment. Nobody could say when it would rain, and just waiting on the sky to hand us water was no way to live long term. The two of us hurried over to the fence. The creek ran along the outside, less than 100 meters to the left. Not much of a run at all. The trouble was the 2 rhino dragons watching like hawks. Trying to sprint out and make it back to the dome before they pounced was too risky. Just as I was at my wit's end, I looked down and saw the bloodthorn nestled at my feet. It was rolling a clump of mud around with its main vine. A thought struck me. "Hey, little guy, think you can dig a channel from here all the way to that creek up ahead?" Smart as it was, anything too complicated was hard for it to grasp. I gestured over and over, and it seemed to catch on a little. First it dug a small pit at the left end of the fence, then stretched out a vine and pointed toward the creek. "Yes, yes, yes. Good boy, dig that way." It finally got it. It pulled out a few side branches, wove them together with the main vine into the shape of a drill bit, and spun its way toward the creek. In no time, a channel a meter deep and wide was slowly stretching toward the water. I ran back to the shelter, crafted a few stone pickaxes, and started digging a reservoir along the inside of the fence with Xiao Qi. We moved fast. In 10 minutes, we dug a pit a meter deep and over 2 meters wide. Farmer 1 finished up his work and came to lend a hand, and the pool grew before our eyes. Half an hour later, the bloodthorn broke through with its channel, and creek water came trickling in. We'd finished digging on our end too. The final pool was a meter deep and about 20 square meters. I didn't rush to let the water in. Instead, I pulled stones from my pack. Any stone collected through the wristband automatically turned into a neat rod, a meter long with a 20-centimeter diameter. We used up 100 units of stone, paving the pool floor flat and stacking the walls with stone blocks. Only then did we open up the mouth of the channel. The creek water flowed in slowly. Since both the walls and the floor were lined with stone, there was hardly any silt. The water was crystal clear all the way to the bottom, and quite a few little fish and shrimp darted in with it. In about half an hour, the pool was full. From here on out, we'd never run short of water for planting or drinking. Once we finished, Farmer 1 and Xiao Qi went to fetch water and boil the ginger soup. 2 units of regular ginger had yielded 20. The first farmer set aside 5 units and planted another regular plot, but without fertilizer or the quality bonus, it'll take 2 days to harvest. On his other 2 plots, 1 regular and 1 fine, he planted buplurum and knotweed. I made a loop around the fence, staring at those 2 rhino dragon beasts in the distance, furious but helpless. I searched forever and didn't spot a single strand of animal fur. Obviously, with these 2 behemoths parked here, every animal nearby had bolted long ago. If this dragged on much longer, I'd lose the whole harvest, get overtaken, and slowly fall behind. The weak get swallowed, the strong make the rules. This continent has never had any sympathy for those who lag behind. Back at the shelter, I opened the trading channel. The rain capes were a hot item, as expected, sold out. But ginger soup sales had dropped, only 412 cups sold. with 144 left. Acquired. Thatch 3,820 units. Wood 1,164 units. Stone 780 units. Iron 144 units. Doing the math, it turned out the most people had traded stone for ginger soup. Seems a lot of folks still don't get what stone is good for, or they're still grinding away at upgrading their log cabins, with almost no demand for stone. I ran a search in the channel and discovered someone else was selling ginger soup too, at less than half my price. An old acquaintance, Zhao Tailin, the guy who'd sold me that arrow tower. There were several unread messages sitting in my friend's list, and one of them was from him. I didn't open it. First, I went to check out the situation in the chat channel. Regional population, 91, 336/100, 000. Another 1,000 plus dead. We were only halfway through the protection period and had already lost nearly 10,000 people. Hard to imagine how many would be left by the time it ended. In the chat channel, that number one clown was stirring the pot again. 0000001. I told you all 9527 is a greedy profiteer, and you wouldn't believe me. Look how decent the alliance leader is, selling at half his price. A crowd below piled on, cursing along with him. The one comfort was that Li Weiwei, Wang Chu, Ning Yuango, and quite a few others whose lives my ginger soup had saved were speaking up for me. But they were outnumbered, and their voices were quickly drowned out. When did an alliance leader show up? And what the heck is that supposed to be? I paused the scrolling feed, jumped to the earliest message from today, and read through them one by one. After more than 10 minutes and several thousand messages, my eyes going blurry, I finally pieced together the whole story. 000003. My name is Zhao Tailin, chairman of a corporate group. I'm sure you all know me. I've now founded the Peerless Alliance, Alliance Decree Level 2, recruiting 99 allies for mutual support. Anyone interested, please private message me. Alliance Decree Level 2. Can form an alliance. 1 leader, 2 deputy leaders, 97 members. Alliance Hall, 30 square meters. The leader can open it once daily, and all members can teleport in to meet and trade. Teleportation, leader and deputy leaders each get 1 use per day. Can be teleported to any member's location. Alliance members cannot attack each other. High-level alliance order can override this. SSSSS. There's actually an item like this. I sucked in a sharp breath. If everyone else joined forces, it wouldn't bode well for me. But joining them? Not a chance. For one, I was confident I could recruit more and more powerful subordinates. I had no worries about carving out my place on this killing continent. For another, I was used to going solo. The more people involved, the more inevitable the backstabbing and infighting. The moment the announcement dropped, applicants swarmed in. The most enthusiastic was that number one guy, who wrangled himself a position as vice leader. He recruited members for the Peerless Alliance in the channel while taking snide jabs at me now and then. Once the Peerless Alliance was fully consolidated, Zhao Tailin dropped a bombshell. The chat channel blew up again. 000003. Our alliance is about to list large quantities of ginger soup, 6 thatch, or 3 wood, or 2 stone, or 1 iron ingot. Take your pick. 000001. See that? We at the Peerless Alliance are never as ruthless as 9527. Everyone, let's boycott him together. 077007. Bullshit. If he hadn't sold ginger soup last night, who knows how many people would have frozen to death. The moment Ning Yuango spoke up, a whole crowd of people whose lives had been saved by that ginger soup rushed in to back me up. So number one and Ning Yuango's group ended up in a full-blown shouting match. I said nothing, just stared at the screen, my knuckles white. If the Peerless Alliance wants to grow, fine, I don't care. But wanting to climb up by stepping on me? Keep dreaming. I closed the channel. A few private messages popped up. Wang Chu. Bro, thanks for the medicine. I'm feeling a lot better. The Peerless Alliance is disgusting. I've got your back. I smiled. This guy, I'd made the right friend. Xiao Tian. Thanks, Wang Chu. I've got a plan. Just sit back and enjoy the show. Li Weiwei, Ning Yuango, and even that naked guy, Wu Ming, all sent messages of concern. Then came Lucy. Lucy. Bro, Zhao Tailin ordered 500 cups from me. I had no idea he was competing with you. If I'd known, I'd never have sold to him. No matter what. So Zhao Tailin was buying bamboo cups from Lucy too. Only 500. Looks like he didn't have much ginger on hand. Xiao Tian. Since you call me bro, I won't let you take a loss. Go ahead and sell to him. Also, prep another 2,000 cups for me at the regular price, plus 200 thatch for you. Lucy. Bro, you're being way too formal. Regular price is fine. Ever since you gave me that iron axe, my resources have doubled. I even killed a few wild wolves and a boar. Oh right, bro, you short on meat? I've got plenty here. 1 cup had earned me a friend worth keeping close. In just 3 days, a group of people had gathered around me. In this world, the human heart is worth more than resources. Xiao Tian, it's settled then. No more talk. Go get it done. When it comes to resources, who can compete with me? I'll trade you extra materials. Materials, time to upgrade the shelter. After the pleasantries, I finally opened Zhao Tielin's message. Zhao Tailin. Bro, I'm not trying to steal your business. It's just what the market wants. I've got no choice but to sell at this price. Honestly, you were charging way too much. How about this? Sell me all your ginger soup at my price. Deal? Huh. I could practically hear his abacus rattling. The beads were bouncing right off my face. You want it? Fine, take it. But the price? That's not up to you. I planned to sell in the batch I'd mixed with buplurum. Once he bought it and tried to flip it, I couldn't wait to see the look on his face. Xiao Tian. No problem. I'll sell to you at your price. And I promise I won't sell any more ginger soup. If you want it, let's deal. 144 cups left. The fence still wasn't finished, and I was short on wood. After a long while, he replied, Zhao Tailin, all right, deal. I pulled the ginger soup listing and closed the trade in a flash. Acquired 864 units of wood. Nothing else to do for now. I took stock of everything I had. Time to upgrade the shelter and finish building the fence while I was at it. I pulled out everything from the storage locker and my inventory, piece by piece. Food. 20 units of fine-grade raw meat, 8 units of rare-grade, 2 bear paws, for golden-armored crocodile eggs, plus a whole pile of mushrooms, wild greens, and berries. 2 flesh essence, 1 liter of rare-grade water, 2 fine-grade mystic fruits, and the rest was medicinal herbs, life grass, buplurum, that sort of thing. Materials, thousands of units of thatch and wood, 800 stone, over 200 iron ingots, plus a spatial gem and lightning-struck wood. Leather and beast fangs, in every grade you could want. Items, an excellent grade summoning token, an arrow tower, 1 silver chest, a stone house blueprint, and a few common facility blueprints. 3 days, and I'd built up a stash like this. Good thing I had the storage locker. Otherwise, I'd have had nowhere to put it all. Nobody had claimed the reward for being the first to upgrade to a stone house yet. Last time, even the bronze chest went unclaimed. This time, I had to grab it. Upgrade shelter? Consumes. Stone house blueprint. Wood times 500. Stone times 500. Iron ingot times 100. Upgrade. With a thunderous crash, the shelter completely transformed. Congratulations. You are the first in this region to upgrade to a stone house. Reward. Silver chest times 1. Reputation plus 50. Region-wide announcement incoming. My wristband blazed with golden light, and the chat window popped open on its own. Congratulations to 009527 for being the first to upgrade a shelter to a stone house. Reward. Silver chest times 1. Reputation plus 50. 3 golden announcements in a row, pinned right at the top of the channel. The entire chat channel went dead silent, like someone had hit the pause button. The high and mighty Zhao Tailin, the loudmouth player 1. Every one of them went mute in that instant. And Lin Ming, the guy who'd fleeced me so badly before, was now shaking with rage. 1 minute earlier, he'd just paid top dollar. I traded away my stone house blueprints to some guy, thrilled that I'd be the first to upgrade. First dibs on the announcement. First crack at the treasure chest. 1 step too slow. I beat him to it. The announcement was gone. The chest shrank down to bronze. Only 30 reputation points left. He'd gone broke, and all he had to show for it was a single bronze box. Lin Ming's face twisted with rage. He pulled an item out of his pack and let out a cold sneer. I wasn't going to waste this, but you had to go and steal my first. Now go die. Lin Ming ran his thumb over the scroll in his hand and tapped it open. Death game, exceptional. Enter a target's ID to forcibly teleport them into the death game dungeon. Clear it for massive rewards. Fail, annihilation. Warning, anyone below exceptional rank who enters has an extremely high chance of failure. Haha, there's no way you're coming out of this alive. He roared with laughter, typed in my ID, and hit use. Right then, I was still checking out the changes to my stone house. The thatched roof was gone, replaced by neat wooden planks. The lower half of all four walls was reinforced with a meter-high stone base. The doors and windows were sheeted with iron, nails replacing the straw cords. The floor space hadn't changed, but the warmth, comfort, and protection, all of it had multiplied several times over. I walked out the front door. The open yard had been paved with stone, and even the gate was wrapped in iron plating. Upgrading to an intermediate stone house required. Wood 1,000, stone 1,000, iron or 200. Everything doubled. Since it didn't even use thatch anymore, the next tier would probably expand the floor space. I went back inside and selected the straw raincoat at the crafting table, dumping all the thatch into it. It could produce 545 pieces, taking 90 minutes. I was about to head out to fix the fence, but the second I stepped through the door, my wristband panel snapped open. The message sent a chill down my spine. ID 01573 has used the death game, exceptional, dungeon scroll on you. Auto-teleport in 1 hour, cannot be refused. You may bring companions. Clear it for massive rewards. Fail, annihilation. Crack, I clenched my fists. Nice one, Lin Ming. If I hadn't already known your ID, I wouldn't have even known who to blame. Once I find your location, we'll settle this account nice and slow. Tip, don't panic. Get prepared, and don't forget you still have an exceptional rank summoning order. Use it when it counts. The moment that mysterious tip sounded, my restless heart actually settled. Right, I still had the summoning order. No need to panic. I immediately called Nong Yi and Xiao Qi back. Cook all 8 of these rare rank meats right now. Wake up Uncle Guan and Dun Shan. There's a life or death battle in 1 hour, and I need every single one of you. Both of their faces changed, and without a word, they took off. I opened the trade channel, urgently searching for anything that could save my life. A fine rank oxhorn bow. Good. First let me see if there are any arrows. Fine rank. Refined iron armor. Not bad either. Locked it in. For half an hour, I searched item by item and haggled line by line. And the cost was brutal. 20 units of fine-grade raw meat, 26 units of life grass, 68 units of knotweed, and nearly 1,000 units of wood. In return, 1 fine oxhorn bow, 1 common iron core bow, 1 set of fine refined iron armor, 1 permanent arrow blueprint, 2 sets of fine leather armor, 6 repair stones, and 1 fine-grade healing pill. At this price, I might as well stick my neck out and let them chop. But time waits for no one. I shut down the straw cloak production, tossed 100-odd items onto the market to trade for resources, then used the arrow blueprint. Turns out an arrow's combat power scales with the quality of its materials. Common arrows. 1 unit of wood or iron makes 10. Made from wood, plus 1 combat power. Made from iron, plus 3. Add animal fangs, plus 2. Fine arrows. Require iron plus fine-grade fangs, plus 15 combat power. Rare arrows. Need refined iron. I hadn't come across any yet. Wood arrows weren't worth my time. I burned through every last fong in one go, ending up with 134 enhanced arrows, plus 5, and 24 fine arrows, plus 15. Then I blew through 100 units of iron to churn out 1,000 iron arrows. Once that was done, I restarted the straw cloak production. My lord, what's happened? Guan Yidao walked out supporting Dun Shan, his expression grim. I laid out the whole story. The two of them immediately went to prep their gear. Dun Shan was still weak. I checked on Guan Yidao first. Uncle Guan, can your body handle it? Thump, thump, thump. He pounded his chest 3 times, hard. Rest easy, my lord. I laid down for a few hours this afternoon, and I'm nearly good as new. This tower of light is a marvel. My bones have completely mended, but the crease at his temple gave him away. The wound hadn't fully healed, though his spirits were genuinely high. I just traded for a healing pill. Take it now? Shame I'm out of enhancement charges. I turned to Dun Shan. Perfect timing. The Tower of Light has 1 more hymn of life left. Let me give you a taste of what it feels like to fly. A tap of my finger, and the effect exploded. His recovery outpaced even Guan Yidao, who'd taken the pill, and in the blink of an eye he was bursting with energy. Dunshan's loyalty +5. Diehard. Will never betray. Dunshan had become a diehard too. It seemed that with summoned people, as long as you treated them sincerely, maxing out their loyalty wasn't hard. The human heart works like this. However you treat it, that's how it repays you. I touched the summoning token I'd set aside for my mom, and my heart settled completely. Every last repair stone was used up, both men's gear cranked to full durability. Dunshan wears this refined iron armor. The 2 sets of fine leather armor go to Nong Yi and Shao Qi, 1 each. The oxhorn bow is Shao Qi's. The iron core bow goes to Nong Yi. These 1,300 plus arrows, you two hold on to them. With the gear divided up, I told them, especially Shao Qi and Nong Yi, to get familiar with it, fast. Only 5 minutes left. Now I could finally see to myself. Just 2 more combat points, and I'll break through. Let me eat a mystery fruit first. I'd meant to save it until after upgrading. No time for that now. But as I clutched the fruit, stuck in indecision, Shao Qi suddenly spoke up. My lord, the meat's done. Eat the rare grade meat. It boosts combat power just the same. Right. Thanks for the reminder. I put the fruit away, grabbed a chunk of meat, and tore into it. You 4 eat too. Get your strength back up. Shao Qi, bring the fine grade water along later. A pound of meat, gone in a minute. My combat power shot straight up to the cap of 100. 3 minutes left. I took out the flesh and blood essence, no time to savor it, and swallowed it in 1 gulp. Golden light blazed across my body. Level up. A few seconds later, ding, my wristband chimed. Before I could even check the panel, Shao Qi was pinching her nose and shoving me toward the outhouse. Except I couldn't call it an outhouse anymore. After the upgrade, it was a 100-square-foot suite, the toilet and shower partitioned off with wooden boards. By the time I came out, there was less than 30 seconds left. Everyone get ready. Dunshan, Uncle Guan, move up front and take the defense first. Shao Qi, Nong Yi, stay by my side. Death game, excellent, activated. Prepare for teleportation. 3, 2, 1. Teleportation initiated. Please select the personnel to transport. 10-9. A 6-pointed star array rose up from the ground. I immediately selected all 5 of them. The 10 seconds passed, everything went black, the world spun, and the next instant, I was standing in a strange, unfamiliar place. In a flash, the 5 of them formed up, locking me dead in the center. The 4 moved in perfect sync, like they'd drilled it 1,000 times, completely ignoring the arrangement I'd laid out. Even Nong Yi, the weakest of them, clumsily raised his iron cord bow, eyes fixed straight ahead, refusing to give an inch. You all, didn't we agree? Nong Yi and Shao Qi guard the inside. Uncle Guan and Dunshan hold the outside. Nong Yi and Shao Qi just looked at me and said, word by word, my lord, I can die, but I'll die in front of you, never cowering behind you. A lump rose in my throat. Fine. Uncle Guan, take a look around first. Seems like it hasn't started yet, so everyone breathe easy for a moment. There was no arguing with them. I took the chance to open my own panel. ID 009527 Xiaotian. Level 1 EXP 70/300. Combat power 260, 110 plus 30 plus 120. Stamina 100/100. Talent Grade C, enhance all things, upgradable. Enhance 15 100ths times or reach grade B with a relevant treasure. Minimum 1 level enhancement. 0.1% chance of 2 levels. 0.001% chance of 3 levels. Can reach up to mythic grade. The same item cannot be enhanced twice. 5 times per day, 0 remaining today. Aptitude, fine. Equipment, black gold divine crossbow, X. Combat power plus 120. Draws bowstring to auto-generate crossbow bolts. Firing rate 1 bolt/second. Range 1,000 meters. Bonus skill, arrow rain. Rains down 100 arrows over a target area within 10 meters, plus 100% attack, 30-minute cooldown. Auto recovery stamina, plus 1 per minute, stamina 100/100. Evaluation, you've broken the mortal limit. 1 step closer to becoming a true powerhouse. Combat power went up, and leveling up now grants plus 30 instead of just a small power boost. Too bad how to obtain skills is still a mystery. Smack, I slapped my forehead. Pig brain. Too busy hunting gear for Uncle Guan and the others, I forgot to get myself a set of armor. The only thing left in my space was that beat-up iron armor shield Mountain had swapped out, better than nothing. I quickly threw it on, plus 2 combat power, a little protection. Anything beats going bare-chested. I took another look around. A desolate plain, barren and lifeless. Yellow sand swirled through the air. A few withered trees lay sprawled across the ground, faint white bones peeking out from beneath. At the edge of my vision, crumbling ruins flickered in and out of sight. Beneath our feet stood a stone outpost, square-shaped, under 30 square meters, about 3 meters tall, with no interior space, just a flat surface on top, ringed by a 1.5-meter defensive wall. My heart sank. This was clearly a death trap. Nowhere to run, nowhere to hide. Uncle Guan. There's no prompt, but from the looks of this place, they probably want us to hold the line to the death. This battle, it's all on you. You've got the command skill, so you call the shots. That way you can buff everyone. I had no idea what to do, so all I could do was adapt on the fly. First, settle the chain of command. Yes, sir. From this moment on, you all follow my orders. The instant he spoke, everyone's combat power visibly surged. I clenched my fist. My strength really had thickened up a notch. Guan Yidao pondered for a moment, then surveyed the outpost carefully once more. My lord, how much stone do we have left? I checked my space. 300 units. What? Here's my plan. There's no natural cover on this platform, so we build our own. We stack a 10 square meter high platform right in the center, at least 3 meters tall, walled all around. My lord takes Xiaoqi and Nong Yi up top to fire arrows. We leave a 1-meter passage below for Shield Mountain and me to hold. If the lower level falls, the two of us fall back up to the platform. This way, our odds are much better. He paused. Of course, that's assuming there are no aerial enemies. Otherwise, it'll be tough to hold. Don't worry about all that for now. Just do it your way. Get started. I hauled out every last bit of stone. I wasn't panicking. I still had that summoning token for my mom clutched in hand. If things went south, I'd use it first. The 5 of them worked fast, hands and feet flying. With their kind of strength, stacking stone was effortless. In under 10 minutes, a man-made high platform rose from the ground, about 4 meters tall, nearly 5.5 meters counting the wall. I led. Following the small staircase that Xiaoqi and Nong Yi had set aside, I climbed onto the platform and laid out all the arrows. Looking out into the distance, something was faintly gathering along the horizon in all 4 directions. A cold, emotionless voice rang out from nowhere. The death game begins. Stage 1, Skeleton Soldiers, common, times 100. Before the voice even faded, white light flashed repeatedly 100 meters beyond the outpost. 100 skeletons rose out of thin air, grim white bones, rusted blades and swords, jaws clacking open and shut, ghostly flames dancing in their empty sockets. My lord, you try first. All right. I raised the black gold divine crossbow, took quick aim. Whip. The bolt struck a skeleton square in the skull. The skull burst apart on the spot, and the skeleton clattered to the ground. Losing none of its force, the bolt punched through several more, reducing everything in its path to dust. What brutal power. Uncle Guan, none of you move. I've got this wave myself. I signaled Xiaoqi and Nong Yi to hold back and picked the skeletons off one by one on my own. For a moment, it became my solo act. The skeletons crowded together, sluggish and slow, and every bolt I loosed dropped several at once. In under a minute, only a handful of scattered bones remained outside the outpost, which I cleared out with a few finishing shots. That's all. Way too easy. The first wave, I handled it all by myself. I couldn't help but grin. First wave successfully eliminated. All members gain plus 50 EXP. Next wave incoming in 10 minutes. The voice returned, and the bones littering the ground vanished without a trace. So there's even EXP. I didn't think much of it. But Guan Yidao's expression turned grave. He was a veteran, and he refused to believe it would stay this easy. Sure enough, the second wave brought 200. I barely managed to shoot them all down before they closed in. The third wave brought 300, mixed with 10 of fine grade. Xiaoqi and Nong Yi began to join in. Both were far too inexperienced, their aim laughably off. Nong Yi wasn't cut out to be a fighter. No matter how he shot, the arrows went wide. Xiao Qi, though, learned incredibly fast. After 20-odd arrows, he could already land one shot out of two. The gap wasn't about talent. It was about whether you were willing to loose those extra 20 arrows. The fourth wave, 400 of them, with 100 fine grade appearing outright, plus a single rare grade. Everyone's heart clenched. Guan Dao gave a low, firm order. "My lord, give Nong Yi the old shields from the shield pile. Nong Yi, you're on watch. Guard my lord. Everyone, get ready. This wave, we're going in close." The moment the skeletons appeared, Xiao Qi's hands and mine never stopped. Bowstrings hummed, arrows split the air, and one skeleton after another was pinned dead where it stood. My black gold divine crossbow hit hard and heavy. Even a fine-grade skeleton dropped in a single shot with a bolt to the skull. Xiao Qi lagged far behind. Fine-grade skeletons had tough, hardened bones. Unless you struck them right in the eye socket, it took 5 arrows to bring one down. So he simply focused on picking off the common skeletons. Some elite-grade sneaks kept hiding behind their own kind. Real pains to deal with. By the time the enemy swarm closed in on the outpost, I'd only managed to pick off a dozen or so. Skeleton Warrior, Elite, LV.1 Power, 120 Agile, Backbone of the Horde. Skeleton Champion, Rare, LV.1 Power, 225 Battle-Hardened Elite, Master of Close Combat. The Skeleton Champion was clad in iron armor, wielding a longsword, standing nearly 10 feet tall, almost level with the outpost itself. It tried scaling the wall several times, only to be slammed back down by Shield Mountain. "Watch out, Uncle Guan." Guan Dao wove through the passage like a dragon in water, cutting down skeleton after skeleton as they leapt up. One tried to ambush him from behind. I put an arrow straight through its eye socket. "My lord, I'm out of arrows." Xiao Qi's shout made my heart sink. Only the fourth wave, and all 1,300 arrows were already gone. Xiao Qi jumped down, grabbed Shield Mountain's blade, and joined the fight. Guan Dao had ears everywhere. Killing and answering all at once, he settled on a plan in an instant. Without hesitation, Xiao Qi vaulted down from atop Shield Mountain's shoulders. Right on cue, Shield Mountain handed him the saber. Shield Mountain gripped his shield with both hands, ramming every skeleton that climbed up and sending them flying. But his eyes never left the champion. Xiao Qi was clumsy with the blade at first, but swing by swing, he grew steadier, taking some of the pressure off Guan Dao. His talent was already above elite grade. Once he got the hang of it, his combat strength gushed out like a spring. True powerhouses are never born invincible. They're forged on the edge of a blade. Up on the high platform, Farmer 1 served as a lookout, calling out report after report. He was anxious too, but at the end of the day, he was just a farmer. Holding off a few ordinary skeletons was already the best he could do. Whip. Another skeleton warrior went down. I smiled. "Farmer 1, you miscounted. Only 6 left." A few minutes later, every elite-grade skeleton was wiped out, leaving just the one champion and a dozen or so grunts. Next wave countdown 958. The panel that suddenly popped up on my wristband made my chest tighten. "Uncle Guan, the countdown started. We've got to move fast." "Shield Mountain, come with me. Let's take down this champion." Guan Dao leapt down in response, without a moment's hesitation. His broadsword swept across, shattering the grunts around him. Shield Mountain locked onto the champion and threw his entire weight behind an iron shield charge. The towering beast crashed to the ground. "Idao." Guan Dao stepped forward. His blade flashed, and the champion's head flew. A burst of white light. The bones scattered across the ground dissolved into nothing. Lights swirled around the 5 of us as we all leveled up together, and some of our stamina returned. First wave, plus 50 experience. Second wave, plus 100, then plus 150, plus 200. I could see the pattern now. Not many, but better than nothing. All 5 had leveled up to 2, and both Guan Dao and I had hit 270/500. If the next wave gave us plus 250, we'd advance another rank. "Nong Yi, Xiao Qi, get down here and collect the arrows. The Lord's watching the clock. He'll call us in the last 2 minutes." Guan Dao barked out orders beneath the outpost. Everyone jumped into action at once. Then Shield Mountain spotted something. "Uncle Guan, this warrior dropped some loot." Guan Dao stepped up, scooped up 3 glowing orbs, climbed the outpost, and handed them over. I couldn't wait to open them. Iron sword, fine, power plus 15. Iron armor, fine, power plus 20. Repair stone times 4. I let out a hearty laugh. Huh. Talk about perfect timing. The iron sword goes to Shao-Chi. You all split the repair stones, and this iron armor, it's mine. I strapped it on right away. The power boost wasn't much, but that thick iron plating gave me a solid sense of security. 2 minutes flew by, and I called everyone back. We'd recovered fewer than 500 arrows. Guan Yidao told Shao-Chi to fire first, then come down to back us up once the enemy closed in. Wave 5, begin. Here they come. As the white light faded, I scanned the field, and my heart sank. 300 common skeletons, 100 of them carrying bows, 190 fine-tier warriors, 9 rare-tier champions, and 1, a superb tier skeleton war general I'd never seen before. Uncle Guan, this looks bad. 100 archers, 190 warriors, 9 champions, and a war general. Guan Yidao lay flat against the wall, silent for a moment. But his voice came out steady as bedrock. Easy, my lord. Shao-Chi, empty your quiver on the archers, nothing else. Then get down and cover Shield Mountain. My lord, focus on the warriors. Once I've lured the champions into one cluster, wait for my signal to unleash your skills. Know me, keep the lord safe. Everything said, he gripped his broadsword and leapt down. Uncle Guan, be careful. His feet slammed into the ground, kicking up dust. Guan Yidao dragged his blade behind him, gave us a backhand wave, and shot into the skeleton horde like an arrow off the string. HSSS, HSSS. A low, guttural screech tore across the field. It was the war general, giving orders. All around, the archer skeletons raised their bone bows, and a rain of white bone arrows poured down on Guan Yidao. But the skeletons were clumsy and slow. Their flimsy arrows only kicked up dust behind him, and the rare one that did land just glanced off his leather armor. Slashing his way through, bones scattering everywhere, Guan Yidao carved out a bloody path by sheer force. He closed in on a skeleton champion, landed a quick tap of a strike, then spun and took off. Up on the platform, Shao-Chi and I kept our arrows flying without pause. The archers went down row by row, and the warriors lost over 70 of their number. The pressure on Guan Yidao grew lighter and lighter. He moved through the skeleton horde like it was empty space. The 9 enraged champions and dozens of warriors chased after him relentlessly, and step by step, he lured them toward the outpost. My lord, get ready. He lunged forward, rolled once, and vanished from my sight. I squeezed the trigger without hesitation. Arrow rain. In an instant, 100 arrows rained down over the enemy mob. The clustered warriors each took 5 or 6 hits. Most of them dropped dead on the spot, leaving only 3 staggering around missing arms or legs. Behind them, another 20 or so soldiers went down too. Shield Mountain, get down there. We're going straight for the war general. Shao-Chi, switch to your blade and hold the platform. Guan Yidao seized the moment and called for Shield Mountain to flank with him. The scattered stragglers left over? Shao-Chi and I could handle those just fine. SHHKK. The war general let out a long screech and charged straight at Guan Yidao. The thing had a bit of intelligence. It knew how to command, but only so much. It wasn't until its underlings were nearly wiped out that it finally stepped in itself. It drove the surviving troops toward the outpost while it faced Guan Yidao and Shield Mountain alone. Clang! A deafening crash rang out as Shield Mountain took the war general's blade head-on. That greatsword was no ordinary weapon. A single strike shaved off 30% of the iron shield's durability. Shield Mountain winced, no longer daring to block it straight on. Uncle Guan, I can't take it. That blade's way too strong. 2 more hits, and my shield's done for. Guan Yidao switched tactics on the spot. As the war general chased after Shield Mountain, he wound up his greatsword and delivered a diagonal slash straight to the back of its knee. The war general's left leg snapped clean off. The thing couldn't react in time and crashed to the ground. Shield Mountain pounced on the opening, leaping high into the air and slamming his full weight, shield first, down onto its spine. Uncle Guan now. A battle-hardened veteran like Guan Yidao would never let a chance like that slip. His blade came down in a mighty, splitting Mount Hua strike. severing the arm that held the war general's weapon. Down one arm and one leg. The war general had no fight left in it. The two of them worked together, and a single stroke took its head clean off. Huff, huff. From start to finish, it had taken barely 10 minutes. Guan Yidao slumped down onto the war general's skeleton, gasping for breath. Shield Mountain, who'd stuck mainly to defense, still had plenty in the tank. Shield Mountain, go help out. Less than 10 warriors and around 60 grunts remained on the field. Shao Qi, now fluent with his blade and covered by my arrow rain, was more than holding his own. Once Shield Mountain joined in, the field was swept clean in under a minute. Party experience plus 250. Guan Yidao and I both leveled up smoothly, and he'd caught his breath enough to get back on his feet. The bones scattered into nothing, leaving the ground blanketed with orbs of light. This time I didn't stay up on the platform. I brought Farmer 1 and jumped down with him. Clean up fast. No telling when the next wave hits, so we'd better be ready. Thanks to Guan Yidao, this round wrapped up even quicker than the last. Once we'd gathered all the loot and arrows, everyone actually had a moment to rest. I pulled out all the berries and well water, and everyone drank their fill. Since I'd only been firing arrows from the platform, I still had half my stamina left. Once my throat was soothed, I took stock of the haul. 6 fine iron swords, 7 sets of fine iron armor, 1 rare dark iron greatsword, 1 rare fish scale battle armor, 12 repair stones, 1 fine summoning order, 3 fine summoning. The skeleton token, a rare summoning token for skeletons. Loot piled high, and my heart soared at the sight. I even started to secretly look forward to this crisis. After all, I still had an ace up my sleeve. If things really went south, I'd just cash in that superior summoning order. Uncle Guan, this black iron broadsword adds 80 combat power. It's yours. Next time you run into a war general, you probably won't last a few swings without it. That leather armor doesn't protect you worth a damn. Switch to iron. Nong-yi, Shao Qi, you two suit up in iron armor too. Dunshan, the fish scale battle armor goes to you. Everyone was thrilled. Guan Yidao stroked his new blade with such a tender expression. Anyone who didn't know better would have thought he was caressing his wife. Aside from Dunshan patching up his iron shield with 2 repair stones, we ditched all the old gear. It wasn't worth wasting the precious repair stones on. Then I pulled out the summoning orders. I was familiar with the fine summoning order, but the skeleton summoning order was new to me. I opened it up to take a look. Summon skeleton, fine. Summon skeleton, rare. Turns out they summon warriors and champions, decent for defense, but you couldn't take them with you. The moment the dungeon ended, they'd vanish. So I went ahead and used both the fine summoning order and the skeleton orders all at once. As the white light faded, a warrior in his early 20s appeared, clad in armor and gripping a sword, with 3 skeleton warriors and 1 skeleton champion standing behind him. Greetings, my lord. I helped him to his feet and checked his stats. Unnamed, fine. Warrior level 0 loyalty 80 combat power 188 elite infantry, fights fiercely. Not bad. At 188 combat power, he was already close to rare grade potential, worth grooming. From now on, your name is Bui. Come, let me introduce you to everyone. I swapped out his standard gear, and his combat power climbed by over 30 points. Those 4 skeletons obeyed me like extensions of my own body. I ordered them to switch into fine blades and armor, and it actually worked, each gaining 30 combat power. A single thought was all it took to command them. Uncle Guan, if the next wave keeps letting us add troops and gear like this, I figure we'll have no trouble. Trading up from a slingshot to a cannon, I couldn't help feeling smug. My lord must not underestimate the enemy. One slip, and it's all over. Guan Yidao stayed steady as ever, not letting the victory in front of him go to his head. He was right. The most dangerous moment for a person usually isn't when they're cornered. It's the instant they think victory is in the bag. Time ticked away, second by second. The 6th wave finally arrived, and white light burst up all around us. Everyone fixed their eyes on it, and in unison, they sucked in a sharp breath. A pitch-black swarm. The enemy's numbers had doubled from the last wave. Besides the ever-present skeleton soldiers, there were now 500 more monsters that looked like skinless men, muscle fibers exposed, drenched in blood from head to toe, as if living people had been flayed alive. Blood corpse, common, combat power, 80 swift movements, sole weakness, the head. Uncle Guan, don't go out for this wave. The new monsters. They're called blood corpses. Only a headshot can kill them. Guan Yidao changed formation the instant he heard this. Shao Qi, keep taking out the archers. My lord, you focus on the warriors. Everyone else holds the platform. This wave's too big. All we can do is dig in. Remember, use the 4 skeletons to block their blades. The blood corpses were terrifyingly fast. Before he'd even finished speaking, they were already within 20 meters. Shao Qi and I each locked onto our targets. Thousands of rounds of practice had honed our aim. 8 out of every 10 arrows were headshots. Nongi swept his eyes across the field from the high platform, relaying calls. The platform below had become a brutal melee. Guan Yidao and Dun Shan were strong and battle-tested. Between one blade and one shield, blood corpses kept shattering apart. But Bu Yi was struggling. After cutting down a dozen or so, the enemies climbing up only kept piling in. His stamina plummeted, and all he could do was tuck himself beside the skeleton warriors, waiting for openings to counterattack. Thank God those 4 skeletons never tired. They blocked nearly half the incoming enemies. Shao Qi, are the archers cleared out yet? Guan Yidao was drenched in sweat. The blood corpses were tougher than he'd expected. Slash the neck, split the skull, still they refused to go down. It was exhausting work. The pile of bodies outside the outpost had stacked up 3 meters high, and the enemy tied behind was starting to surge up and over. Our 3 skeletons were teetering, missing arms and legs. The line was in trouble. Uncle Guan, about 10 left. Leave them, no real threat. Get down here and back up Bu Yi. We're about to lose the line down here. Shao Qi tossed his bow, snatched up his sword, and leapt down. He landed with a straight downward cut, taking out a soldier on the way. Then a twist of the wrist sent the blade sweeping in a wide arc, and the space around Bu Yi cleared out instantly. Thanks. These blood corpses are so hard to kill. A second later, and I wouldn't have held. Bu Yi was still shaken. He didn't fear death, only failing his lord. Shao Qi nodded, spun around, and charged off elsewhere, clearing the blood corpses off the skeletons one by one, steadying the line for now. Uncle Guan, can you still hold? 6 warriors down, 3 to go. Up on the platform, watching the chaos below, I felt my nerves fraying. Guan Yidao's blade swept sideways, cutting down 3 soldiers lunging at him. He didn't even turn his head. My lord, just keep killing. The grunts can't do real damage. We can hold. Dun Shan, watch Bu Yi. Shao Qi, keep roaming. Nongyi, keep your eyes on that enemy general. The second it gets close, call it out. Even in the thick of such vicious fighting, he could still direct the whole field with pinpoint precision. That composure alone gave everyone tremendous confidence. A true anchor isn't about how well he fights. It's that even in the worst chaos, he can still make everyone know exactly where to go. Outside the outpost, the enemy still numbered more than 500. I'd just cut down the last warrior and was about to catch my breath when I saw the countdown for the next wave had already begun. My heart lurched. Uncle Guan, the countdown started. 9 minutes left. Don't panic, my lord. There's time. Break out the good water and food. Have Nomi pass it over. We need to get some stamina back. Guan Yidao ground out the words through clenched teeth. His superb combat skill could still hold. Shield Mountain fought defensively, spending little energy, but Shao Qi and Bu Yi were slowly running out of steam. Firing all the while, I flung everything from my storage space up onto the platform. Bu Yi, restore your stamina first. I've got you covered. Shield Mountain lunged in front of him, iron shield blocking on the left, iron sword hacking on the right, clearing everything around them. A cup of fine well water and half a slab of rare meat later, Bu Yi's stamina surged, and he was a fired-up, full-blooded fighter once more. Shao Qi, Shield Mountain, and Guan Yidao took turns resupplying, and our kill rate climbed again. By now 2 of the summoned skeletons had gone down, and the last one had lost an arm, on the verge of collapse. My lord, what's this? Having just finished off the last warrior and taken over to ease the pressure below, I heard Nong Yi's voice. I looked down. There, lying on the ground, was a glittering gift box. Where'd that come from? My lord, you took it out yourself. Nong Yi looked utterly baffled. I couldn't make sense of it. Firing off faith shots while scrolling through the messages on my wristband, It took me several pages to figure it out. Turns out it was a mystery gift package bestowed by the Heavenly Tao for being the first human on Blue Star to break through in aptitude and reach the fine tier. I'd been about to teleport at the time and hadn't even noticed. Too bad my enhancement attempts for the day were already used up. Desperate times call for desperate measures, so I opened the gift package first. Congratulations! You've obtained Golden Treasure Chest ×1, Equipment Enhancement Scroll, Superior, ×1, Summoning Order, Rare, ×1. Huh, there's actually good stuff in here. I nearly laughed out loud, my mind racing. How could I use these to get through this trial? Equipment Enhancement Scroll, Superior upgrades equipment below superior tier by 1 level. A real gem. After thinking it over briefly, I decided Guan Yidao was the best fit. With a powerful weapon paired with his skill, he might even dare to take on the Dragon Rhino Beast one-on-one. Uncle Guan, catch. Upgrade your weapon to superior tier. I tossed down the enhancement scroll. Guan Yidao caught it and, without wasting a second, used it right away. Golden light burst forth. The black iron great blade in his hand instantly transformed into a curved crescent long blade, its cold edge razor sharp. Crescent moon blade, superior. Combat power plus 135. Skill 1 half moon slash. Cleaves out a half moon blade wave, sweeping enemies within 20 meters. Attack plus 20%. Cooldown 60 minutes. Skill 2 sweep the legions. Fan-shaped blade wave covering 10 meters. Cooldown 60 minutes. Durability auto restores, plus 1100/100 per minute. Powerful. Incredibly powerful. With a casual swing, Guan Yidao cut 2 skeleton warriors clean in half at the waist. The blade wave hadn't even faded before bone fragments flew everywhere. This blade wasn't just sharp, it packed 2 trump cards, too. The cooldowns were long, but at the critical moment, a single strike could decide everything. Nong E, where's that skeleton commander? I'll go cut it down. Gripping the crescent moon blade, even the usually steady Guan. Uncle Guan couldn't hold back any longer. His eyes were blazing with the urge to fight. Hold on, Uncle Guan. I raised a hand to stop him. Let me see if I can summon another strong reinforcement. We were short-handed up on the platform, so I pulled out a summoning token. I'd save the rare grade 1 for Mom. I could enhance it later. For now, the excellent grade would do. I pressed down with my fingertip. Summon successful. Obtained, Warrior, Excellent, ×1. White light burst out. A female warrior stood atop the platform. Her fitted leather armor hugged her frame, with delicate metal filigree inlaid at the seams where the plates joined, strength and beauty merging into one on her. The longbow in her hand had blades at both ends, giving off a bitter, icy glint. That was no mere ranged weapon. At her waist hung a quiver, holding just 10 arrows. A little light on ammo. The moment she lifted her gaze, my chest tightened. Those eyes could pierce right through you, cold as a hunter looking down on its prey. Greetings, my lord. Her voice was clear and cold, crisp and to the point. Ling Han, excellent. Class, Divine Archer Affiliation, Shao Tian Loyalty, 80. Level 0 Combat Power, 521. Skill A Rapid Arrows. 10 arrows fired in succession, single target or scatter, 5-minute cooldown. Skill Fatal Shot. Unleashes 200% attack power. Instant kill on anything below excellent grade. 30-minute cooldown. Equipment Blade Shadow Windchaser Bow. Rare plus 68 combat power. Plus 20% attack speed. Gale Leather Armor. Rare plus 88 combat power. Plus 20 movement speed. Homing Quiver. Rare comes with 10 black gold feathered arrows. Never wears out. Arrows automatically return after hitting their mark. Rating, a Battlefield Reaper. Explosive ranged output, and no slouch in melee either. I stared at that panel, my heartbeat picking up half a step. An ancient Gatling gun, a cheat code sniper, with unlimited ammo to boot. No wonder they only gave her 10 arrows. That quiver was literally the definition of infinite firepower. I was so absorbed in reading when suddenly, Ling Han's loyalty -1. I flinched. What just happened? I looked up. Ling Han was down on one knee, staring at me with a displeased expression. Then it hit me. I'd been staring at her stat panel, but from her point of view, what did that look like? Don't get the wrong idea. I waved my hands quickly. I was looking at your ability info, not ignoring you. Get up, get up. The battle's urgent right now. Go take out the enemy first, and I'll give you a proper introduction later." Her expression eased, and then a trace of guilt crossed her face. She stood, cupped her fist in salute, and turned to sweep her eyes across the battlefield. Below, Guan Yidao was fighting at full tilt. He'd already locked onto the skeleton war general, just waiting for his skill cooldown to finish. One more minute. "Ling Han, that's the skeleton war general. Excellent grade." I pointed toward it. "Take it down, and this wave gets a whole lot easier." She narrowed her eyes and silently gauged the distance. "Rest easy, my lord. A piece of trash like that? Watch me." Her bow drew back like a full moon. She aimed for 2 seconds, then a thunderous shout. "Take this." All I saw was a blur of her arm. 10 arrows, knocked tail to tip like a single straight silver thread, tore through the air toward the skeleton war general. In under 2 seconds, all 10 had flown. Rapid-fire shots. It was the first time in my life I'd seen anyone's hands move that fast. All 10 arrows buried themselves precisely in the skeleton war general's eye sockets, dead center in its sole flame. It didn't even have time to scream before it crashed to the ground. Dead silence fell over the battlefield. Everyone forgot to move. Luckily, the moment the skeleton king died, the enemy horde's assault stalled for an instant, so no one got hurt. Even more uncanny, the instant the skeleton war general hit the ground, all 10 arrows had already snapped right back into her quiver. Nong and I exchanged a look, both dumbstruck. "Ling, that was insane." Under our nonstop praise, the corner of her mouth curled up bit by bit, and a light came into her eyes. Every lift of her arm sent out an unbroken stream of arrows. Even without a skill, she fired 2 a second. Fast and dead accurate. Enemies dropped in rows. To her, a skeleton warrior was nothing more than a single arrow away from finished. 3 minutes, nearly 300 arrows, and the area around the outpost was swept clean. Next wave, 2 minutes left. "My lord, I'm firing too fast. My bow's durability is dropping like crazy." She held up her bow. "I've got it. Coming right up." I answered instantly. This kind of super damage dealer, the team could afford to lose anyone but her. "Uncle Guan, hurry, sweep the field, grab every dropped orb." Once the cleanup was done, everyone gathered around. I introduced Ling to the group. She just had a cold personality. With teammates, she was actually warm, especially toward the lively Xiao Qi. She even smiled and gave her some pointers on archery. The loot. For fine iron swords, 7 sets of fine iron armor, 1 rare black iron armor, 8 bottles of healing potion, 10 repair stones, 1 healing potion blueprint, plus a rare summoning token. Everyone swap out any swords or armor with low durability. Uncle Guan put on the black iron armor. I divided it up fast. Aside from the 2 repair stones each that Dunshan and Ling burned through, 6 were left. Curious, I opened up the newly acquired blueprint. Healing potion. Common instantly restores 30 stamina and mends minor wounds. Way more useful than the fine-grade clear water. Perfect timing, too, since our water was running low. Healing potion. Crafting blueprint. Common. Water 200 milliliters plus life herb. Common. ×1. Restores 30 stamina. Mends minor wounds. Fine. Fine water plus fine life herb. Restores 60 stamina. Rapidly heals wounds. Rare. Rare water plus rare life herb. Fully restores stamina. Instantly heals wounds. Craftable all the way up to legendary grade. My luck was absurd. Wasn't this just the red potion from a game? And a whole set of them at that. Craftable all the way up to legendary grade. Quality. Too bad. I've never even seen what a rare grade life herb looks like. By the time I summoned the skeleton warriors, the 7th wave had already surged in. Still 1,000 of them. The skeleton warriors climbed to 20. The skeleton generals gained 1 more. And there were 50 new fine-grade iron corpses, 3 meters tall, their bodies covered in a layer of horny armor. Slower, sure, but their defense had more than doubled. Alongside them came 50 fine-grade hunters, lean and sharp, twin claws like blades, fast as shadows. Without Lung Ling, we might have cleared this wave, but not without losing some skin. But with Lung Ling here, the enemy had barely appeared, the 2 skeleton generals' frames only just solidifying, before they even had a chance to move. She wiped them out with 2 skills. Guan Yidao frowned, thoroughly annoyed. He'd finally swapped in new gear and was itching to show off, only to end up hacking away at grunts. I didn't even get a turn. I just leaned against the edge of the platform, shoulder to shoulder with Nong-yi, watching her almost artful slaughter. "My lord," Lung Ling said suddenly. "Why don't you and Nong-yi head down to the platform? I need a full 360-degree firing angle. It's too cramped up here. I can't cut loose." I choked. She was shooing me off. But it was true. In a space this tiny, unless the two of us crouched, we might as well go down. So I resigned myself to it, took Nong-yi down, and blended into the crowd to hack at the small fry. Even Nong-yi hefted an iron sword, landing a strike here and there. The seventh wave passed just like that, uneventful. We didn't get a single fine-grade monster. She cleaned them all out. Another huge haul, a batch of iron swords and iron armor, one rare black iron helmet, one pair of rare black iron war boots, 8 repair stones, 6 common potions, 2 fine-grade potions, and 1 common summoning order. We'd stockpiled enough fine-grade gear to open a wholesale shop. I gave the helmet and war boots to Uncle Guan. Now he was decked out in high-tier gear, combat power off the charts. When we got back, he could probably go toe-to-toe with a dragon rhino beast. The 8th wave was cleared with barely a lift of a finger. A few people leaned against the barrier wall trading jokes, laughing so hard they almost forgot this was a death game. The 9th wave was a touch harder. Uncle Guan, who'd been bottled up, finally got his chance and plunged straight into the horde, his broadsword whirling. Fine grade or rare, none could withstand a single swing of his blade. He fought his way down to the last 2 skeleton generals, and with 1 half-moon slash, called it a day. Uncle Guan is mighty. I led the cheer, and everyone roared in unison. After a few waves, me, Dunshan, and Xiao Qi had all suited up in full rare gear. Lung Ling added boots and a helmet, and even Bu Yi and Nong-yi were toting rare weapons and draped in rare armor. Below the platform stood 5 skeleton soldiers, 5 skeleton warriors, and 2 skeleton generals, packing the passage completely full. Nong-yi and I returned to the high platform. After 9 waves, aside from Lung Ling and Bu Yi reaching level 3, the rest had all reached level 4. The strongest of them was Uncle Guan. Guan Yi Dao, exceptional, belongs to Xiao Tian, diehard loyal. Level 4 combat power, 1266. Skill 1 slash, charge and unleash, attack plus 100%, cooldown 30 minutes. Command, leadership cap of 100 troops, subordinates attack defense plus 10%. Assessment, a veteran transformed, showing the first signs of a general's talent. This dungeon run had paid off beyond belief. The strength of my forces had been turned completely upside down. Deep down, I actually felt a flicker of gratitude toward Lin Meng. Oh, screw that. Gratitude my ass. The second I get out of here, I'm going to kill that little punk. Final wave arriving in 10 minutes. Clear it for a massive reward. Fail and be annihilated. Condition 1. Hold for 60 minutes. Condition 2. Kill every monster. Meeting either one works. Different methods, different rewards. Haha, the last wave at last. I was in high spirits. Everyone get ready. Finish this, and we go home. Before I knew it, it was already past 7 in the evening outside. We'd been fighting for hours, but thankfully there was no day or night inside the dungeon. Otherwise, the pressure of defending would have been even worse. 10 minutes flew by. This time the spawn wasn't a 4-sided encirclement. Ahead, 1,000 skeletons. Behind, 1,000 blood corpses. I swept my eyes around, and cold sweat trickled down my spine. In the skeleton horde ahead, there was now an epic-tier skeleton king, 3 exceptional skeleton war generals, 100 rare skeleton warriors, and 100 fine-grade skeleton javeliners. In the corpse swarm behind, there was now a special exceptional devourer, 100 rare slayers, and the rest were all fine-grade iron corpses and hunters. Uncle Guan, what do we do? My voice went tight, and my face turned pale. This wave is a huge step up in both quality and quantity. I'm afraid we won't make it through. Beside me, Nong-yi's legs were already trembling. Guan Yi Dao's face was grim, and for a moment even he was at a loss. My lord, first read out the stats on the Skeleton King and the Devourer. Skeleton King, pseudo-epic, level 1 combat power, 1458. Devourer, exceptional, level 1 combat power, 850. Skill Devour. Consumes corpses to level up rapidly. Skill of extreme speed. Bursts to 200% speed for 30 seconds, cool down 10 minutes. An anomaly within the corpse swarm. It actively devours its own kind, growing stronger the more it eats, with a chance to be promoted. Uncle Guan. I can see all the Devourer's info. Its skills are absolutely monstrous. The Skeleton King only shows pseudo-epic, combat power 1458. Everything else is hidden. What I could see was already vicious enough. What I couldn't see, that was the real problem. Who knew what trump cards it was hiding? Dun Shan with me. Guan Yidao suddenly made the call. Everyone else, hold the platform. My lord, clear out the skeleton javeliners. Lung Ling, take out the skeleton warlord. Dun Shan and I will make an opening for you. Use barrage shot to bring down the devourer. Take it out first. Before he'd even finished, he leapt down from the outpost and charged into the horde behind us, Dun Shan right on his heels. One in front, one behind. Moving in seamless sync, they plowed a bloody path straight through the sea of corpses. Shaoqi drew her bow, covering them from a distance. Everyone else could only stand and wait, stamping their feet in frustration. Trip. Guan Yidao's brow furrowed. This new rare killer that had shown up had thick, tough hide and heavy defense. A single slash couldn't cut through it. An absolute pain to deal with. It had the heavy armor of an iron corpse and the speed of a hunter, both arms transformed into a pair of blades. Each one took 2 chops to bring down, and stamina was draining fast. The Devourer was less than 20 meters away now, but the thing was cunning as hell, weaving and dodging while snatching up the corpses old Guan cut down and gulping them whole. Its aura kept growing thicker, visibly getting stronger by the second. I was focused on picking off the skeleton javeliners when I happened to glance over and caught the Devourer mid-feed. My heart lurched. I quickly checked its stats. Devourer, exceptional, LV.3, combat power, 1150. 2 levels in under 5 minutes. Old Guan, I yelled at the top of my lungs. It's already level 3, combat powers at 1150. Guan Yidao's hands froze, disbelief written all over his face. He hadn't expected this thing to be so freakish either. Any more delay, and we'd lose our chance. Dun Shan, stay close. He gripped his crescent blade, gritted his teeth, and roared toward the outpost. Lung Ling, get ready. His right foot slammed down, and he shot forward like an arrow off the string. The crescent blade cleaved the horde apart, followed by a horizontal sweep. Using the full length of the blade, he cut clean across. A dozen-plus iron corpses and hunters were severed at the waist. Dun Shan followed right behind, his iron shield blocking the attacks coming from the rear, while his left hand reaped the stragglers with a black iron saber. In seconds, a 10-meter path of blood was torn open, less than 10 meters from the Devourer now. The thing was still frantically feeding, too slow to react. Sweeping Legion, Guan Yidao bellowed, and a fan of blade energy blasted outward. Dozens of monsters in its path were cut in two, and it landed square on the Devourer, severing one arm and splitting its chest open in a gash deep enough to show bone. Barrage shot. At the critical moment, Lung Ling's skill landed. 10 arrows split the air. One nailed into its skull, but sank only 3 centimeters before it was snapped clean off. 2 buried deep in its chest, and the rest were barely dodged. Roar! The gravely wounded Devourer let out a furious shriek. I thought it was going to lunge at old Guan. Instead, the sneaky bastard grabbed a corpse, spun around, and bolted. 5 meters between them, no time to cut it off. Guan Yidao's eyes darted, and a plan clicked into place. Dun Shan, ram me. Perfectly in sync, Dun Shan didn't hesitate for a second, his left-hand saber. The blade slammed flat against the iron shield atop the thorns. He drove down with both legs and hurled himself at Uncle Guan. Just as they were about to collide, Guan Yidao leaped high, planting both feet against the broadsword and pushing off, launching himself into the air. 20-plus feet, cleared in a single bound, landing right on top of the Devourer's head. One strike. He raised the crescent blade high overhead and, pouring every ounce of strength into it, brought it crashing straight down. The Devourer tried to dodge, too late. Crack! The hard skull split open with the blow. The blade never slowed, cleaving straight down through the neck and splitting it in two. Ha ha! In just a few minutes, Uncle Guan had burned through most of his stamina. He leaned on his blade, gasping. Thank God Shield Mountain blocked in front of him in time. Otherwise, the corpse horde, gone berserk from their boss's death, would have torn him to shreds. Nice. I just finished off the skeleton javelin throwers and caught that strike at the perfect moment. Lung Ling, I'm going to bail Uncle Guan out. The Devourer's dead. I spun around and let loose a rain of arrows, targeting the enemies swarming around Uncle Guan. Lung Ling had just cut down 2 skeleton war generals on her end, and when she heard the news, the corner of her mouth curled up. Got it. With Xiao Qi and me laying down cover fire again and again, Guan Yidao chugged 2 bottles of fine-grade potion and barely caught his breath. But fine-grade potions were far too weak for someone at his exceptional tier. It only restored 30 points, and his own stamina was already under 50. He and Shield Mountain worked together to punch toward the outpost. But about 150 feet from the platform, they got completely bottlenecked by the raging corpse tide, dead in their tracks. I gritted my teeth. Leaving only 2 skeleton war generals behind, I sent every last skeleton down. Skeleton warriors and skeleton soldiers rammed forward in wave after wave. When every last skeleton soldier had been ground to dust, they finally carved out a path. Then I ordered the skeleton warriors to take the blows for the 2 of them, until the last one fell, and the 2 finally fell back beneath the outpost. The 2 skeleton war generals reached down and hauled them up. Guan Yidao was gasping hard, but couldn't afford to rest. He immediately started barking orders. Behind you. Nong-yi, get down there and team up with Bu-yi and the 2 war generals. Hold the line. He gulped down the water Xiao Qi handed him, then continued. Xiao Qi, Shield Mountain, hold the front with me. My lord, Lung Ling. Hurry, take out the rare tier enemies, fast. By now I'd shot down every skeleton javelin thrower up front, and Lung Ling had claimed the last skeleton war general. That left just over 90 skeleton warriors and more than 700 skeleton soldiers. Lung Ling was deliberately controlling the pace, purposely not killing the skeleton soldiers first, so she could keep that skeleton king bottled up in the back, unable to move. Endless defense, endless slaughter. Before we knew it, another 10+ minutes had passed. Guan Yidao, locked in a fierce fight up front, suddenly heard Nong-yi scream out. Uncle Guan. Bu-yi and I can't hold much longer. Send help. Nong-yi couldn't last much longer. He wasn't a fighter. A tier 1 was only refined grade. Being able to hold the line for a dozen-odd minutes was already a blessing, all thanks to the 2 skeleton warlords jamming both in solid. Ling, how many rares left up front? Guan Yidao shouted between swings. She swept her gaze across, pausing a moment before answering. 16. Good. Leave the rest to the Lord. You focus your shots on the rear. Rare or refined. Clear them out as fast as you can. Guan Yidao barked the order, then grabbed Dun Shan by the arm. You and Xiao Qi hold here. Don't rush to kill. Defense first. Let the skeleton warriors block the skeleton king. I'm heading back to help. He spun around and charged toward the rear. Tier 1 and Nong-yi were battered head to toe. Nong-yi's shield was wrecked. He'd scooped an iron sword off the ground and was barely hanging on. The 2 skeleton warlords, on the other hand, didn't have a scratch. The corpse tide simply couldn't crack their defense. Trouble was, they were too big, and their swings on the platform were sluggish. Quite a few hunters and slayers had already climbed up. Chain arrow. Ling's arrow storm arrived just in time, dropping 10 hunters in one volley. Guan Yidao didn't hold back either. He reaped his way down the corridor, sweeping the platform clean of enemies scaling up. Nong-yi, get up first. Tier 1, drink a potion. Guan Yidao shielded the 2 of them, killing and commanding at once. Nong-yi hauled himself up onto the high platform with great effort. Then, so as not to get in my way or Ling's, could only huddle in a corner and catch his breath. The fight dragged on for 30 minutes. The corpse tied at the rear was finally thinning out, though at one point I had to unleash my arrow storm skill just to beat back a frenzied assault. Uncle Guan, 15 minutes left. I gritted my teeth. Forget the final reward. Just stall until it's over. Everyone was running on empty. I'd handed out every rare-grade potion I had. Stamina had barely climbed back above 60, but spirit, there was no restoring that. Tier 1 and Nong-yi lay half-sprawled on the platform, caked in blood, already unconscious. The mishap came, after all, Unable to break through after so long, and with over half its minions lost, the Skeleton King suddenly flew into a rage. It hoisted its massive bone axe high and hacked wildly, smashing every skeleton warrior in its path to pieces, and bore straight down on the outpost. "My lord, Uncle Guan," cried the others, who'd just wiped out the last of the stragglers. "The Skeleton King's gone berserk. It's cutting down its own troops." 80 meters out, my heart sank. I whipped back to the front, dumping the few dozen remaining stragglers in the rear on Shao-Chi and the two skeleton warlords. "Uncle Guan, any ideas?" I lay against the barrier wall. Right now, all I could do was count on the old soldier. No other choice. We tank it and run out the clock. Guan Yidao's face was worn ragged, but his voice held steady. "Shao-Chi, end it quick and bring the skeleton warlords up front." He had to keep fighting nonstop while watching every angle and directing the whole battle. Right now, he was more exhausted than anyone. Thankfully, his signature 1/ had finished cooling down. He'd been saving it all this time, never having. Use it. Maybe it could buy us a sliver of a chance. "Lung Ling, my lord, clear the field with everything you've got. No need to hold back the skeleton warriors now." "Dun Shan, back me up in a moment. Watch for the right timing and use your skill." Guan Yidao stayed calm and methodical as he braced for the Skeleton King's charge. 50 meters. 30 meters. 10 meters. "Dun Shan, get ready." "Roar." The Skeleton King suddenly let out a long, howling roar and hurled the bone shield in its hand. The shield shot into the air, swelling several times its size, sprouting countless bone blades as it came screaming toward us. Guan Yidao's pupils shrank bad. Of all the things we'd planned for, we never counted on its first move being a ranged attack. Thankfully, Dun Shan, who'd been watching it like a hawk, reacted with lightning speed. Guard. Bam! It wasn't the sound of shield meeting shield, but the thunderous crash of Dun Shan's entire body smashing into the raised platform. The gap in rank and combat power was simply too vast. The shield shadow conjured by his guard skill shattered the instant it made contact. The iron shield slammed brutally into his own chest, and he flew backward like a kite with its string cut, crashing into the platform and toppling the multi-ton stone dais entirely, blood spraying from his mouth. Lung Ling and I reacted just in time, each grabbing Bu Yi and Nong Yi and leaping down, an utterly sorry sight. Shao-Chi, spinning around from the side, broke out in a cold sweat, staring at the skeleton war general now half buried in the rubble. Had she been a step slower, it would have been her buried there. I hurriedly swept the pile of stone into my storage space. "Dun Shan, are you okay?" I helped him up. Rapid arrows. Half moon slash. Before he could answer, Guan Yidao and Lung Ling had already struck. Unfortunately, the Skeleton King's bone shield snapped right back to it, and once it had the shield in hand again, it took both attacks without a scratch, retreating only half a step. Guan Yidao's face turned ashen. "My lord, this is bad. This Skeleton King is too strong. It's damn near epic tier. I can take one more hit." Dun Shan struggled to his feet, hoisting his nearly shattered iron shield, his eyes hard as bedrock. "Damn it, we've still got 10 minutes. I glanced at the timer, my chest tightening. The black gold divine crossbow fired off several arrows in a row, all of them deflected. Was this where it all ended for us? I refused to accept it. I dug through my entire storage space. Not a single item that could turn the tide. Wait, my eyes lit up. I've still got a gold treasure chest. And if that fails, there's a silver one too. We're going to die anyway. Might as well roll the dice. I pulled out the gold treasure chest. Too bad I'd used up all my enhancement attempts for the day. Otherwise, I could have upgraded it to at least diamond tier. Arg! Dun Shan threw himself in front once again. Without his skill to protect him, his shield shattered in a single blow, and his whole body was sent flying, slamming into the skeleton war general before he let out a scream and passed out cold. Skeleton war general, go. All Guan Yidao wanted now was to buy even one more second. Open it. Open it. Open it. Open it. Quit stalling. 2 skeletons. A single strike, and the war general shattered, buying us just 5 seconds. Obtained, summoning order, superior, ×1, restoration aura ×1, skill upgrade stone ×2, refined iron ×20, sky-splitting thunder prison, epic single use, ×1. Everything else could wait. I tapped straight into that thunder prison. Sky-splitting thunder prison, epic single use. Summons a storm of thunderbolts to strike the target. All creatures within a 20 by 20 meter area are unable to move. Salvation at the 11th hour. A grin had barely started to spread across my face. The next second, it froze. A 20-meter radius. Wouldn't that trap me in it too? Isn't this just mutual destruction? Leave it to me, my lord. Lung Ling, who rarely spoke, said it flatly, then snatched the scroll from my hand and leaped down from the watchtower. She bounded across the heads of the skeleton horde like a sprite, and before I could even react, she'd charged some distance ahead. She spun around abruptly and drew her bow. Rapid shot. Deadly arrow. 2 skills fired in succession, striking the skeleton king square in the skull. A corner of its cranium cracked and crumbled. Enraged, it swung its axe and came after her. The blade flashed. White light surged before it, and 10 skeleton war generals materialized out of thin air. This was its second move. Utterly savage. Lung Ling calculated the distance at lightning speed, always weaving just beyond the 20-meter line, luring every skeleton step by step toward their king. The moment came. A cold glint flashed in her eyes as she hurled the thunder prison scroll with all her might. Boom! Electricity erupted, as if the apocalypse had come. With the skeleton king at its center, every skeleton within 400 square meters froze in place, unable to move, left to be baptized by that thunderous inferno. Hundreds of skeletal warriors were blasted into dust. Those who hadn't yet stepped into range instinctively drew toward their king and instantly turned to ash. The skeleton king was monstrously powerful. Through sheer force of will, it forced itself to move, edging toward the perimeter as if in slow motion. Dozens of thunderbolts crashed down, each one shaking loose another layer of bone dust. By the time it reached the edge, less than half of it remained. At last, just as one foot stepped clear of the thunder prison, it threw back its head and let out a silent, unwilling roar. Boom! Several bolts of lightning struck down at once. The skeleton king was ground into dust. All that remained was that single severed foot, one step past the boundary. Experience plus 500. My mouth hung open, and for a long moment I couldn't say a word. There actually existed a skill this terrifying in this world. But it stung so badly I could barely stand it. If I'd saved that scroll and upgraded it once tomorrow, I'd have dared to slay a god. And now it was just gone. Congratulations on a perfect clear. Obtained. Mystery Bundle ×1. All members gain plus 1,000 experience. Teleportation begins in 10 minutes. Hurry. Grab every last orb. I'd never felt so nimble in my life. I leaped up, hands and feet. Worked together, scrambling and crawling to sweep up every light orb. Snapping out of it, Shao Qi, Nong Yi, and Bu Yi leaped backward. Guan Yi Dao trailed behind me, snatching up everything in sight. Lung Ling had long since collected the skeleton king's drops and was clearing out the rest. 3, 2, 1. At the very last second, we swept the area completely clean. Thud, thud. Back in the stone house, everyone who'd teleported in collapsed to the floor one after another. Even the ice-cold Lung Ling dropped all pretense of composure, sprawled out flat on her back without moving a muscle. Shao Qi's endless groaning had the whole group cracking up. Only now did we get to enjoy the perks of the Tower of Light. Outside, it was bright as day, and with the windows open, the inside stayed fully lit without even lighting an oil lamp. Nourished by the tower's glow, everyone's stamina slowly recovered, minor cuts gradually healed, and even the badly wounded Dun Shan improved a lot. Seeing the sanctuary for the first time, Lung Ling and Bu Yi were pretty shaken by just how much I had stashed away. No time to cook a real meal. Nong Yi, I'll leave it to you. Boil the 3 regular and 1 fine-grade golden armor crocodile eggs. Once we eat, everybody wash up and hit the sack. Ding. The words had barely left my mouth when my wristband started blowing up. I tapped it open, and messages from friends flooded the entire screen. Mom had sent over 100 alone, practically one every few minutes. Turns out the dungeon had blocked all messages. No wonder I hadn't gotten a single one. Slaughter Continent, Year 1, January 3rd, 2155. 10 hours 5 minutes until daybreak. Temperature 10-17. Heavy rained. Before I knew it, I'd spent nearly 8 hours grinding away in the dungeon. I quickly replied to every friend who'd checked in, letting them know I was safe, then called Mom. She picked up in under a second. She'd been waiting the whole time. On the screen, Mom's eyes were bloodshot as she held my sleeping little sister. The moment she saw me, her voice cracked with worry. "Shouty, what happened to you? I texted you all day and you never answered. And I couldn't get through on video either." Guilt washed over me. Things had been so urgent at the time that it never even crossed my mind to send word that I was okay. I'd left her worried sick all day. "Mom, I got dragged into a dungeon out of nowhere today and couldn't reach anyone. I'm fine now." I coaxed her gently. "It's late, and I've got a ton to deal with tomorrow, so get some rest. I'll video call you the second I wake up." We talked for a while until I'd eased her worries, then hung up. Soon after, with Xiaoqi's help, Nong Yi fried up 4 golden armor crocodile eggs, each bigger than an ostrich egg, 1 serving per person. Seasoned with nothing but a pinch of salt, the eggs tasted impossibly delicious to a group that hadn't eaten all day, and they vanished in the blink of an eye. Stuffed and satisfied, we took turns washing up. I conjured 2 more beds along with 2 sets of bedding and set them up in the second-floor living room. Xiaoqi and Lung Ling took 1 bedroom, while Nong Yi and Bu Yi slept in the living room. After washing up, I dropped straight into bed and drifted off almost instantly. Ding! At dawn, what woke me wasn't the sun. It wasn't light that woke me, but the chime from my wristband. The tower of light was so bright I had to keep the windows shut just to sleep. Bleary-eyed, I pulled the curtain aside in the dim light, and the whole room instantly lit up. I glanced at the time, only 7 o'clock. I grumbled, "Who's messaging me before the sun's even up?" I opened it, a video call from Mom. I quickly picked up. "Hee hee, big brother, you slept in. Took you forever to answer." On the screen, my adorable little sister Lin was holding a big bowl, scolding me. Beside her, Li Yue laughed and said, "Your sister missed you all day yesterday. Kept fussing about finding you the moment she woke up. Did you get enough rest?" Family always warms your heart. Feeling energized, I grinned. Rested up and ready to go. Full of energy, strong as an ox. I could eat 8 bowls in one sitting. Big brother's such a show-off. I get full after half a bowl. Watching the 2 siblings bicker, a smile spread across Li Yue's face. Just being able to see her children safe and healthy in this strange new world was enough to make her content. "Oh right, Mom. How'd the ginger soup do after you listed it yesterday? What level's the cabinet now? How many supplies have we stocked up?" The rapid-fire questions left her flustered, and it took her a moment to sort them out. I started with just 10 cups of ginger soup to test the waters, and it turned out to be a real hot seller, huge demand. So I switched to selling it 1 cup at a time, and it took me all day to sell out. Just from that, I traded for 880 units of thatch, for 180 units of wood, plus a small cabin blueprint, a dozen or so pieces of meat, and 2 quilts. Too bad I couldn't get a bed. Your sister and I have to sleep on the floor. She paused, but her tone brightened. "Don't worry though, we've already upgraded to an intermediate cabin. No more rain, no more cold. I'm more than satisfied. Oh, and Shouty, I set aside a few good things for you. I'm planning to mail 1 over each day. Summoning Order, Superior, ×2, Class Change Book, Butler ×1, Farmland, Superior, ×1, Man-Eating Flower Seed, Superior, ×2. Looking at the items in her hands, my eyes stung with tears. That's what parents are. The moment they've barely got food on the table, they're already thinking of saving the best for their kids. "Silly boy," Li Yue said, half aching for me, half amused. Lin made a face. "Big brother, shame on you." I laughed and waved my hand. "Mom, I've got things to take care of. I'll surprise you both later." I wasn't in a hurry to have Mom send stuff over. The kin-finding ring could only teleport once every 7 days, so it made sense to save up and send more in one trip rather than 1 item a day. That'd just be a hassle and hold her back. Stepping out, I saw the living room was empty. Farmer 1 and Runner 1 were long gone. Downstairs, only Xiaoqi was busy making breakfast. Everyone else had headed out. "Xiaoqi, what delicious thing are you making today?" She looked a little embarrassed. "My lord, we're out of food. Farmer 1 and I went to the pool and caught some fish and shrimp, and this morning, we'll make do for now." Uncle Guan and Lung Ling went to check on the situation with the dragon rhinos. Smack! I slapped my forehead, seething inside. It was all because of those two damn dragon rhinos. Thanks to them, we couldn't even get a decent piece of meat anymore, and not a single small animal dared come near the sanctuary. The more I thought about it, the angrier I got. But I forced the frustration down. Just eat for now. I'll go figure something out. Stepping out of the stone house, I first collected today's well water before heading out of the yard to find Guanidao. Continent of Slaughter, Year 1, January 4th, 7:24, 36 minutes until daybreak. Temperature 8 to 15 degrees Celsius, overcast. Dawn hadn't broken yet, but the area around the sanctuary was as bright as day. The diligent farmer 1 toiled in the fields, Guan Yidao patrolled the perimeter with guard 1, and Lung Ling stood atop the arrow tower, gazing into the distance. As I approached the archway, the bloodthirsty bramble extended its main vine, brushing against my pant legs like a tentacle, its leaves quivering with delight, overjoyed to see its master. After playing with it for a bit, I climbed up the arrow tower. Lung Ling, anything to report? After fighting side by side yesterday, Lung Ling had warmed up to me considerably. She also realized she'd wrongly blamed me that day. Still, it was just her nature. Her tone remained as cold and detached as ever. My lord, there's something. She pointed toward a patch of pitch-black darkness up ahead, the territory of the two dragon rhinos. Those two dragon rhinos Uncle Guan mentioned, I can feel one of their auras growing stronger and stronger. It's already surpassed mine. If you and Uncle Guan teamed up, are you confident you could take them? My tone turned urgent. The dragon rhinos were already ferocious enough to keep me trapped indoors. If they grew even stronger, I'd be stuck here for good. So much for any hope of development. She fell silent for a long moment, seeming to calculate something in her mind, then slowly shook her head. It'd be tough. If it were just the one that's grown stronger, we'd have a chance. But the other one's on par with me. Even if we won, at least one of us, Uncle Guan or myself, wouldn't make it. My expression immediately darkened. Right now, my only hope rested on that mysterious gift pack and the final loot drop. Let's head back for now. After breakfast, I'll take stock of our resources and see if there's another way. Everyone returned to the house. The fish and shrimp, boiled with minced ginger and salt, actually had a flavor all their own. We ate with real gusto. Ding! I just finished eating and was about to get to work when my wristband chimed. It was a package from Mom, with a note. Little Tion, Mom thinks this item might be useful to you. Take a look. Class Change Tome, Steward. Can be given to a classless individual to change their class to Steward and assist in managing the sanctuary. Once authorized, they may access all sanctuary functions, generate an auxiliary wristband, and use the trading channel. Note: free up your hands and kick back and relax, but beware of betrayal, or you could lose everything in an instant. I froze. I'd only caught a quick glimpse of it that morning and never expected this class to be so ridiculously good. With it, I wouldn't have to stand guard over the workbench and the trading channel, kicking back all day, scrolling through the channel, flirting with pretty girls, not lifting a finger for anything. Just thinking about it made my mouth water. Noticing the strange looks starting to creep across everyone's faces, I quickly reined in those little fantasies. I hadn't forgotten what happened with Long Ling's misunderstanding when my loyalty ratings took a nosedive. Wonder if I can enhance it. I mused and activated my talent on a whim, figuring it was worth a shot. Enhancement failed. This item has no grade. No surprise there. Without a grade, enhancing it would be pointless. Among my people, only two had no assigned class, Guan Yidao and Shao Qi. Uncle Guan was one of my top generals, so he was obviously out of the running. Shao Qi, though flighty by nature, was dead serious about her work, and she came with a learning talent. She could fight and defend both. She was the ideal candidate from the start. I pulled up her stats panel. Shao Qi, Rare, Class, None. Level 4 Loyalty 92 Combat Power, 668. Skill, Learning. A quick study, able to rapidly master all kinds of skills. Traits, Cooking, Mastered. Farming, Beginner. Livestock, Beginner. Archery, Mastered. Swordsmanship, Mastered. Assessment, a jack of all trades who has already picked up multiple skills. I honestly hadn't expected this. A girl I'd once thought was utterly ordinary had grown into something like this in just 2 days. If I put real effort into developing her, she'd have a limitless future. Her loyalty was more than enough, too, 92 points. As long as I didn't do anything over the line, she'd stay devoted to me heart and soul. Shao-Chi, I said, handing her the item. This is a domestic class. If you take it, you'll be tied to the shelter from here on out, kept busy with chores, no more heading out to fight. Think it over, and let me know if you're willing to accept. I decided to respect her wishes. I could have made the call with a single word, but over these past few days, I'd slowly come to understand something. The people I summoned were no different from me. They had their own personalities, their own likes and dislikes. I didn't want to treat my people like tools. Shao-Chi didn't answer right away. Everyone else watched her in silence, saying nothing. But inside, they were moved by my words, and their loyalty quietly surged. Lung Ling shot up 8 points in one go. What touched them was being respected, being treated as equals. Thank you, my lord, for giving me the right to choose for myself. Shao-Chi lifted her head, her expression more solemn than I'd ever seen it, her gaze firm. I accept. As long as I can help you, I'll do anything. Even if I'm stationed at the shelter, I can still fight to protect it. The corner of my mouth curved up. I'd chosen the right person. Because the prompt had already sounded, Shao-Chi's loyalty has surged dramatically. She is now utterly devoted. I picked up the item and chose to use it. Use successful. Target, Shao-Chi. Class change complete, Steward. A flash of white light, and a bracelet appeared on Shao-Chi's wrist. She turned it over and over, studying it with curiosity. I pulled up its details. The attached bracelet not only let her use my trading channel, and with me, communications aside, I also unlocked access to the crafting table, items, dismantling, and appraisal. Aside from not being able to add friends for me and having no storage space, it could do just about anything. I opened up all the permissions at once, then dumped out everything in my storage space. Luckily, the light orbs that dropped were grouped together as a single type before being opened. Otherwise, there was no way the space could have held dozens of them. Everybody clear out some room and help me take inventory. Shao-Chi, you handle the items. First, I collected the materials from yesterday's straw raincoat sales, gained 800 units of thatch and 56 units of wood. There were still 437 straw raincoats left on the crafting table. I kept 30, 20 for myself as backups, 10 for my mom, and put the rest up for sale. Only then did I finally get a chance to check my friend messages. Last night, I just quickly sent word that I was okay and hadn't looked closely yet. The first, naturally, was my buddy Wang Chu. Wang Chu, bro, you got any gear for sale? Just summoned a new subordinate, and his equipment can't keep up. Wang Chu, bro, why aren't you answering? Just opened a chest and got something good. See if you can use it. Building upgrade scroll, rare. Wang Chu, what happened to you? Someone in the channel said you died. Why aren't you replying? Wang Chu, bro, are you still alive? Wang Chu, thank God, you're alive. Now that I've heard from you, I can relax. My heart warmed. We'd only known each other a few days, and this guy had sent me dozens of messages in one afternoon. I grabbed 2 sets of fine-grade iron swords and iron armor, specifically picking the ones with 100 durability, and sent them straight over. Xiao Tian, thanks for thinking of me, bro. Here are 2 sets of gear for you. Do you still have that building upgrade scroll? I could use it. I'll trade you a rare black iron sword for it. Next, I opened Li Weiwei's messages. Li Weiwei, Brother Xiao, blacksmith shop, fine. Building upgrade scroll, fine. Skill upgrade stone, want any of these? The very first message broke me. Stuff I'd nearly died to obtain, and she just pulls it out like it's nothing. Li Weiwei, Brother Xiao, why aren't you responding? I just opened 2 more fine summoning orders. You want them? I've already summoned 1 excellent and 2 rares, and I don't dare summon more. Ordinary food isn't enough to feed them, and rare-grade beasts run away the moment they see me. I really can't afford to keep them. Is that even something a human being should be saying? Li Weiwei, what on earth happened to you? Someone in the channel said you died. Li Weiwei, thank goodness, I'm so glad you're okay. Good night. Yeah, this girl is worth getting to know. Just like Wang Chu, she'd been thinking about me all afternoon. Xiao Tian, I'll take everything you sent. But right now gear is the last thing I'm short on. I've got both fine and rare. Why don't you tell me what you're missing? Honestly, I wasn't holding my breath. This walking embodiment of good luck probably wasn't short of anything. The third was Ning Yuengo, the warm-hearted. The kid who'd sent a whole bunch of caring words but never once mentioned trading. Impressed by his sincerity, I mailed him a full set of fine iron sword and armor right away. Lucy also sent plenty of greetings, plus a piece of news. Zhao Tailin had ordered another 1,000 bamboo cups from him. And that crowd, hearing I was dead, immediately jacked up the price of ginger soup. The whole channel was cursing out the Peerless Alliance. My bargains aren't that easy to grab. I shipped Lucy a set of gear too, then placed another order for 2,000 bamboo cups. To my surprise, Wu Ming, the naked guy who couldn't stop obsessing over that 998, also dropped a few greetings. We weren't really close, so I replied politely, telling him I had stock and could give him a discount. Once I'd wrapped all that up, I finally opened the chat channel. Chat channel regional population 90, 125/100, 000. One day without checking, and we'd lost over 1,000 more people. No telling how many would make it to the end. A whole slew of new IDs popped up in the channel. The Peerless Alliance was working hard to hype themselves up, with number 1 being the most active of all. 000001. Who else can supply everyone with medicine right now? Only we, the Peerless Alliance, have ginger soup. We're helping everyone through the crisis. What's wrong with raising the price a bit? If 9527 can sell it, why can't we? 100000. You call that a bit? You straight up doubled it. 096110. Nobody buy from them. Let them lose their shirts. Also, shameless plug, the Anti-Fraud Alliance is recruiting, first come first served. 000996. All you ad spammers get lost. The Workhorse Alliance is recruiting, interested parties, hit me up. Overnight, several alliances had sprung up, a real mixed bag. I kept quiet. Making a quiet fortune, that's the real deal. Zhao Tailin was jumping around, having a grand old time. But in my mind, I already had a plan. Ding! Ning Yuengo was the first to reply. Ning Yuengo, Brother Xiao, how can I accept such expensive gear? Can I trade you materials for it instead? Xiao Tian, little brother, your big brother isn't short on this stuff. Keep it for your own upgrades. This kid wouldn't take advantage of a single thing. Way too honest. Ning Yuengo, I've got so much wood and stone I've got nowhere to put it. My talent is S rank, 100% crit, output of 1 to 5 times, and it triggers 5 times a day. All I do is chop trees and mine ore, and it's piled up into a mountain. How about I trade some to you? This silly kid, just blurting out his talent like that. He has no idea how dangerous people can be. But I was green with envy, a talent that broken, wasted on chopping trees and mining ore. What a crying shame. Xiao Tian, from now on, don't tell anyone your talent. If you really do have materials, I'll trade with you, but don't waste your talent on grunt work. Recruiting a few subordinates to protect yourself is what really matters. All I've got extra is gear. Fine quality ones go for 100 or 60 stone, a rare one for 600 wood or 300 stone. A while later, a trade request popped up. Ning Yuengo, relax, big bro. I'm not stupid, you're the only one I told. I'll trade you 2 fine sets and 1 rare set. Received, 1,000 units of wood, 500 units of stone. The numbers don't add up. Ning Yuengo, the extra's a gift, bro. Thanks for the tip. I'm heading out with my crew now. Ding. Wang Chu, the item's still here, it's yours. The 2 sets of gear you gave were plenty. Take a look at this first. Contract Squad. Contract Squad. 1 captain, 9 members. Group chat, free chat, trading. Warehouse. All members may contribute supplies for shared use. Rescue. If any member calls for help, the rest can teleport to their side. 24-hour cooldown. Return unrestricted. Captain privileges. With member consent, can teleport to the sanctuary, can summon all members to their side. Recruit or kick members. Appoint a new captain. Note, members cannot attack one another, and it cannot be used across regions. Good stuff. If I could pull together a group of people I trust, sharing resources, backing each other up, my odds of survival would multiply several times over. This beats an alliance order for banding together. Fewer people, easier to manage. Xiao Tian, no need to just give it away. Even close brothers keep clear accounts. I'll trade you a rare weapon for it. How do you plan to use this scroll? No reply for a while. So I just parked myself in the trade channel and read the market. I wasn't the only lucky one. Rain cloaks were still selling hot, but various specialty goods were popping up too. Wushuang Alliance's ginger soup was no longer one of a kind. Some people were brewing and hawking medicinal broths made from dandelion and mugwort. There were scarce items too, though most sellers were asking outrageous prices. I only picked out a few fairly priced ones, spent a few pieces of fine gear, and came back with 3 fine summoning orders and 5 space gems. Ding! Wang Chu, we'll do it your way. I've got a rare subordinate who's short on weapons, ideally ranged. I'll hand contract squad straight to you. You arrange it however you like. I clutched the scroll, thinking it over. My subordinates were strong enough that I didn't really need to team up with anyone. But items were changing by the day. Other people had things I'd never seen, and only through trading could I stay in the game for the long haul. Shut yourself away, and you'll be phased out sooner or later. I'd made up my mind. First, I sent Wang Chu the rare bow that Xiao Qi had retired, throwing in 100 arrows. Building upgrade scroll, rare upgrades of fine grade building to rare grade. Good stuff. Perfect for upgrading an arrow tower. That rare arrow tower had struck me as useless for a while now. But no rush. I hadn't finished tallying my haul yet, and boosting my strength was the top priority. Oh right, I still haven't opened the mystery gift pack from clearing the level. I took out the gift pack and tore it open. Received, silver. Treasure chest ×1, summoning order, epic, ×1, spatial ring crafting blueprint, permanent, spatial gems ×10. Holy crap. The second I shouted, everyone froze mid-task and turned to look at me. Check this out. An epic grade summoning order. Haha. The whole crowd gasped. They'd seen an epic with their own eyes. Those skies full of lightning had damn near fried every last one of them. No question about it. This was my first enhancement target of the day. I triggered my talent on the spot. This time was different. A 7-colored pillar of light crashed down from the heavens, engulfing the entire sanctuary, and a sheer, overwhelming presence pressed down until nobody could breathe. Deep in the sky, a pair of emotionless eyes snapped open, staring straight in my direction. They lingered a long, long moment before finally fading away. Outside the sanctuary, 2 dragon rhino beasts, one of which had lucked into ascending to epic rank, were now trembling like leaves, pissing and crapping themselves. Ruhar, the epic dragon rhino, let out an agonized shriek that jolted its mate awake. The 2 beasts tore free in a frenzy, blowing their skills to smash down every tree in their path as they bolted deep into the forest without a single glance back. Enhancement successful. Mythic grade summoning order acquired. What? Shock and pure euphoria hit me all at once. Mythic grade. Did they even understand what that meant? Ha ha ha, mythic grade. Who else, huh? I'm asking, who else? I burst out laughing and grabbed people, shaking them around, so pumped I couldn't hold still. Xiao Qi and Lung Ling both turned beet red, dropped their heads, and looked utterly flustered and bashful. It took me a good while to calm down. Seeing how embarrassed the 2 of them were, I quickly apologized and changed the subject. Xiao Qi, how's the inventory count coming along? She shot me a look before answering. All done. Fine grade iron swords and iron armor, 48 pieces total. Rare grade, 5 black iron swords, for black iron armors, 3 fish scale armors, 3 helmets, 2 pairs of battle boots. Exceptional grade, 1 white jade bone axe, 1 white jade shield. Items, 22 repair stones, 15 spatial gems, 1 exceptional spatial ring, 1 skill upgrade stone, 8 common summoning orders, 5 fine, 2 rare, plus 1 rare grade fertilizer reactor, and 1 sanctuary expansion scroll. That's everything. I did the math in my head. Stashed away in my storage space, I still had 1 exceptional summoning order, 1 restoration aura skill stone, 2 skill upgrade stones, 1 spatial ring blueprint, 10 spatial gems, 1 building upgrade scroll, 1 squad scroll, and a silver treasure chest. There was another silver treasure chest sitting in the corner of the living room, and the storage cabinets were packed to the brim. Supplies were plentiful. The only thing we were short on was food. Whatever. First things first, time to use that mythic summoning order. My mind was itching so bad it practically short-circuited, with nothing left in my head but those 3 words. Come on, come on, let's go summon it outside. I can't wait to see what a mythic tier figure looks like. Everyone else was just as eager. Wait, it surged out of the shelter, right behind me. Use summoning order, mythic. Summon successful. Mythic hero acquired. Grind Emperor. Yes, a name with Emperor in it. You can just tell this one's a big deal. I was grinning ear to ear on the inside. The sky went dark all at once. A moment later, the space above the shelter looked like it had been ripped open. A beam of 7-colored sunlight pierced through the blackness and dropped straight down into the center. Golden light descended slowly right in front of me, so blinding I couldn't keep my eyes open. 2 kilometers away, the dragon rhino beast, which had barely made it to safety, took one look at that light, let out another roar, and bolted off again in blind panic. The chat channel completely blew up. Over a dozen people within a 100-mile radius had spotted that 7-colored light, and they were all guessing what kind of peerless treasure had just come into the world. Greetings, my lord. Please assign me work immediately. Huh? So eager. The golden glow hadn't even faded, and before I could make out the figure, the voice had already arrived. I was thrilled inside. This new guy really got it. Barely touched down and already asking for work. My vision finally cleared, and I got a good look at the Grind Emperor. Kind of a letdown. Scruffy stubble all over his face, a bird's nest of messy hair on top of his head, a stern expression, dressed in a beat-up animal hide outfit, axe in his left hand and iron pickaxe in his right. Not an ounce of masterclass swagger about him. I pulled up his stats panel. Grind Emperor, Mythic, Passive Type Hero. Belongs to Xiaotian. Level 0/100. Loyalty 80. Combat Power 2,360, 1,000 plus 1,360. Skills. Overlooked. Presence -60% during the day, -90% at night. Counterstrike. Interrupt his work, and he instantly launches into a frenzied attack. Protective Instinct. When the shelter is under attack, he automatically switches to active offense. Workaholic. Rests only 4 hours a day, stamina consumption -90%. Traits. Passive. Master of farming, ranching, logging, mining, and gathering. Active. Combat instincts honed to perfection. Equipment. Celestial Gold Divine Axe. Legendary Combat Power plus 480. Logging plus 100%. Harvest doubled. Never wears out. Celestial Gold Divine Pickaxe. Legendary Combat Power plus 480. Mining plus 100%. Harvest doubled. Never wears out. Ancient Beast Hide. Legendary Combat Power plus 400. Constant temperature all around. Unlimited storage. Never wears out. Note: equipment cannot be swapped. Skills cannot be upgraded. For every hour of idle time, loyalty -1. Quality food and comfortable rest can boost loyalty. Review: the Grind Emperor grinds heaven and earth. There's no day or night in his life. It was a long list of stats, and my head was spinning. The absurd combat power, the skills that made me laugh and cry at the same time, and 3 legendary items I'd never even seen before. It took me a while to snap out of it. My lord, please assign me work. That impatient voice boomed out again, making me jump. I need to find him work fast. If his loyalty drops, we're done for. Farmer 1, any work left in the fields? Still got a big batch of ginger and buplurum to harvest, and we've got to replant after. Farmer 1 caught on instantly. Good. Take Liver Emperor with you. Whatever he needs, keep it coming. I turned to Liver Emperor. Head to the fields with Farmer 1 first. I'll get food and water ready for you, and once you're done, I'll set you up with something else. Since when did I become some greedy capitalist? I actually felt a twinge of guilt. Watching him walk away, I mulled over that stat panel again. This guy was terrifyingly strong. As long as I kept him fed, it was like having a super perpetual motion machine, one that could defend the shelter when it mattered. Real strength was never about flashy showmanship. It was about whether you were willing to lower your head and do the actual grunt work. Uncle Guan. Both Rhino Dragon beasts got spooked and ran off. Take everyone and search along the road, and haul back any fallen trees while you're at it. Be back in half an hour. I've got plans. Yes, sir. Blade Guan led Lung Ling and the others out the door. Then I gave Xiao Qi her instructions. The second the ginger and buplurum come in, Start brewing medicinal broth and put it up for sale. Price it to match the Peerless Alliance. Once the straw raincoats sell out, make more and keep selling. For the fine weapons and iron armor, pick out 5 of each with low durability and trade them off. Try to get fine grade or better items in return, or special goods that'd be useful for the shelter. From now on, prep 4 to 5 full meals a day for Liver Emperor, using the best ingredients. When Farmer 1 gets back, make him those 2 bear paws first. I laid it all out in one breath, striking a pose like I was fully checking out and kicking back, completely ignoring the resentful look Shao-Chi shot my way. Shelter expansion scroll, doubles floor area, doubles component count. This item got more valuable the higher your shelter's tier. But with more and more people around, and plans to recruit even more hands, plus Liver Emperor needing a comfortable place to rest, there was no way around using it. Use it. Use it. A flash of white light, and the shelter transformed completely. The stone house shot up from 60 square meters to 120, and even the fenced courtyard doubled in size. Stepping inside, the first floor now had 4 extra rooms, plus an additional stove and bathroom. The biggest surprise? There were now 2 crafting tables. The new one was only level 1, but the original had been hammered and upgraded through repeated use all the way to level 3, capable of producing exquisite grade items. The living room had doubled to a full 50 square meters. Upstairs was just as spacious, 80 square meters, 2 large rooms, and a living room close to 40 square meters. The requirements to upgrade to a mid-tier stone house had gone up too, wood times 2,000, stone times 2,000, iron or times 400. I remembered I still had to teleport over to my mom's place. No time to look around in detail, so I hurried downstairs to get to work. For my 3rd reinforcement today, I threw everything at the silver treasure chest. My luck was back to normal. It only went up 1 level, turning into a gold treasure chest. I clicked it open. Obtained. Farmland, Superior, times 1, Space Gems times 5, Summoning Token, Rare, times 1, Dragon Essence Fruit Seed, Epic, times 1. Dragon Essence Fruit Seed, Epic, must be planted in Epic Grade Farmland, matures in 3 days. If planted in Superior Grade Farmland, the maturation time doubles. It won't grow in anything below Superior Grade. Each planting yields 3 fruits, which can be used to break through aptitude limits, but they have no effect on those already at Epic Grade or above. Nice loot. Too bad I don't have any Epic Farmland. Luckily, I just unlocked a Superior plot, so it'll have to do. Toss in some fertilizer, and I can even speed things up. I pulled out the spatial ring again. Spatial ring, Superior Internal Space 100 cubic meters. Who should get this? After mulling it over, I settled on Guani Dao. He's the one I've got slated to lead the teams out on missions, so he needs something with serious storage capacity the most. He's the one. Next, I took out the blueprint for crafting spatial rings and studied it carefully. The crafting table's light screen unfolded before my eyes. Spatial ring, common grade, cost space gem times 1, internal space 1 cubic meter, fine grade, cost times 10, 10 cubic meters, rare grade, cost times 50, 50 cubic meters, up to epic grade, cost times 500, 500 cubic meters. I sucked in a sharp breath. Great stuff, but it really guzzles gems. The family reunion ring still needs 100 more space gems. I've been saving up forever and only have 38, so that's nowhere in sight. And now here comes another gem-devouring monster. I ran the numbers quickly in my head. Mom's side needs at least 2 fine grades and 5 common grades. Uncle Guan gets a superior. Lung Ling and Shao-Chi get common ones. Gritting my teeth, I went ahead and crafted 8 common and 2 fine rings. That ate up 28 gems. I handed 3 of the common rings to Shao-Chi, letting her distribute one of them herself. Next came 20 beds, 20 sets of clothes, and 20 sets of bedding. I was planning to summon a few more subordinates, and I'd set aside 10 sets for Mom while I was at it. Now for the main event. To make sure my Grind King slept comfortably, I dug out all the rare-grade wolf pelts and bear hides I had and turned them into 3-piece bedding sets. Rare-grade bedding. Fall asleep quickly, deep sleep, stamina, and mental recovery speed plus 60%. I ran my fingertips over the surface, and that texture was 3 shades smoother than silk. Once all that was done, I took inventory of my summoning tokens. 8 common, 8 fine, 3 rare, 1 superior. I tucked away a share for Mom into my storage space. 4 common, 4 fine, 2 rare, 1 superior, plus a superior grade arrow tower, a rare grade golden armored crocodile egg, 8 sets of fine iron swords and iron armor, 2 sets of rare 4-piece gear, 10 sets of clothing, 10 wooden beds with bedding, and all the various seeds and straw raincoats that Farmer One had picked out. Everything I could think of, I prepared a share for her. When I was a kid, I didn't get it. My parents always saved the best for her. Here's the English translation. The conditions were handed to me. It wasn't until I set foot on this killing continent that I truly understood the weight of Mom's love. I wanted nothing more than to lay the whole world at her feet. In the trading channel, all 437 straw raincoats sold out. Acquired. Thatch times 4, 370. Wood times 874. Basic supply inventory complete. Thatch 5,170. Wood 2,458. Stone 800. Iron ingots 114. Refined iron 20. I pulled out 2,800 units of thatch to keep making raincoats and handed them off to Xiaoqi to sell. Everything except the refined iron I carried on me. I was going to upgrade Mom's shelter straight to a stone house. A sturdy stone house, powerful defense towers, loyal followers. That way Mom would be able to rest easy, and I wouldn't have to worry every waking moment. The one I really couldn't stop worrying about was Dad. All alone, with high blood pressure and high blood sugar, his health already fragile, and now stuck in this cold, damp, godforsaken weather. There was no telling how much he was suffering. The scattered bits and pieces in the chat channel made it clear. The ones living well were basically all the young and strong. The ones who'd fallen were mostly the old, the weak, and the sick. If I hadn't hit the jackpot right out of the gate, landing an enhancement talent in Guan Yi Dao, I might not still be standing here. My lord, we're back. Guan Yi Dao's booming voice rang out. I stepped outside. Everyone was staring curiously at the shelter, now twice its original size. Behind them was a pile of dozens of huge trees, and both Guan Yi Dao and Dun Shan had a wild boar slung over their shoulders. I'd been fretting over food, and the sight of those 2 boars, easily 500 pounds each, made me grin. I was about to just break them down when I suddenly remembered I had a slaughterhouse I'd never used. I picked out a clear spot and set it down, along with the mill and the rare-grade fertilizer reactor. Slaughterhouse. Fine comes with automatic slaughtering equipment. Can house 1 worker. Automatically butchers animals for maximum profit. Note: 5% chance of double yield. 500 square feet. Identical to a modern slaughterhouse. My interest was piqued, so I sent Guan Yi Dao in to give it a try. 2 rare boars, which would normally break down into just 6 to 8 chunks of meat. What could the slaughterhouse pull off? The moment Guan Yi Dao stepped through the door, a work uniform automatically slipped on, and the boar carcasses were hoisted onto hooks. He didn't need to understand a thing. All he had to do was press buttons. 1 boar after another rolled into a giant iron drum, coming out plucked and washed clean. They were carried to the cutting board, where several mechanical arms swung their blades in a dizzying, dazzling flurry. In the big bins at the end of the conveyor belt, the raw meat, bones, organs, blood, and hide were all sorted by category and stacked neatly. The whole thing took less than a minute. Everyone watched, jaws on the floor. I stepped up and tapped to collect. Acquired. Raw meat, rare, times 8. Raw meat, common, times 48. User, bone, rare, times 6. Bone, common, times 56. Organs, rare, times 2. Organs, common, times 12. Blood, rare, times 2. Blood, common, times 16. Leather, rare, times 2. This. I froze too. So it turned out that a rare-grade animal wasn't made up entirely of rare goods. Most of it was actually common parts. And the decompose function I'd been using all along only picked out the rare stuff for me. All those common-grade resources had been quietly pocketed by the heavenly Tao. It hurt just thinking about it. If I'd unlocked the slaughterhouse sooner, how many people could have been spared a hungry night? Hundreds of pounds of common-grade raw meat, tossed out for nothing. Imagine everything that could have been traded for it. I glanced at the mill. It could grind all kinds of flour, but with no materials on hand for now, I set it aside. The unassuming rare-grade fertilizer reactor, on the other hand, held real potential. Half of it was buried in the ground, with a massive feed intake on one side and a row of thick faucets lined up on the other. It took up less than 20 square meters, yet it could swallow 10 tons of material. Common meat, bones, organs, kitchen scraps, and fresh grass may all be fed in. Every 100 pounds yields 1 unit of fine-grade fertilizer in 10 minutes. Every 1,000 pounds yields 1 unit of rare-grade fertilizer in 30 minutes. After the tour, everyone headed back inside. I stored the slaughterhouse haul in the storage locker and took out the summoning order. 4 common, 4 fine, 1 rare. I summoned them all at once. 2 common farmers, 1 male, 1 female. 2 common warriors, male. 3 fine warriors, 2 male, 1 female. 1 fine cook, female, and 1 rare-grade elite archer, male. Once everyone had gotten acquainted, I sat down with Guan Yidao and Xiao Qi to sort out the assignments. The 2 common farmers, the man would join Farmer 1's group, and the woman would help Xiao Qi. The 2 common warriors went to Bu-Yi, strictly on patrol duty, ready to collect any prey killed by the thorns and arrow towers. The fine cook was a woman in her early 30s with delicate, pretty features. I named her Xiao Fong and put her in charge of all 3 meals a day. From now on, we were done with food that was either grilled or boiled and nothing more. Just as I was about to assign the others, the Liver Emperor's voice came from the doorway. "My lord, the work's done. Please give me another task." I was really getting a taste of a happy man's troubles. Assign work too slowly, and it felt like a crime. "Xiao Qi, bring the Liver Emperor food and water. From now on, make sure he eats the best of everything. Take the dragon origin fruit seeds and put the superior grade farmland to use. Once the fields are done, set him up chopping wood and mining nearby. Clean up that room upstairs for him to rest. No one is to disturb him while he's working." Terrified of angering this mighty god by being too slow, I urged Xiao Qi to get on it right away. "You 4, I said, turning to the newly summoned warriors. "You'll be called Bu-Air. You'll be Step 3. And you, Frost 1. The 3 elite warriors each received their names. I continued. "The man reports to Uncle Guan, the woman to Frost. As for you," I looked at the archer, "you'll be Bao 1, and you'll report to Uncle Guan too." I pulled 5 sets of elite gear from the storage locker and handed them out. Bao 1 already had a set of elite-grade equipment, so I didn't swap his out for now. Rare gear was limited, and I needed to save it. "My lord, what about me?" Shield Mountain stood there empty-handed, staring at me with hopeful eyes. Ever since his shield shattered back in the dungeon, he'd been stuck filling in as a swordsman, and it never sat right with him. "Look at me, clean forgot about you. I haven't even checked the gear the Skeleton King dropped yet. Let me see if any of it suits you." I dug through the storage locker. "Huh, almost forgot about you too as well." As I fished out an axe and a shield, a couple of scrolls tumbled out with them. Space Expansion Scroll. Common increases storage space by 10 slots upon used. I used it, and my storage space expanded to 40 slots. Skill, Healing Aura. Passive. Allies within 100 meters recover 1 stamina every 2 minutes and slowly heal wounds. My first skill, and an incredibly practical one at that. It amounted to 30 stamina recovered per hour. In a death game like this, it could double everyone's endurance and cut our defensive pressure in half, at the very least. Full stamina restored in 3 hours, plus wound healing. But I already had the far more powerful Tower of Light, and my mom's side might need it more. After a moment's thought, I tucked the skill book into my storage space and set it aside for later. Then I looked at that axe and shield. White Jade Bone Axe. Superb, damaged combat power plus 180. Skill Reinforcement. Summons 10 skeleton warriors. Elite. For 5 minutes. 60-minute cooldown. Stamina auto recovery plus 1 per minute. Note: originally epic grade, downgraded to superb due to heavenly lightning damage. Seek a restoration treasure to return it to its original state. White Jade Shield. Superb, damaged combat power plus 199. Skill Bone Blade Spin. Upon being thrown, it releases a ring of razor-sharp bone blades that spin at high speed toward the target, automatically returning after a hit. Range 20 meters, 60-minute cooldown. Durability auto-restores. Note: originally epic grade, downgraded to superb due to heavenly lightning damage. Seek a restoration treasure to return it to its original state. My heart skipped a beat. These two were actually epic great. Thank God I'd rolled Thunderfall Inferno back then, or the grass on my grave would probably be waist-high by now. Even downgraded to superb, these were top-tier items, each packing a killer move. You're getting a real steal here. But then again, you're the only one worthy of them. I handed the gear over. These two are no joke. Even if you run into a dragon rhino, you won't come up short. Shield Mountain fumbled to equip them, turning them over and looking them up and down, giddy as a kid. Shield Mountain, rare, warrior, belongs to Shao. Sky. Level 5. Loyalty, diehard. Combat power, 1139. 268 plus, 340 plus, 531. Skill Guardian. Defense plus 50%. Lasts 1 minute. 60-minute cooldown. Assessment. Elite Shield Infantry, balanced in offense and defense. The clothes really do make the man. Even his assessment got an upgrade. With 1139 combat power, even an exceptional tier enemy wouldn't be able to budge him an inch. All three of my top generals had broken past 1,000 in combat power, so I could finally leave with peace of mind. This time, once I teleported over, I planned to stay a full 24 hours before coming back. Inside the sanctuary, I had Shao Qi. Outside, I had Uncle Guan, Dun Shan, and Lung Ling, plus the Grind King holding down the fort. Nothing could go wrong. My dream of a laid-back life had crept one step closer. Uncle Guan, the squad's yours. Take them out, but don't go too far. If you run into a lord like me, note the location and hold off on making contact for now. Having laid it all out, I turned to Shao Qi, who'd just returned. You know the trade channel by now. Snap up every spatial gem you can find. That's your top priority. If you spot any special items, trade for them if you can. And one more thing, whatever the Grind King asks for, give it to him. Do not let that guy get cranky. With everything settled, everyone went off to their own tasks. Just as I was about to activate the Kinfinder ring, a ding rang out in my head. A message from Li Weiwei. Big Bro Shao, so sorry to bother you. I went out for a stroll this morning and popped open a few more treasure chests. I've got a spatial gem, Stone Cottage Blueprint, and an Unfreezing Spring, rare. Want any of them? I can't use the spatial gem, and I already have the blueprint and the spring. Once again, she left me speechless. This girl just takes a casual walk and comes back with a haul of supplies. Apart from the spatial gem, I really didn't need the rest, but Mom did, so I could bring them over. Spatial gems are super useful, so yes, I'll take it. I can turn it into a spatial ring for you. If you ever want one, just say the word. What do you want in exchange for the other items? I've got a few sets of refined and rare gear here. The rare one's a 4-piece set: weapon, armor, helmet, and combat boots. I wasn't trying to rip her off, so I laid out exactly what the gems were for and what it took to make them. I had precious few friends, and I cherished them all. Then make me 5 regular ones and 2 refined ones, and keep the rest as your fee. For the items, I'll trade for 2 refined sets and 1 rare set, and I'll throw in 2 mystic fruits, rare. Envy really does twist a person's face. I was practically green with jealousy. The trade came through fast. I figured she'd have 2 or 3 gems left at most, but she sent 40 in one go. After covering costs, that was a net profit of 15. Dealing with someone this loaded, I didn't hold back either. I happily tucked them away in my vault. After shipping the items over, I remembered to reply to her this time, so she wouldn't worry. I tapped the Kinfinder ring's teleport skill. A flash of white light, and the world spun. I don't know how long it lasted. A pair of small hands clung to my leg, a sob breaking through. Big brother. The moment that familiar voice hit my ears, a smile spread across my face before I could stop it. As my vision snapped back into focus, I saw Mom standing right in front of me, already crying too hard to speak. Little Lin Lin had latched onto my leg, bawling her eyes out. Mom. It was the first time I'd hugged my mother of my own accord since becoming an adult. The two of us held each other tight, tears streaming down freely, soaking through big patches of our clothes. I don't know how long we stood there before Lin Lin's muffled voice squeezed out. Hey, you two are squishing me flat. Puffed. A laugh burst out of me, and just like that, most of the grief melted away. I scooped her up and wiped the tears off her face. I teased her on purpose. How'd you get so heavy? Have you been eating too much? Mean brother. Lin Lin's not heavier. I grew taller. She pouted, puffing out her cheeks in a huff. That's when it clicked. I set her down and took a good look. She really had grown a lot. She used to barely reach 3 feet. Now she was pushing 4. That's no height for a 4-year-old. I glanced at Mom, puzzled. She caught on and explained. After her fever broke, I traded the ginger soup you gave me for 2 pieces of fine-grade meat and a bit of fine-grade water. Linlin ate them, and these past 2 days she shot up a couple inches every time she wakes up. So the food from the slaughter continent could do something like that. Whether it was a blessing or a curse, I honestly couldn't say. I looked around Mom's shelter, a tiny little wood cabin with 1 bedroom and a living room, spotlessly clean and incredibly cozy. A bunch of wildflowers sat on the windowsill, and a few little straw-woven toys were scattered on the floor. Carrying Linlin, I walked to the middle of the living room and dumped out everything I'd brought. Then I pulled Mom over to the doorway and poured out all the straw, wood, stone, and iron. Next, I handed her the blueprint for a stone house. Mom, upgrade the shelter first. These materials were more than enough to upgrade the stone house. I just didn't know whether the first person in this area to upgrade had already shown up. Shouty on, this won't do. Mom's face filled with worry. You silly boy, did you haul everything we own over here? Take it back. Mom has materials. I can upgrade soon enough. Haha, Mom, you're really underselling your son. I wrapped an arm around her and grinned. I upgraded to a stone house ages ago. This is all surplus. I'm not short on resources anymore. Don't let it scare you. But I've even got a mythic grade hero now. I pulled up the Liver Emperor's stat screenshot to show her, then laid out everything. My shelter's assets, how many subordinates I had, all of it. Mom listened, dumbfounded, hardly able to believe her son had become this capable. She let out a long sigh of relief too. Over these past few days, she'd come to understand. Getting teleported here meant that just surviving wasn't enough. You had to keep getting stronger, outpacing everyone else. That's the only way to survive. Watching how her son was tearing through the game, she figured he had a solid shot at making it to the end. Right now, her only hope was that I could find a way to bring my little sister out. Then she'd have nothing left holding her back. As for her husband, she didn't dare let herself think about it. Hey Mom, has anyone in your zone upgraded to a stone house yet? The first one. She immediately pulled open the chat channel. She hadn't caught any announcement about it when she woke up this morning, but anything could have happened after she fell asleep last night. She scrolled for a while. Tion, someone did make it, a little after 11 last night. There was a note of regret in her voice. No big deal. It's just a single silver chest at most. Mom, hurry up and upgrade. See if you can snag a reward. I wasn't the least bit surprised we didn't get first. 100,000 people to a zone. There's always someone lucky enough to shoot out ahead. But with the stash of supplies I'd laid down for her, Mom's stats were strong enough that I was confident she'd rank near the top. This time she didn't hesitate. In one shot, she upgraded her intermediate wooden house straight to a stone house. 2 flashes of white light rippled out one after another, and the wooden house transformed into a sturdy stone house, just like mine had, complete with a fence running around it. Tion, I actually got 3rd place. It rewarded a bronze chest and 20 reputation points. Beaming, Mom held the chest out to me. No. I haven't even bothered opening the silver chest back home. You open it yourself. Around Mom, I let my guard down completely, joking around and talking like a goofball. She shot me a look. Oh, listen to you. I want to open it. I want to open it. Linlin squirmed in my arms, trying to get down, her tiny hands reaching for the chest. I set her down, and Mom didn't stop her either. The little girl toddled over as fast as her legs could carry her and flipped it open with one tug. Wow, so much stuff. Curious, I leaned in. Whoa, what the heck? One look and I jumped. Summoning order, rare, ×1, stone wall blueprint, fine, ×1, farmland, rare, ×1, ranch, fine, ×1, space gem ×3, stone ×100. Linlin tilted her little face up, positively glowing with pride. Hee, big bro, Linlin's amazing, right? My jaw dropped. Since when could a bronze chest spit out this much? I'd even opened gold chests, and never once had one given more than 4 items. Yet this thing had coughed up 2 rare pieces. Mom walked over and patted my shoulder. You wouldn't be so shocked if you'd seen Linlin's talent. Remember those 2 man-eating flower seeds I sent you to look at? Guess where they came from? Linlin was sitting by the door playing. A gust of wind blew through, and the seeds just landed right in front of her. She paused, her eyes lighting up. Now that I think about it, back when the two of us were both burning up with fever, and out of nowhere a wind carried over thatch, and wood that let me patch up the thatch hut. That was probably your little sister's doing too. Ah, this. I got another jolt, growing more and more curious about my sister's talent. Wait, that's not right. I suddenly remembered the Heavenly Tao's announcement. Doesn't everyone only get one talent stone? Where did she get hers? Mom smiled. Maybe it's some kind of compensation for those of us raising kids. I got two. One for me, one for Linlin. Here, take a look at mine first. Nature's Affinity, grade B passive. Crop growth speed within the sanctuary plus 20%, 20% chance of double yield at harvest. Reduces animal hostility within a 1 kilometer radius. Animals below epic tier will not attack unprovoked. Not exactly powerful, but that line about no unprovoked animal attacks was a lifesaver when it came to survival. A great talent. I pushed down the thoughts churning in my head, crouched down, and looked at the little girl making faces at me. Linlin, will you show your big brother your talent too? Fortune's Favor, grade S passive talent. Nonstop good luck. I stared at that line, stunned for a long moment. An S-grade skill, and the description was just 4 words, nonstop good luck. In an instant, I thought of Li Weiwei. Her talent was probably the same thing. Otherwise, how else could you explain those treasure chests she just kept popping open? I glanced down at my own talent, and suddenly it didn't seem so appealing anymore. Every single day I scraped and scrimped, carefully rationing my enhancement attempts, while lucky gods like her just coasted to victory. That's fate for you. Some people are chosen from birth. Others have to earn every step. I picked up the rare grade summoning order and did my 4th enhancement of the day. None of my sister's luck rubbed off. It only went up 1 level. I didn't dare touch the stone wall blueprint. I was afraid the enhancement would turn it into some material I couldn't even use. Something practical in hand always beats an empty maybe. I took out that golden armored croc egg, still a day away from hatching, pinched my sister's chubby cheek, and let go just before she blew up. Then used my last enhancement of the day. Enhancement successful. Obtained golden armored croc egg, epic. I grinned so wide you could almost see my back molars. Can't be the lucky one. Then I'll be the lucky one's big brother. Mommy, look how ugly big brother's smile is. I nearly choked and pretended to be mad. Why, you little stinker Linlin. I was going to give you this awesome pet, but forget it now. No. Good big brother, the most amazing, best big brother ever. Give it to me. The little girl's face flipped in an instant. She climbed all over me, laying on the sweet talk. There was no way I could hold out. I quickly surrendered, set the epic grade croc egg in front of her, my voice full of doting affection. This one's epic grade. From now on, it'll protect you and mommy. But you have to bond it with a drop of blood, which means pricking your finger. You scared? I'm not scared. I never even cry when I get shots. Crying. She tilted her chin up, all pride and stubbornness. Mom spoke up. Little Tian, an epic grade item is too important. You should keep it for yourself. Linlin, be good and give it back to your brother. Fine, brother, you take it. It can protect you too. Though reluctant, Linlin obediently handed the egg back. I patted her head and turned to Mom. Let Linlin have it. Knowing it's watching over you too is the only way I'll have any peace of mind. You know what my talent can do. Getting whatever I want isn't a problem. Getting it back, Linlin immediately started jumping and bouncing around, urging me to hurry up and prick my finger. She frowned slightly as a single drop of blood fell onto the egg, absorbed in an instant. Mommy, brother, a voice just said it worked. After I explained, she finally understood, so thrilled she nearly kicked the egg over. Mom quickly moved it somewhere safe. I picked up the summoning tokens from the ground. 4 common, 4 fine, 2 rare, 1 superior, along with the superior one already in my hand. I handed them all over to Mom. Come on, let's go outside and summon them. Mom looked at me, her eyes full of pride. She'd once thought this kid was a lost cause. Now, I could hold my own. With one hand holding my sister's and the other holding Mom's, we made our way to the entrance of the shelter. Mom used the summoning tokens, throwing in her own 2 fine-grade ones all at once too. A brilliant white light flared. 14 subordinates appeared in a dense crowd, kneeling in unison on one knee. "Greetings, Lord." Mom had never seen anything like it and was momentarily at a loss for words. I gave her a nudge, and she finally caught on. "Rise." With so many people around, Lin got a little scared and hid behind me. But Mom had experience under her belt. She put on a calm front, refusing to show any weakness in front of her subordinates. Steadying herself, she slowly began to speak. "From now on, focus on doing your jobs well, and I won't treat you unfairly. This is my son, and this is my daughter. Greetings, young master, young miss." Everyone bowed. I went with Mom to look over this batch of subordinates. Whether by coincidence or not, 10 of the 14 were women, their clothing and hairstyles remarkably alike, as if they'd all come from the same place. Both of the superior grade ones were female warriors, sharp and spirited. One was named Qin Liang, bow in hand, short blade at her waist. A sharpshooter by class, with a combat power of 485 and the skills rapid shot and scatter shot. The other was named Qin Yu, spear in her right hand, small shield in her left, balanced between offense and defense, agile rather than clumsy. A spear and shield class, with a combat power of 508 and the skills rapid thrust and command troops. Like Guan Yi Dao, she could lead soldiers. The rest, 2 rare grade, 1 man and 1 woman, both warriors, 6 fine grade, for warriors and 2 farmers, for common grade, 2 warriors and 2 farmers. An overwhelmingly female lineup, exactly the opposite of my own territory. I was about to offer Mom some advice when I realized I hadn't even looked around the areas surrounding her shelter yet. So I had Mom arrange the farmers first. The soldiers, familiar with the terrain, headed out to scout the yard on their own. There wasn't much flat ground around, maybe 20-some thousand square meters. Not far off were the 2 plots Mom had cleared for farming. Less usable space than my place, but the location was perfect, perched atop a mountain, with 100-meter cliffs on 3 sides. The only path down was rugged and treacherous, easy to defend, hard to attack. Behind us, a living spring pooled into a small pond, enough to water and quench 100 people. Great terrain. Even I was envious. Back at the shelter, Mom already had a plan. 2 of the ordinary grade girls would cook and watch over Lin, while the 2 refined grade ones took seeds out to work the fields. I reminded her to manifest the rare grade never-freeze spring inside the yard and set up the refined grade farm on the other side. Then I called over Qin Liang and Qin Yu, gave each of them a refined grade spatial ring, and had them gather all the soldiers to swap out their gear. With a batch of refined and rare equipment handed out, you could practically watch their loyalty climb. You too, take some men down the mountain to hunt and scavenge for supplies. If you run into any small animals worth raising, catch them and bring them back. I glanced at the time. Slaughter Continent, Year 1, January 4th, 10:45, 7 hours 15 minutes until nightfall. Temperature 8 to 15 degrees Celsius, overcast turning to light rain. Bring rain cloaks, looks like it's going to rain. Be back in an hour for lunch. Qin Liang and Qin Yu took their orders and charged down the mountain. Carrying the exceptional grade arrow tower, I was about to go find Mom when I stepped outside and ran right into the freshly manifested Never-Freeze Spring. Curious, I leaned in for a closer look. Never-Freeze Spring, rare. Produces 10 liters of water daily, refined. Drinking it relieves fatigue and restores stamina. Produces 1 liter of Never-Freeze water daily, rare. Drunk over time, it restores vitality, beautifies the skin, and preserves youth. Every 7 days, produces 1 drop of Spirit Spring, usable for breaking through quality tears. Looked like an upgraded version of my well back home. But that 1 liter of Never-Freeze water beautifies the skin, preserves youth. If I put it up for sale, it'd probably drive every woman in the world crazy. I thought about the crow's feet and age spots that had quietly crept onto the corners of Mom's eyes. What would her face look like if she saw this description? Outside the little yard, Mom was hard at work farming with the 2 farmhands. I went over to help, but the moment I reached out, I got shooed away because I'd nearly yanked out a seedling thinking it was a weed. So I just stood there awkwardly, watching from the sidelines. Half an hour later, both plots were done, and Mom was drenched in sweat. It was barely 10-something degrees out, and she'd worked up a sweat. When she saw me, though, she was the one who felt bad, raising her sleeve to wipe my face. I caught her hand and wiped the sweat from her brow instead. Mom, from now on just leave this stuff to them. It's their specialty. She wasn't having it. I'm not some pampered rich lady who won't lift a finger. Sitting around idle makes me miserable. Besides, if I don't work, isn't my talent just going to waste? I couldn't argue with her, so I could only change the subject. I brought her to a spot 100 meters in front of the shelter and pointed at the trail leading down the mountain. This is the only way up. We need to build a stone wall. The excellent tier arrow tower goes right behind it. Following my instructions, Mom started raising a stone wall at the junction, leaving only a 2-meter wide gap in the middle. She planned to hit up the trade channel to find a defensive gate. The wall was 50 centimeters thick and 1.8 meters tall. Each meter ate up 10 units of stone. After upgrading the shelter, the stone I brought was down to just over 300, and adding her stockpile of 100 plus, we could barely manage under 50 meters. It was a massive expense, but everything had to be finished before the protection period ended. The other 3 sides were cliffs, sure, but there were still spots that could be climbed. Walling them off was the only way to feel secure. The arrow tower materialized behind the wall, entirely stone-built, taking up 9 square meters, standing 15 meters tall. At the 12-meter mark, there was a walkway with room for 2 or 3 people to hold their ground. I climbed to the top of the tower. The view was incredible. Down the mountain, a group of figures was faintly visible, hunting. That was Qin Liang and the others. A few hundred meters out from the base of the mountain lay a wide river, and along its banks stretched a huge expanse of grassland. Mom, from now on send people to stand guard every day, around the clock, at least 2 per shift. Worried she might not get it, I added that extra reminder. TCH, like I need you to tell me that. Back when your dad was courting me, he had his nose buried in romance of the 3 kingdoms and the art of war every single day. I lost count of how many times I read them with him. I stifled a laugh. There's a story there, huh? How come I never knew about this? Only then did Mom realize she'd let it slip. Face flushing red, she scurried back to the shelter. I couldn't stop laughing. Never would have guessed Mom and Dad had that kind of history. Suddenly, I remembered. Those 2 books were exactly Dad's favorites. Here's hoping they come in handy right about now. Time flew by, and Qin Liang and Qin Yu led their team back. I came down from the tower to meet them. Young master, everyone called out, eyeing the new stone wall and arrow tower with curiosity. Qin Liang, Qin Yu, from now on you 2 take turns leading teams out and leave a few people to guard home. Take a look at the new structures later and figure out how to defend the place. How'd the hunt go? The 2 nodded, and Qin Liang gave his report. We were pressed for time, so we only circled the area nearby. Bagged 2 common river deer, 2 fine tier wild boars, and 1 rare gray wolf. Caught 2 common rabbits and 1 fine tier pheasant alive. Plus about 20 wild fruits and over a pound of berries. Good. That's a solid haul for 1 hour. Head back out this afternoon. I paused. I just watched you hunting from up on the tower. How are the resources around here? Qin Liang thought it over and answered seriously. That grassland by the river up ahead is loaded with resources, tons of animals, all kinds of species. Judging by the tracks along the bank, there are at least 20 kinds, 5 of them large. I checked the river too, plenty of big fish. Good. When we get back, have Mom prepare some fishing gear. Try to catch as many fish alive as you can and keep them in the pond out back to raise. Stock up on more food. The extreme cold hits in 3 days. You 2 need to protect my mother and sister and get them through this safely. Since their safety was on the line, I laid out everything I could think of, point by point. Back at the shelter, the 3 live animals went into the ranch, handed over to the farmer to feed daily. I didn't have Mom break down the carcasses right away. Instead, I sent her to the trade channel to search for a slaughterhouse and fishing gear. Luck was on our side. Someone was actually selling. The slaughterhouse was only common grade, snagged for 50 units of wood. The fishing gear was 1 fine grade net plus 3 common grade cage traps, costing 100 units of wood and 100 units of thatch. Once the slaughterhouse materialized, it was only half the size of a fine grade one, and its efficiency was lower, with no special effects. But compared to breaking things down directly, it yielded way more food. After all that setup, what Qin Liang and the others hauled in over an hour and a half was enough to feed the whole team for 2 days. If we'd broken it all down directly, we'd have been lucky to manage 2 meals a day. Everyone dug into their first meal after the summoning. Linlin had already warmed up to the group. Her quirky, mischievous charm won everyone over. The awkwardness gradually melted away, and laughter rolled through the room, wave after wave. On top of that, Mom's gentle nature and decisive way of handling things sent everyone's loyalty climbing fast. After the meal, I told everyone to rest a bit before getting back to work. The girl looking after Linlin took her upstairs for a nap. I brought Mom out to the courtyard and said, all mysterious, "Mom, let me show you a surprise." Mom looked puzzled, staring at the well. Wasn't it just higher quality water? She claimed it and opened the description. It was fine-grade water. She'd drunk it before and hadn't noticed anything special, figuring rare grade would just have slightly stronger effects. Whoa! The moment she read the description, she gasped out loud. The joy in her eyes and brow, suppressed with all her might yet impossible to hide, betrayed the storm churning inside her. No woman can resist the words eternal youth. Spring water like this, personally stamped by the heavenly Tao with its effects spelled out in black and white. Anyone who saw it would be moved. Even that precious single drop of spirit spring got pushed to the back of her mind for the moment. Mom, do you know this? And you don't have to say it. I get it. She cut me off, a shrewd glint in her eyes. I know better than you how deadly this stuff is to a woman. One serving of 100 milliliters can reward subordinates or trade for precious items. In that moment, I realized I'd underestimated my own mother. If she and my sister hadn't happened to come down with fevers the day we crossed over, she'd surely be thriving right now. I'd underestimated the unfreezing spring, too. Mom rewarded Qin Liang and Qin Yu with a serving each. Their already near 90 loyalty maxed out instantly. They became die-hard loyalists. The other women looked on with envy. Mom spoke up right on cue. No need to be jealous. As long as you work hard and contribute to the territory, even if you're just an ordinary, every farmer has a shot at it. Everyone gets a chance. Those words were more moving than gold and jewels. Every woman in the shelter perked up, their fighting spirit reignited. I curled my lip in secret admiration. Not bad, Mom. Just what you'd expect from someone who used to run a company. She could paint a pie in the sky big and round and full. But then again, what really drives people has never been the promise itself, but that sense of fairness that says effort pays off. Mom drank a dose of Never-Freeze Spring, and the effect was instant. Her skin smoothed out noticeably in seconds. Standing next to me, she could have passed for my sister, and people would have believed it. I set aside 2 doses to reward Lung Ling and Xiao Qi when I got back, and left the remaining 5 for Mom to sell. Once Qin Liang and the others had rested enough, they threw on their straw rain capes, braved the drizzle, grabbed their fishing gear, and set out again. Mom busied herself hunting for goods on the trade channel and advertising the Never-Freeze Spring on the chat channel. For the moment, with nothing to do, I'd become the only idle person in the whole shelter. Across regions, both the trade and chat channels were useless. The only person I could contact was Xiao Qi, who wore the paired bracelet. But she was probably swamped, and I wasn't about to bother her just because I was bored. Watching Qin Liang's group, who hadn't gone far and were getting ready to head down the mountain, something suddenly occurred to me. While Mom wasn't looking, I chased after them. Qin Liang, Qin Yu, hold on. The 2 of them thought I had orders for them and stopped, looking at me in confusion. Let's go. I'm coming out with you this afternoon. Qin Liang and Qin Yu jumped. Young master, that won't do, they said urgently. It's too dangerous out there. The 2 of us are more than enough for hunting and scavenging. You should stay in the shelter. I didn't bother explaining much. I pulled out my dark gold divine crossbow, loaded it, and flashed my stats panel. Level 5 EXP 985/5000. Combat power 582, 112 plus 150 plus 320. Stamina 100/100. Aptitude excellent. Equipment dark gold divine crossbow, superb. Combat power plus 120. Dark iron armor, rare. Combat power plus 68. Dark iron helmet, rare. Combat power plus 62. Dark iron combat boots, rare. Combat power plus 70. Assessment has broken past mortal limits, one step closer to becoming a powerhouse. The 2 of them stared, wide-eyed with disbelief. They'd assumed the young master was as ordinary as the master, who knew his combat power was no less than their own. There was no longer any reason to hold me back. After a quick discussion, Yu took 2 warriors and boxed me in securely at the center. I was quite satisfied. I only wanted to come out and take a look around Mom's shelter. I had no intention of leading the charge. Having people to protect you is the smart way to do things. The whole way, I stuck close behind Yu, kept the 2 excellent grade warriors guarding my flanks, and swept the area with my crossbow raised. Wait! I suddenly halted the group. Everyone looked puzzled. I pointed to the front left. Look at that plant. It seems a little unusual. Let's go check it out. When we got up close, I noticed those leaves looked familiar, so I raised my wrist and swept the bracelet over them. Century Blood Ginseng. Rare, can be used for refined tier breakthroughs. Rare tier consumption grants plus 30 combat power. Not consumable at common tier. Can be used in medicine. Hey, so it's a type of ginseng. Good stuff. Almost missed it. Obtained. Century Blood Ginseng. Rare, ×1, blood ginseng seeds. Rare, ×3. From now on, keep an eye out for unusual plants in the forest, especially ones with leaves like these. They're all treasures. I enthusiastically rattled off the plant's characteristics while everyone gazed at me in admiration, impressed by my vast knowledge. Little did they know, I just had the bracelet. One quick appraisal, and all the info popped right up. The real skill is having the eye to push a tool to its absolute limit. After that, we gradually gathered edible mushrooms and wood ear fungus, plus a huge patch of nodo ginseng, 2 of them refined tier. There was plenty of dendrobium too, mostly 10 or 20 years old or older. We even found a rare tier 1 whose medicinal properties had transformed, capable of boosting combat power and breaking through tier limits. We also got lucky and stumbled upon 2 black iron chests and 1 bronze chest. I was glad I'd tagged along. Otherwise, I would have missed out on so much. Whoosh! Qin Liang and I loosed our arrows at the same time, pinning a rare tier black panther that had tried to ambush us right to a tree. Nice shot, young master. Everyone clapped and cheered. Inwardly, I felt a little sheepish. I'd clearly aimed for the head, so how did I hit the tail? We stowed the panther's carcass and the group headed toward the river. From the top of the tower, the river had looked pretty close. But once we actually came down the mountain, we realized the path was winding and rugged. We moved painfully slow, and boulders kept blocking the way, forcing us to detour. That wasn't such a bad thing, though. The harder the road, the safer it'd be for Mom and my sister to live here. To get a lay of the land, Qin Liang and Qin Yu changed directions and didn't follow the same route as this morning. This path had few animals. Aside from that black panther, there were only a couple of wild rabbits and a pangolin. But we did find plenty of ingredients and medicinal herbs. Stop! Up ahead, Qin Liang raised his left hand to signal, then pointed toward a jumble of rocks in the distance. Young master, there's the scent of a large number of beasts up ahead. Let me go scout it out. Qin Liang observed for a long while before slowly retreating, his expression grave. 50 meters ahead, the beasts are packed together. At least 2 exceptional tier, 7 rare tier, nearly 30 refined tier, and over 100 common tier, he said, lowering his voice. On that rocky slope in the middle, there's a strange tree growing. No branches, no leaves, just a bare trunk over 2 meters tall, with 2 golden fruits hanging from the top. That piqued my interest. Take me to see it. Qin Liang and Qin Yu closed in on either side of me. I crept to the edge of the boulder and cautiously poked my head out. That strange tree caught my eye at once. Spirit Essence Fruit Tree. Exceptional, the fruit strengthens the body. Aids in rare tier breakthroughs and grants plus 50 combat power at superior tier. Not to be consumed by anything below rare tier, but can be used in medicine. Time to maturity, 20 minutes. My heart leapt. Another priceless treasure of heaven and earth. Dunshan was due for a breakthrough too. He'd been at my side guarding me from the moment I first crossed over into this world. That kind of bond was different. Qin Liang tallied up the enemy forces across from us. 1 superior tier wolf king, 2 rare tier mountain wolves, and over 30 of the fine and common variety. 2 rare tier black-backed bears, 1 rare tier tusked boar leading more than 20 of its kind, and 2 rare tier long-armed apes with a whole swarm of monkeys behind them. The most terrifying of all was that superior tier black-striped tiger. nearly 5 meters long, with a tail over 2 meters that whipped around like a steel lash. I did the math in my head. A head-on clash would mean certain death. I laid out the situation clearly, and the three of us huddled together. Chinyu, who had the troop command skill, spoke up first. Both sides here are hemmed in by boulders, and the only way in front is a path less than a meter wide. The big beasts can't get through, she said, talking fast. All the archers get up on the boulders. I'll hold the passage, and there's nothing they can do to us. Before the fruit ripens, they'll turn on each other. Once the superior and rare tiers are all tangled up in a brawl, the young master and Qin Liang unleash their skills at the same time. One wave takes out a whole cluster. The plan came together. Qin Liang and I patched up the gaps, and it was locked in fast. My greatest strength is self-awareness. When it comes to things I'm not good at, I never try to call the shots. With Qin Liang hoisting me up, I climbed onto the boulder along with one rare tier and two fine-tier archers, and we lay flat, waiting in silence. Qin Yu held the narrow path alone, with a few warriors ready to back her up at any moment. 10 minutes. The black-striped tiger was the first to lose its patience. It let out several long roars, and when the pack of beasts didn't retreat, its authority challenged, its tail suddenly swept sideways, killing two long-armed apes on the spot. It dropped low on all fours and lunged into the herd of tusked boars. One swipe of its claws tore a fine-tier boar's head into pulp. Its jaws snapped open and bit clean through a rare tier's neck, slamming it to the ground. It wanted to establish its dominance, but the smell of blood only set the beasts ablaze instead. Every animal roared at once and surrounded it, closing in for the kill. The title King of the Forest was no empty boast. In just 1 minute, a rare tier ape, 5 fine tier beasts died under its claws, and the common tier ones lay strewn everywhere. But it suffered too. A dying tusked boar drove its tusk into the tiger's belly. Blood gushed out, its organs half exposed, and a black-backed bear clamped down hard on its hind leg. The wolf king was the craftiest. It kept prowling the outer edge the whole time, waiting for that one moment. The instant the black-backed bear locked its jaws on the tiger's leg, the wolf king exploded into motion, claws gleaming cold as it pounced at the black-striped tiger. Now fire! Qin Yu gave the order. Qin Liang and I triggered our skills almost simultaneously. Arrow rain. Scatter. Fire. Qin Liang's spread shot covered nearly 200 square feet, a far wider range than my arrow rain, though slightly weaker in raw power than my exceptional grade divine crossbow. The others loosed their volleys in unison, arrows raining down like a waterfall, dropping beasts by the swath. The black-striped tiger and the wolf king bristled with arrows. The tiger king dropped dead before it even knew what hit it. The wolf king, gravely wounded, collapsed, then clawed its way back up, let out a shrill, mournful howl, and charged at the head of its surviving pack. Piercing strike. At the last possible second, Qin Yu's skill landed true, running the wolf king through as it lunged from 6 feet away. The wolf king's corpse slammed into her, carried by its own momentum. Qin Yu couldn't dodge in time and threw up her shield to take the hit head-on. Boom. A muffled thud. She stumbled back 3 steps, caught by the warriors behind her, a thin line of blood trickling from the corner of her mouth. Qin Yu, are you okay? I shouted from up high. She caught her breath, but her voice rang out strong. Don't worry, young master. Both exceptional grade beasts are dead. The fight's already won. She tightened her grip on her weapon and pushed forward at the head of the group, cutting down the mountain wolves that followed all the way down. The remaining 4 rare-grade beasts posed no trouble for the group at all. With mine and Qin Liang's firepower, we mopped them up in less than 5 minutes. The few dozen common and fine-grade beasts left scattered in a panic. A bloodbath we'd braced for ended with nothing worse than a minor injury to Qin Yu. Combined with that morning's fight, Qin Liang, Qin Yu, and their crew leveled up to Tier 2 without a hitch, growing another notch stronger. I picked up more than 300 experience points myself. The prey filled both of their fine-grade spatial rings, and I stored away the rest of the carcasses. The haul from this single trip alone was enough to feed the dozen-plus people at Mom's shelter for a week. Maybe it was time to recruit more hands. But first, I had to sort out a place to live. On top of that, the beast dropped more than 20 light orbs. I left them unopened, saving them for my little sister to crack open when we got back. Now for the main event. Qin Yu posted her people around the stone slope, while Qin Liang and I climbed up to the spirit essence fruit tree. A faint, indescribable fragrance seeped out of the fruit, wisp by wisp. Spirit essence fruit tree, exceptional. Time to maturity, 1 minute. That final minute passed without incident. I harvested the fruit without a hitch. Obtained, spirit essence fruit, exceptional, ×2, spirit essence fruit, sapling ×1. Huh? A pleasant surprise. My heart leapt. I'd figured 2 fruits was the absolute best I could hope for, and I never expected to come away with a sapling too, which meant a steady, endless supply of fruit down the road. Rich as the haul was, we weren't ready to head back yet. By now we were near the grassy stretch by the river, and I wanted to catch some live fish to raise back home, so Mom and my sister could have fresh food every day. We meandered along, gathering plenty of mushrooms and wild greens, and even stumbled onto a stalk of ginger. I figured it'd grow in a patch like last time, but after searching all around, there was just the one lonely stalk. Not much use. I'd already brought a fine-grade one along, so it was better than nothing, I supposed. Before long, we reached the river. Standing at the riverbank, I finally saw just how massive this river was, rivaling the Yellow River or the Yangtze. The current raced by, teeming with fish, and every so often a big one weighing dozens of pounds would leap out of the water. Too bad the current was too fast to cast a net. I had no choice but to follow the shore and look for a better spot. Half an hour later, after nearly a kilometer through the overgrown weeds, I finally found a backwater cove. Where the channel curved, the current slowed. Exactly the kind of place where fish rest and feed, perfect for fishing. The strange thing was, Qin Liang had said there were tons of animals along the river, and I'd seen paw prints all over the ground. Yet the whole way here, we hadn't run into a single living creature. Could it be they'd all been drawn away by that spirit essence fruit tree? Everyone pulled out the fishing gear. First, we stuffed animal entrails into 3 fish traps and sank them at the tail end of the cove. Then we took the fishing net, tied it to a rope over 100 meters long, split into 2 teams, and hauled the rope toward both ends of the cove. I didn't assign anyone to go into the water. The fish leaping out weighed dozens of pounds each. Who knew whether there were man-eating beasts lurking in the depths? If there were, going in would mean getting swallowed in one gulp. This rare-grade net was several hundred meters long. I had Qin Liang and a few others test its strength. 7 or 8 of them couldn't tear it. That put me at ease. With 2 exceptional grade and several rare-grade members pulling, the force had to be over 100 tons, and even that couldn't rip this net. The net closed quickly, sealing off the entire backwater cove. We checked the depth, about 10 meters, and the bottom of the net just touched the riverbed. Beneath nearly 3,000 square meters of water, I couldn't even imagine how many fish were buried down there. With everything ready, everyone began hauling in the net. Qin Liang and I stood on opposite sides, bows raised, eyes locked on the water. The moment the net moved, the water below exploded. Big fish leapt up one after another, and every so often one would clear the top of the net and escape. It broke my heart to watch. Every time a fish jumped out, I drew my bow and fired. My archery was terrible, but the fish were leaping so thick, each one 20 to 50 pounds, that it was hard to miss. Add in Qin Liang's arrows, and in the blink of an eye, over 100 big fish were floating on the surface. The net was hauled in to less than 10 meters from shore before it wouldn't budge. The water was packed solid with fish, and many were forced right up onto the bank. Young master, this is way too many. How are we supposed to haul it all? Qin Liang and Qin Yu were both dumbfounded. Just the ones floating up numbered no less than 10,000. Fish under 5 pounds were rare. The 20 and 30-pounders were everywhere. Forget them, even I was stunned. First I took out the 20 wooden barrels I prepared, but each barrel only held 80 liters. Loading the biggest fish, a single one would fill an entire barrel. I racked my brain and came up empty. So I gritted my teeth and had the 2 of them dump 40 of the largest common-grade corpses out of their storage rings, tossing them on the ground for now and dealing with them later. It was a shame, sure. Brought back to the slaughterhouse, those could have doubled our meat yield. But how could that bit of ordinary raw meat compare to the catch in front of me? As long as we got it all back, forget my mom's shelter. Even if I kept half for myself, it'd be enough to feed hundreds of people. Everyone. We got the people to bucket up the little fish flopping on the shore first. Anything under 20 gene went into the two girls' rings, and anything over 20 gene was mine to handle. Living things can't go into the space. The moment they're stored, they die. So the 20 wooden buckets just had to be piled off to the side to be hauled back later. We worked at it for over an hour, dragging the net in until it was less than 2 meters from the bank. Young master, we're full. There's really no more room. The two of them looked at me helplessly. They'd done all they could. Their rings were packed to the brim. There were still over 1,000 big fish left in the net, and my storage space had only 5 slots left. Just keep hauling them in. I'll figure something out. While I dumped the smaller fish out of the space, I focused on storing only the big ones, 30 gene and up. By the time there were fewer than 100 fish left in the net, a mountain of fish had piled up on the shore, all the 20 gene ones I'd tossed out. Looking at the last 2 slots I'd freed up, I let out a breath of relief. For the first time, I really understood how overpowered the storage space was. Whether it was 1 gene or 100, as long as I didn't break it down, it only took up a single unit. 99 gene and 9,000 gene took up the same 1 slot. The more I stored, the more into it I got. I stopped trailing behind everyone else to pick fish up and just walked straight to the water's edge to grab them myself. 80, 80, 80. I counted silently in my head with every fish I hauled in, grinning from ear to ear. This much meat was enough to feed a few hundred more of Mom's recruits for a good long while. It took several of us working together and a whole lot of effort to drag out one giant fish that weighed several hundred gene. It was hard to imagine anything could grow that big. Luckily, there were 2 common rank warriors keeping watch off in the distance, and everything we netted was refined rank or higher. Even so, everyone was completely wiped out. We staked the net to the bank with our weapons, then sat down to rest, drinking refined rank spring water and munching on the wild fruit we'd gathered on the way to recover our strength. While I was at it, I pulled out the wild fruit, berries, mushrooms, and greens, all the light stuff that took up space, wrapped them in animal hide to carry back, and freed up 8 slots to break down the mountain of fish. It wasn't that I didn't want to haul it off to be butchered. It was just too far. I was crossing regions here, and the trade channel didn't work either. Breakdown successful. Raw meat, common, times 755. Raw meat, refined, times 88. Another 1,000 plus gene of fish gone, but my heart didn't bleed anymore. It had already been torn to pieces. I didn't break down a single rare rank fish. Even at just 1 gene, they were more precious than 100 gene of the common ones. All 40 slots were full, with only the last slot stacked up to 30. Still room to cram in another 69 fish. I glanced at the net. It would just barely fit. Oh, poking your head out on your own now? Then don't blame me for being rough. A stretch of fish tail broke the surface at the water's edge. After nearly 2 hours of nothing but fish, I didn't think twice. Just figured it was another big one and reached out to grab it. Oh no. Smack. Aya. I just bent down to drag the fish up onto the bank when my hands suddenly came up empty. A black shadow flashed past, and a tremendous force slammed hard into my chest. A scream tore out of me. The guy went flying. Sailing over everyone's heads, he crashed down more than 20 meters away, slamming hard into the ground. It felt like every organ inside him shifted at once, and a mouthful of blood burst out. Young master. From the scream to the landing, barely a second. Qin Liang and Qin Yu went pale the moment they snapped out of it, sprinting over. Seeing the blood at the corner of my mouth, they broke into a cold sweat with panic. If something really happened to me, they had no idea how they'd answer to the Lord. Young master, how are you? Are you okay? Qin Liang's voice trembled as she reached to help me up. Don't move. Whatever you do, don't move me. I quickly barked. It's not that bad, just don't move me. The armor over my chest had taken the hit. It looked terrifying. A big dent caved right into the iron plate, but the injury wasn't serious, just sore. I pressed lightly all around and was thankful nothing was broken. The real killer was the landing. There'd happened to be a fist-sized rock on the ground, and my tailbone had come down right on top of it. It hurt so bad my eyes nearly watered. Gritting my teeth, I shifted half of my body aside, looked down, and instantly felt a wave of dread. Just a hair off. 1 more inch, and the ending would have been the sorrow of the boys down under. Puffed. The moment everyone saw it, they couldn't hold back their laughter. Chinyu especially. She turned away and covered her mouth, shoulders twitching, struggling with all her might to keep it in. I'd been squinting through the pain, questioning my whole existence. But the second I heard the sound and opened my eyes, how could I not get it? I was so mad the veins on my temple practically popped out. Still laughing? Go catch that beast now. I want to see exactly what kind of thing dares to ambush me. Yes, sir. Everyone grabbed their weapons and rushed to the shore. Laughing aside, letting the young master get hurt meant they'd failed at their duty. So Qin Liang and the others had lost face too. They took it out on the big fish, spearing them one after another and flinging them onto the bank. It took me a good long while to recover before I could brace myself against the ground and slowly stand up, rubbing my backside. My rear was burning like fire, still aching after all this time. I didn't need to look to know it was swollen and bruised. Every step I took sent stabbing pains through my rear, forcing me into a limp. A perfect throwback to when I'd first crossed over and had to walk on a broken leg. Just 20-some meters, and it took me several minutes to cover. Did you catch it? I shouted toward the busy Chinyu. She paused and answered, Young master, not yet. The highest we've caught so far is only rare grade, nothing with that kind of strength. But we're almost to the bottom, so it should be soon. I peered into the net. The catch was thin, nearly cleaned out. Pull it in tighter. Get 2 more people on the net. Careful not to let it get away. You'd better catch it for me no matter what. The net drew in from both sides toward the center. Hidden at the bottom were still a dozen or so big fish, scooped up one by one. The net's mouth had closed down to just a small patch, but there was still no sign of the culprit that had sent me flying. Everyone figured it had escaped long ago. The dull ache in my backside kept nagging at me. Furious, I yelled, pull, pull, pull. Haul the whole net up, I don't. They believed it. The 4 of them heaved on the net together, about to drag the whole thing ashore, when a massive force suddenly surged through it. All 4 stumbled, and the rope nearly slipped from their hands. Qin Liang and Qinyu lunged in to help, gripping tight. The instant they touched it, both their faces went pale. Get 2 more over here. 8 people pulling together, they finally steadied it. They wrestled with the thing underwater in a deadlock for about 10 minutes before the force in the net gradually weakened, and the net was slowly hauled to the surface. The water was murky, spray flying everywhere. A huge fish tail broke the surface now and then, slapping the water, but with far less strength than before. Wah wah! The moment the net cleared the water completely, a chilling, eerie cry rang out, unnervingly like a baby's wail. Inside the net, a monster thrashed wildly, its head flat and broad, its limbs short and thick, its tail long and flat. The body alone was a good 3 meters, the tail 5 meters, weighing 500 pounds at the least, covered head to tail in gold and red patterns. There was something indescribably sinister about it. The net had already been bitten through, leaving a gaping hole, and its ferocious head lunged left and right. Luckily, its limbs were still tangled in the net, so it couldn't break free just yet. Out of the water, its strength seemed to have dropped by more than half, and 4 elite rank fighters were able to pin it down firmly. Staring at this vicious creature, listening to that ghostly, wailing cry, I quickly pulled up my panel to check. Fire Spirit Salamander, exceptional rank, evolving, about to break through to epic rank. Level, 3 combat power, 658. Skill, Fireball, condenses fire energy to launch a fireball attack with an area of effect explosion. Cooldown, 20 minutes. Scorching Lava, evolving. Note, breakthrough interrupted, currently weakened. After reading the panel, I broke out in a cold sweat. Magic damage. This was the first time I'd seen it. I'd always assumed the killing continent had only physical attacks, at most, a few peerless martial arts masters like in a wuxia novel. Turns out I was wrong. The creature suddenly stopped struggling, opened its fang-filled maw wide, and a red glow welled up in its throat. My expression shifted. I raised the black gold divine crossbow and fired. Kill it now? Don't let it use its skill. No one hesitated. Qinyu unleashed a rapid flurry of thrusts, cutting off its motion outright. A wisp of black smoke puffed out of its mouth. That big attack had been choked back down its throat. The attacks came like rain. With its limbs trapped and no way to fight back, the fire spirit salamander died in frustration. Before light orbs dropped. That was close, one step away from epic rank. I let out a breath. Good thing we ran into it early. Otherwise, we'd have been done for today, and my mom's shelter could kiss its peace goodbye from here on out. Only then did everyone understand why I'd been in such a rush. We collected the corpse and the drops. This outing counted as a complete success. I picked up the big fish from the bank while the others rolled up the net. The 3 cage traps were too heavy to carry, so we just left them for Qin Liang and the others to come back and collect next time. Come to think of it, it was strange, aside from the fire. The spirit salamanders dropped loot and gave XP. But those countless big fish? Killed a whole bunch of them. No XP, not a single drop to show for it. Continent of Slaughter, Year 1, January 4th, 1715, 45 minutes until nightfall. Temperature 8 to 15 degrees Celsius. Light rain turning to moderate rain. Before I knew it, it was past 5. The rain kept getting heavier, and any later we'd lose all visibility. Qin Liang, Qin Yu, we're running out of time. Let's hurry back. After making sure we hadn't left anything behind, Qin Yu took point to scout the way, and the group grabbed our gear and hustled up the mountain. The 2 common ranks led the front, while the rare rank warrior carried a bucket in each hand, striding along without breaking a sweat. What I didn't know was that a world of trouble was waiting for me. Back home, Li Yui was just about losing her mind. She'd spent the whole afternoon busy, trading frostless spring water for a bunch of precious items. When she turned around to tell me about it, she found I was nowhere to be seen. She asked the workers outside, and only then learned I'd headed out with Qin Liang and the others. She stood guard on the arrow tower forever, but there wasn't a soul in sight. In her mind, belts, switches, and wooden rods flashed by one after another. She was seriously weighing which one would best help me appreciate a mother's love. You little brat, you get a little strength and suddenly you're too big for your britches, running off without so much as a word. Just wait till you get back and see how I deal with you. The minutes ticked by, and her anger gradually gave way to panic. Why isn't he back yet? Only 10 minutes until dark. Nothing's happened to him, has it? 3 minutes to nightfall, and still no sign of anyone. Li Yui was now completely frantic. Haha, we're finally back. My voice rang out all of a sudden. Turns out that on the way back, we'd found another shortcut up the mountain. Stone walls flanked both sides the whole way, and it didn't merge with the main road until halfway up. No wonder she hadn't been able to spot us. The second she heard my voice, she flew down from the tower and dashed out past the wall. We climbed onto the main road and looked up, straight at Mom, standing above us. I was about to wave, but then I saw her face darken, blacker than the sky itself. I guiltily lowered my head. I'm done for. That was the only thought running through my mind. There's no dodging what's coming, and even the longest road has an end. I reached the summit, walked right up to her, and plastered on a smile, hoping to bluff my way out of it. Mom, you have no idea what we went through today? Ow, ow, ow. It hurts, Mom. Let go, my ear's gonna come off. Before I could even finish, she grabbed my ear with lightning speed, face utterly blank, and gave it a beautiful 360-degree twist. My scream echoed across the entire mountaintop, raw and desperate, enough to break the heart of anyone who heard it and bring tears to their eyes. Deep down, of course, she knew I was faking. This was my go-to trick for weaseling out of trouble ever since I was little. I couldn't fool her, but I sure managed to fool Qin Liang and the others. Seeing the young master being manhandled so brutally by their lord, everyone hurriedly set down their loads and dropped to one knee. My lord, boss, it's all our fault. Please punish us. Hey, what are you doing? Get up. I was just faking it. Ow. Okay, now it definitely wasn't fake. The moment those words left my mouth, Li Yui's grip suddenly tightened, and she gave a vicious twist. Then she helped everyone to their feet, her tone softening. It's got nothing to do with you all. Tion's always been a handful, ever since he was little. You've all worked hard. Head inside and get some rest. Qin Liang and the others picked up the wooden buckets and headed toward the pond. Li Yui followed along, eyeing the live fish inside with curiosity. The second the fish hit the water, they came alive, thrashing and splashing joyfully. Ma, we won't have to worry about food anymore. You have no idea how much we hauled in today. Tens of thousands of pounds, and that's a lowball estimate. I poked my head in, grinning smugly. She shot me a look. No more taking risks. Your armor's all dented, and there's still blood at the corner of your mouth you haven't wiped off? You think I didn't notice? Where are you hurt?" She ran her fingers over the caved-in armor plates, aching with worry, then gently dabbed away the blood at my mouth with the corner of her sleeve. I thumped my chest hard and struck a strongman pose. "I'm fine. Fit as a fiddle, appetite of a horse." Qin Liang and the others caught sight of that glaring dent on the armor plate over my backside and couldn't help but laugh. Seeing that Ma was getting suspicious, I knew I was in trouble. I quickly changed the subject, pulling her and everyone else toward the slaughterhouse, and called out all the people in the shelter along the way. Lin Lin hadn't seen her big brother all afternoon, and she was so happy she kept squealing. After calming my little sister down, I flashed Ma a grin. "Ma, you ready? Watch this, showtime." Whoa! The words had barely left my mouth when I dumped out everything in my space. Lin Lin shrieked. "Sis, look, it's raining fish." She pointed at the giant fish pouring out endlessly, shouting to the girl beside her, Mate E, the one assigned to look after her. Not quite 18, and after a full day together, the two of them had already gotten close. Nobody answered her. Every single person, Li Yue included, stood there gaping, too stunned to speak. Once all the catch was released, a mountain of fish several meters high piled up in front of the slaughterhouse. That's not all. Smiling, I stepped off to the side and released the beast carcasses too, at the same time having Qin Liang and Qin Yu empty out their own storage rings, each in a different spot, and in the blink of an eye 3 more heaps appeared on the open ground. Mine was pure beast carcasses, while their 2 piles were mixed with fish of all sizes. When the last one, the fire spirit salamander, was released, its whole body covered in gruesome wounds, the sight gave Li Yue a fright. Lin Lin nearly burst into tears and spun around, bolting back into the shelter. I froze on the spot. It had only been a few days since we crossed over. Ma and my little sister had only seen a few small animals. How could they ever have laid eyes on a monster like this? I'd been careless. Lin Lin had Mei Yi to go comfort her, but Ma was different. She understood full well that this was no longer the new world. To avoid losing her composure in front of her subordinates, and to establish her footing as quickly as possible so she could protect her daughter and help her son, she forced herself to stay calm and walked over to the monster. "Xiaodian, is this the thing that hurt you?" "Yeah. It's called a fire spirit salamander. Excellent tier, and about to level up to epic. Good thing we caught it early, otherwise the area around your shelter would have been in real danger." I pointed at the 4 mountains of flesh. "These are today's haul. Set up rotating shifts to work the slaughterhouse. Don't keep a single portion of the common tier meat. Trade it all for resources. Buy up a ton of animal hides, cotton, linen, that kind of warm material. Did you manage to get the clothing blueprints?" "Got them. Clothing and armor both. You've been out in the rain all afternoon. Take Qin Yu and the others to shower, change, and get ready to eat. I'll handle the rest." Li Yue's tone was steady, her arrangements methodical. She was already carrying herself with the poise of a formidable woman. The moment the slaughterhouse started up, a steady stream of raw meat went up for trade. These days, aside from warmth and cold relief medicine, food was the scarcest thing of all. It sold out almost as fast as it hit the market. In a zone that once held 100,000 people, fewer than 90,000 remained, and at least 30,000 of them were still struggling just to get enough to eat. Even if each person only bought 2 portions, that would swallow up tens of thousands of pounds. Outside the shelter, a few torches flickered in the rain. Farmers in straw rain capes worked without pause by the faint light. Li Yue was about to send the fire spirit salamander into the slaughterhouse when she discovered that a common tier facility could only process corpses up to rare tier at most. Left with no choice, she had to break it down instead. Obtained, raw meat, pseudo-epic, ×8, fire spirit salamander hide, pseudo-epic, ×3, fire spirit salamander tendon, pseudo-epic, ×3, spine, pseudo-epic, ×1, fire spirit orb, pseudo-epic, ×1. So many materials, and an extra orb on top of it all. Fire spirit orb, pseudo-epic, the source of the fire spirit salamander's power. Can serve as a shelter component, and can also be used for forging and medicine. Not sure how to use it. She set down her work and came back to ask me. I just finished showering and was shoveling down rice while chatting with Lin Lin. When I saw her hurry in, I thought something had gone wrong and was about to speak, but she'd already handed the orb over. Xiaotian, this just came out of that monster. Take a look. I found it pretty interesting too, so I pulled up the panel and studied it for a while. Mom, the shelter is what keeps us all alive. It's the foundation of everything. Since this can be used as a component, the best thing to do is install it on the shelter. Then you take it. You could use it too. Without a second thought, she tried to push it back into my hands. Of course, I turned her down. I had plenty of resources and several top-tier fighters under me. There was no treasure I couldn't get my hands on. Mom, don't you know me by now? With a talent like mine, trust me, just use it. Oh, right. Lin Lin, come open the light orb and treasure chest. I took out the light orbs and treasure chest I'd earned today and handed them to my sister. Lin Lin, who'd been bored all afternoon, lit up instantly. There weren't any toys around this place. She grabbed Mom and dragged her off, yelling for her to hurry up. At the dinner table, I kept hearing Lin Lin's excited squeals. Watching the mother and daughter a little ways off, I felt a warmth spread through my chest. If only Dad were here too. Clack. Thinking of my father, I zoned out for a second, and my chopsticks slipped from my hand and hit the floor. Snapping back to reality, I decided it was time to tell Mom. I'd lost my appetite. I shoveled down a few bites and walked over to her. Mom, there's something I've been holding back. The reason I asked you to collect space gems, it's for Dad. Take a look at this. I opened up the Family Seeker Ring's interface to show her. I need to level it up as fast as possible to find him. The extreme cold hits in 2 days. Once the protective dome goes down, he could get attacked by wild beasts too. Li Yue, who'd never dared to ask, now buried her face against my shoulder and sobbed uncontrollably. Mommy, what's wrong? Lin Lin, who'd been busy opening light orbs, heard the crying and rushed over to hug her. Li Yue wiped away her tears and forced a smile. Mommy's just happy. Don't worry, Lin Lin. Go on and open your orbs. Once Lin Lin had gone back, she turned to me. Counting the ones I've opened myself and the ones I traded for, I've got 34 now. I'll do some more trading tonight. Let's gather them as quick as we can and bring your dad home. I know he's okay. Yeah. I nodded firmly. Before long, Lin Lin had opened every last light orb and treasure chest. As expected of our lucky charm, both the quantity and quality blew past anything an average person could get. Basic materials, wood times 100, stone times 200, iron ingot times 30, refined iron times 15. Items, fine-grade storage expansion scroll times 1, bathroom component times 2, fine-grade watchtower times 1, rare-grade city gate times 1, farmland, common times 6, fine times 2, rare and superior times 1 each, fine-grade vegetable greenhouse times 2, rare-grade composting workshop times 1, permanent rare-grade defense ballista blueprint times 1, summoning orders, common times 6, fine times 2, rare times 2, space gems times 3, rare-grade storage locker times 1. When I got to the very last item, my eyes lit up. I couldn't believe my luck. Talent upgrade stone. Rare can upgrade talents below rank B. Nice. So this was the treasure that could upgrade talents. Mom and I were both thrilled. Xiaotian, use it quick. Now that Mom knows how your talent levels up, I'll keep a special eye out from now on. Without hesitation, I tapped to use it. Talent upgrade successful. Talent. Rank B. Enhance all things. Upgradable. Enhance 20 to 200 times or use a related treasure to reach rank A. Enhances by at least 1 level, with a 1% chance of 2 levels. A 0.01% chance for level 3, with the ceiling being mythic. The same item can't be used twice. Available 5 out of 8 times per day. Not only did the success rate go up, the number of uses jumped from 3 to 5. I had 3 left for today. I couldn't afford to waste them. First, I'd enhance the Fire Spirit Orb. Enhancement successful. Fire Spirit Orb, epic. Aside from the tier changing, the description was exactly the same. I studied it forever without figuring out the trick, so I just had Mom equip it directly. I waited a good while. A few candles flickered dimly in the living room. I looked all around. The orb was gone. Mom, what's the effect? She didn't answer. I looked over and saw her spacing out, still not back to her senses. I went up and gave her a shake. What's wrong? Weird. Why is it kind of hot? I'm even sweating. She snapped out of it and looked at me. This is incredible. See for yourself. Shelter Fire Spirit Orb, Epic Component. Trait 1, Climate Control. Permanently maintains 79 degrees Fahrenheit within 200 meters. Trait 2, Illumination. The orb is fixed atop the shelter, providing continuous light within 200 meters. Can be switched off. Trait 3, Fire Spirit Dome. 200-meter radius. Unbreakable by anything below Epic tier. Lasts 1 hour. 72-hour cooldown. My god, this is so much better than my Tower of Light. Extreme cold is basically a non-issue now. And when the scorching heat comes down the road, we won't have to worry either. The more I looked, the more excited I got. Not to mention the Fire Spirit Dome. That's a lifesaver. From now on, I'll never have to worry about your safety again. I scooped up Lin Lin and walked out of the shelter. At some point, a miniature spire had appeared on top, about 2 meters tall, with a ball of light at its peak giving off a soft glow. It wasn't as blinding bright as the daylight glare of the Tower of Light, but it still beat the old streetlights out on the highway. This way, the farmers could work at night too, doubling their output. The 200-meter light dome covered the entire flat, extending some 80 meters past the perimeter wall. Night Watch could now spot anything unusual right away. The farmers working outside had been bundled up in thick animal hides and straw rain capes, but now they were drenched in sweat. The quick ones stripped off their outer layers, down to just short sleeves. Seeing everyone looking at her in confusion, Li Yue hurried to explain what the Fire Spirit Orb did, then went right back to busy trading. I headed back inside and kept picking out what to enhance next. For my second chance, I used it on the storage expansion scroll Fine. The Fine tier added 30 slots, and barring surprises, one level up would at least double that to 60, more than enough. Enhancement successful. Obtained storage space expansion scroll, Superb, ×1. I almost jumped for joy. It leaped up 2 full levels, straight to 100 slots. Combined with my original 40, I'd pretty much never run out of space again. Finally, once, I almost went with the defensive crossbow blueprint. But the moment I opened it, I changed my mind. Defensive crossbow blueprint, rare, permanent. Cost, wood ×10, refined iron ×5, animal sinew, rare, ×1. Defensive crossbow, combat power 200, attack speed 3 seconds per bolt, range 1,000 meters. Refined iron and rare materials. And animal sinew. You can't even get that without a slaughterhouse. If I upgraded it one more level, God only knows what it'd demand. If I couldn't build it, it'd just gather dust. Better to build something I can use right now. Weapons like this only need to be mounted on a raised platform, and even an ordinary farmer could operate one. Build a few more and my defenses would jump up a whole tier. So who should get that last chance? I thought about it for a long time, then suddenly realized I'd made a huge mistake. Why didn't I save the talent upgrade stone for tomorrow? I get 3 enhancement chances every day anyway. I could afford to waste those. But an upgrade stone? Who knows when I'd ever come across another one? I felt annoyed, but there was nothing to be done. What's done is done. Still stewing over it, I caught sight of the spatial ring on Lean Lean's hand, the one I'd given her specifically to hold snacks and treasures. That's it. I'm short on spatial gems, but I can enhance a spatial ring. Even bumping it from Find a Rare would basically save me 40 spatial gems. The idea hit me, and I went straight to find Qin Liang. Qin Liang, let me borrow your spatial ring for a sec. She'd just finished eating and was leaning against the doorway, watching all the hustle and bustle outside. My request puzzled her a little, but she slipped off the ring and handed it over without a word. Enhancement successful. Obtained spatial ring, rare, ×1. Here, put it on and give it a try. Qin Liang took it back, looked at it, and gasped in shock. Whoa, it got so big, I love it. I felt like 3 black lines were sliding down my forehead. What kind of reaction was that?